Anish Valentine, who has been an organizing committee member for HYA Season 12, Phase 1. So.
They all to be seated. We can. Okay. A very good morning to you all. We are all overwhelmed by this tribute being given to my son Josh. That's my wife Aparna and me. We are grateful and thankful to you all. And just to address you all, at the very first hour in the morning, it is the highest energy level that you'll have. And paying a tribute to Josh, it's something really grateful to me. This will be remembered for me and Aparna in our life. But just not to get you all into that, you all need to drive yourselves. Please understand, you all are here for your cause. You're here for a choice and your day. And that is what I would like to address, that, keep your energies high and keep it going, so that's the spirit we would like to see from each one of you all, which Josh was there for. And just to go back a little bit on the history part, what I understand from HYA, Josh's selection at Bhavan's College was done by Srinidhi, and his interview by Ritesh. And from there on, it was his commitment that was more effective. So taking up any project for you all and doing it at this level is something commendable and most achievable. So it is not just because of my son's video being shown. The reason for me behind this, to tell you all, is each and every individual here is unique. You all have got your unique way and unique power and unique thoughts, which you all are going to present today, and present it in the best way possible so that your project shines. That's what was Sunshine for. That's what is Project Sunshine, which was done at Bhadradri. And I don't want to take everybody's name. They named the Project Sunshine, and it was a solar project. And it was something like, all girls, boys in a bus traveling, and again the trek. So this is something which you all endure. So you all sitting here for this whole day is your endurance. And main of course is the patience. So this is what I would like to address to you all. And Project Sunshine, and again that would be with Sanya and the team. So to announce all the names, please excuse me, but I'm very grateful and thankful to all of you all out there who had come. And your main person, that is Ramya, who's been coordinating everything. So it's really hats off to her that she takes care of everything as an individual. And there are few who have been very close. That is Akshit and Preetham. Yeah. So for this, you all, again, where I go back, and I can just tell you all one thing. The person behind it is, I will not forget, your founder. That is Akhilesh. For me to share this point is very, very important, what I see from my side as an individual I'm talking. This is not from Josh or for anything. He is giving you a platform wherein which you can excel to the next level. And it has been proved. I'm not talking here just to come and talk. Akshat has told me that, there are people who have already been the ex-alumni who have been really top. One, I don't know the names, they are at ISB, and one, an entrepreneur who has got a Shark Tank, something around 1 crore rupees. He's got a funding for it. So that is what I would like to address to you all in the morning. So Josh, if you look at it, there's a movie which they call it as Josh. You all can see that Josh and you all can have that Josh. That comes from within you all. I would like that spirit to be with you all so that you all get the full Josh. And that was sunshine. And thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. That's from me and my wife Aparna. And I would like her to just say a few words, and she would like to contribute towards your project. I would like her to give the announcement, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure indeed for us as parents to stand here in the absence of Josh. I thank Sanya and everyone for inviting us. Josh was always for street cause. One Sunday comes, he used to wake up early in the morning, he used to get ready, and he used to say, I have to go for the meeting for street cause. Our aim was only, Josh, you have to go to church. Early morning, you're supposed to attend church. Then he used to say, no, Ma, our street cause meeting starts early in the morning. Then I said, okay, you go early, then you come back and attend service in the evening. We are very particular for that. So few Sundays he missed the church. Then we had to shout at him. Then afterwards, he started getting back in the evening to attend the mass. So street cause has brought him in such a way that he's totally interested more than the college. It was street cause for him. He's devoted. He used to spend a lot of time in street cause. And his main aim was towards the projects which were way ahead. And when he was in the hospital, I told him, Pritham has come to see you. You want to see him? He said, yeah, send him inside. Then I sent him inside. Then I don't know what he spoke to Pritham. He spoke. Then I asked Pritham after coming out, what did Josh say? Then he said, next project I will be with you. But he's not there. When I see you all, I can see only my son and you all. So kindly dedicate yourself, whatever you all want to do. It's for street cause, to help for the children or whatever it is. On behalf of Josh, in the memory of Josh, I would like to give 10,000 rupees. And any other help required, Sanya can contact me. I will do it. And I'm thankful for the State Courts organization for taking my daughter, Hannah. She's joined the State Cause. Thank you, Sanya, and everyone. I hope she'll do the best as Josh has done. Thank you all.
I thank you, sir and ma'am, for those heart-touching yet inspiring words. Good morning, our esteemed dear alumni, chair people, Chief Executive Board of Street Cause Hyderabad, organizing committee members, and our dear members of HYA Season 11. We welcome you to the Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 12 Phase 2. HYA has been the most esteemed unit of Street Cause since its inception in 2011. Over the last 11 years, we have done various permanent projects to help and impact the underprivileged. As a part of the assembly, we discussed the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the UN SDGs, and how these goals are to be achieved. As a part of second phase, the 4 goals to be discussed are zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth. The young, selective forward minds get a chance to voice out their opinion and thoughts on the above mentioned goals and will execute them with high integrity for the next 4 months. With that being said, I would now like to honor and invite DS Ritesh Reddy, Chairperson of HYA Season 12, onto the chair table. With all due respect, I would like to invite Sania Muhammad, Chairperson Culture of Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 12. I would like to acknowledge the presence of G. Ramya, Chairperson of Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 11, and also the first ever Chief Executive Officer of Street Cause. The rules to be followed for today's assembly are, please note them carefully. I request you all to mute your mobile phones throughout the assembly. You're not allowed to remove your mask throughout the assembly in case you are suffering from any viral fever. Kindly pick up your plug card properly to be recognized. If you want to raise any motion or speak anything, kindly address the chair table by respected chair. Crosstalks are not encouraged. Every member will be allotted with an OC lead to carry forward the required information from your side to the chair table. OC or any other delegate who is present in the assembly shall help you out with the same. Unless you're recognized, you're not permitted to talk. We request everyone to actively participate. Failing to follow any of the above rules, you will be suspended from the assembly. Now, I would take the opportunity to invite Shruti Chandra, President of Street Cause Hyderabad, to declare the House open.
A very pleasant morning to all present here. I am Shruti Chandra, the current President of Street Cause Hyderabad, and it's my honor to be a part of the esteemed Hyderabad Youth Assembly. HYA is one of the oldest and dearest units of Street Cause, which is now Street Cause Hyderabad. Of 2,000 applications, 500 GDs, 350 PIs, we have with us here nothing but the best. My hearty congratulations to all the members who have made it to Hyderabad Youth Assembly, Season 12, Phase 2. I'm more than delighted to acknowledge and share with you all that Street Cause Chennai had its own Youth Assembly in February 2023. I would like to take a moment to share with you all the updates of Street Cause Hyderabad. We have spent 62 lakhs plus on projects, raised 50 lakhs plus, and impacted together 59,000 people. Street Cause Hyderabad proudly announces that we are going to execute the most awaited, the new RFC, which is going to be the biggest concert in Hyderabad, the biggest concert Hyderabad has ever seen, where Arman Malik and Band Capriccio are going to be the lead performers. We are aiming to raise 5 crores through RFC 9.0 with a 1 crore plus project spend. And this will only be possible with the constant support and mentoring of CXO's office, CEO herself Ramya and CFO Pravalika, and my workforce. Together, with all our efforts, we are going to achieve it. And as promised in phase 1, we have addressed 99% of the issues through the ways of working, and we will continue to address and solve and fix the issues and make the organization highly performance-driven. Hyderabad Youth Assembly, Season 12, Phase 2, is dedicated to Josh Anish Valentine. Josh, you will be remembered forever. I wish all the members all the very best, and on this note, I declare the assembly open.
I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Srinidhi, the growth hacker of Street Cause for the year 21-22, mentor for Vizag City 21-22, Vice President of Documentation Head for the year 2020 to 2021. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Akshat, current Alumni Association core team member, Associate President Project Quality Head and Auditor General 21-22, and the first POC for Vision 2030.
Thank you, Afra and Shruti, for addressing the assembly. First of all, very good morning, everyone. Didn't you have your breakfast? Good morning, everyone. So let me introduce myself. I'm Ritesh Reddy, the current chairperson of HYDERABAD Season 12, and towards my left.
This is Sania Mohammed, the current chairperson culture for HYA 12.
And we are here today to do HYA Phase 2 assembly. Before we begin the session, we would like to thank and acknowledge all the members of Phase 1, Vice Chair, Chief EB, Organizing Committee members who have successfully completed the Phase 1 assembly and executed the projects. Big round of applause for the members. I see a few members didn't receive the placards. Please reach out to the OC if they haven't received the placards. Yeah, as Afra told about the instructions, so we'll proceed with the first goal. The first goal is zero hunger. End hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Any new speeches on the floor? Please ensure you show your card chair table, please. Everyone. Shavika.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Zero hunger is goal number 3, goal number 2 of UN SDGs, and the objectives of this goal are end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. Hunger is the key leading cause of death in the world. Our planet has provided with innumerable resources, unequal access and inefficient use of resources keeps millions of people malnourished. If we promote sustainable agriculture with modern technology and fair distribution system, we can sustain whole world population and make sure that nobody is suffering from hunger. By successful implementation of certain targets given by UN SDG, we can ensure that by 2030, we successfully reach this goal. Thank you.
Any more speeches on the floor? Lasya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Hunger is the leading cause of death in the world. Our planet has provided us with tremendous resources but unequal access and inefficient handling. Hunger is also a key and maintainer of the poverty. If a person doesn't get enough food, they lack the strength and energy needed for the work, or the immune system will be weakened from the malnutrition and leave more susceptible illness. This can lead to a vicious cycle which will pass on for all the generations. In order to eradicate all these things, zero hunger goal has been added into the UN SDG goals to end the hunger and achieve insecurity in the food. The main important aspects of the zero hunger goal is access to safe nutrition and sufficient food for everyone, end the malnutrition in all its forms, increase agriculture productivity, increases sustainable food systems and agriculture reliances, and need to increase the diversified crops and seeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Any motions on the floor? Any motions on the floor? Zero hunger.
Firstly, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My first motion towards zero hunger goal is that in a particular area, we can select a particular area based on our budget as we have further. We can have a place towards which side, which has two roads, basically the front side and the back side, one which faces a village and one which faces a town. It's necessarily not be to be placed at the same place. It can be at two different places too. First thing is, as the project is zero hunger, based on zero hunger, since it is something it needs to be constantly worked on, we need to generate constant funds too. And the funds which we use can be the investment for a project in which at one place food can be provided and it can be sold to people. It can be used to generate revenue. And in the other place, this can be used simultaneously for giving free food to people which are underprivileged. That is basically, on the one side, it's not like completely giving free food. The class which can afford at least a bit should be given it at a reasonable price, and this price should be used to produce more food for the ones which can be given freely out.
Could you please summarize in a single line?
It's basically giving the affordable class with affordable price and the one with is underprivileged with zero price.
Okay. Any points of support? Member towards my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I am Krishna and I am from IIRE. So I would like to add some points, and I'm very happy that there are many people who are a bit like-minded like me. So yeah, my idea is simple, that I've seen a lot of food being wasted, and I've seen my friends living in college hostels, private hostels, and yeah, the food is being wasted. That point should be noted. And we have to, our intention should be very clear. We have to first identify the root problem, and we have to build a system which has to be in an automated mode. It has to work efficiently. Like, I would like to put it in such a manner that, for example, after surveying certain hostels, we can just talk to them, and the food which is being wasted, we can provide the transportation for the food to be picked up. And we can also identify certain areas where this food has to be delivered for the people who are in actual need of. So yeah, by taking this sort of measures and by taking these steps, we can actually help the people who are in need of food. And yeah, my idea is simple, that food should not be given for free of cost, because the thing is that hunger is not just feeling empty stomach, but the thing is that a person is hungry is just because he's not having money. That's the only reason. So we have to create an environment where the person himself, we have to train the person himself to earn money so that he can at least afford a 5 rupee meal. So thank you.
Is it a new motion or like in extension?
Yeah, I will. I agree to what he has said, but yeah, it's just an extension. Thank you.
Any points of support? I could see a lot of contradictions. Contradictions, please. Kirtana.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My first question is, I would like to ask if there's a plan of action for this motion.
Who would like to answer that? The member who raised the motion.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So in addition to the motion I proposed, I would like to add upon that many restaurants, many hotels are there in Hyderabad city, which let so much of food go to waste. So one thing we can do is that we can commit a contract with them that each day's food, whichever is left out, will be given to us, and something which we would do for them is that we would publish their name, like for that, whichever area is getting the food for that day, they'll be knowing from whom it comes, because their goodwill will also promote the restaurant. And on the other side, it'll help us to give food to others at a lower price.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction more? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask if you attended induction and everything, right? So, firstly, HY works only on permanent sustainable development goals. How is providing food is a sustainable development goal? Also, when we spoke, like both of you folks spoke about, how food is getting wastage and we can give that to the people. How can we trust the quality of food? And how are you going to invest on transport? Instead, maybe you can distribute ration. So that's my point to my co-delegates on how do they ensure the quality of food and how it's a permanent sustainable project. Thank you.
Would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Shah, for acknowledging me. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I've taken your point of view into consideration, and I would like to add this into the motion I propose. The thing is, we have some seed banks established throughout the world. Just like that, as she said, ration can be supplied instead of food directly. And this is a much better idea comparatively, because seed banks are something that would sustain for a very long period of time, even like a few decades or centuries. So likewise, ration like cereals and rice can be stored for a longer period. We can establish ration banks and we can distribute ration. And at the same time, we can establish the house which like actually sells ration too for the revenue to be generated further. Because as of the investment which we put into this project, that won't sustain for much longer, for not longer than a year, even if it's a very small area. So for it to be a permanent solution, we can simultaneously sell ration to one side, and the same amount can be used without profit. Instead of profit, we can distribute ration to the underprivileged class too.
Understood. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? New motions? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like, I would like to say that why can't all countries together, like at least we have like different states right now who are working for a street cause, like getting together with different culture and agreeing on an issue such as food maybe really seems like mission impossible. So I would like to know that knowledge sharing is an important, plays a key role for everything. Sorry?
Even awareness program?
Yeah.
Okay. Any points of support? Member towards my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the thing is, as I said, I'll support his point. And it's correct to be educated and awareness. So like if we conduct any seminars in the, in the colleges or something in the hostels, and the food which is going to be wasted, it will be conserved. And as the canteen people bring the groceries, they'll reduce the thing, they'll reduce the groceries, and that groceries will be helpful for the others who can afford that. Thank you.
Points of contradiction? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Same, I would like to repeat my point. How is this a permanent sustainable project? Also, everybody who's in college or in hostels are already studying and they're educated. What will you go tell them about it? They already know about it. It's been telling in every movie, every college, every subject is always related to this. So, yeah, that's my point.
Thank you, Nidhi. Before we missed an instruction, so if you want to communicate with the chair table or with the organizing committee member anywhere in the hall, you please pass on this chat. So write the information clearly and pass in the chat, please. Right?
You're restricted from using your mobile phone, so even if you have to communicate something among yourselves, among the delegates, your co-delegates, you will still have to use the message chats and not the phone or direct contact with anyone.
Points of support? Any motion on the floor? Extreme left?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my idea for zero hunger is like small holding, which is a small scale farming. We can go to an underprivileged area and we can help them like to set up a small scale farming, which is like small holding, which is called as, and the farmers are called as small holder. It takes only less than 2 hectares of farmland. The advantages for this are small farms tend to be more productive per hectare than much larger farms. So through this, we can they can also use the products which they are getting through this, like vegetables. If they are farming vegetables in a small holdings, they can use that for their own food, and they can also sell it through this. They can earn money and then feed their family back. So another advantage I like to add for this is improve the livelihoods of the rural poor and ensure food security also. So for some farming ideas like will be mushroom farming, beekeeping, fruit and vegetable farmings. So setting another small, even if the people doesn't have a land of 2 hectares, they can keep like home gardens. We can help them to set up a home gardens in their home. Through this, they can also bring tomatoes, brinjal, potatoes, some small vegetables. For this, they can sell it and then earn money, and then they can feed their families. So thank you.
Any points of support? Member towards my extreme last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to support the idea, and I would like to add a point like there are some kind of technologies that we are day to day increasing. It's kind of agroponic and hydroponics, where the place will be a very less thing and we can produce lot more food items, like not only the tomatoes or mushrooms and everything, we can grow lots and lots of kind of leafy vegetables and everything. And the one more point I would like to ask about the hydroponic or agroponic, we need to invest on water system and the stands that we need to provide. There'll be not more investment also. So I would like to support the point.
Any points of support? Aditya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I was also going to propose a similar motion that we could implement hydroponic vertical gardening towers in residential schools that are run by the government somewhere, because they usually do lack in food and they need the money for other expenses. There are also vertical gardening towers that could that automatically generate manure and directly feed it into the soil. So yeah, that's my point of support. Thank you.
Points of contradiction? Before I move further, I request all the members to take part in the discussion actively. I see a lot of people didn't have an idea exactly what is in motion, right? It is a project idea probably what we want to implement in the further months, right? So please participate in the discussion clearly and ensure you support or you contradict the points if you have any version on any project idea. Right, so I request the OC members, Chief EB, and all the members here in the assembly, please actively take part in the discussion. Thank you. Kirtana, proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My question is actually, if we're talking about home gardens, that is not something new. People already know about it. There is nothing where we could, actually go and create awareness about it. And even if you think of doing that, how will you choose which location you want to take this project up, and what is your plan of action for that? Which location do you want to choose, and what new could you or HYA could provide? What information, or how will you go about it?
Aditya, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah, so home gardening is not new. We have the knowledge about vertical gardening towers and where to get these vertical gardening towers, but outside of Hyderabad, in rural areas especially, they don't have knowledge of these things. And even if they do, they don't know how to reach out to these manufacturers. So, yeah, thank you. That's all.
Any new motions on the floor? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I can add some points, as well as I want to talk about few things. So every day, one in every 9 people on our planet waking up every day knowing that the lack of hunger. Like, means whatever we see, like every day morning we can see our parents can cook for us breakfast, lunch and dinner. So rest of people who will stay away from their families, or we can say any people who are staying on roads everywhere, so they don't even get a proper food. So even more people are overweighted. Like if you don't eat food for more than 2 days, you'll just get acidity problems, overweighted and everything. So with this, we get obesity and it leads to death. So adding to other points, we can add on like knowledge sharing plays a key role. Like everyone have an Instagram, Facebook. And
is it regarding an awareness again?
Yeah.
Okay. Any new motions on the floor, please?
Before we move to any new motions, there's something we would like everybody to remember. HYA is a platform for sustainable, permanent projects that are going to help people for a longer period of time. And let's not restrict ourselves to just awareness sessions. Awareness sessions are definitely important and very crucial role. But let's come up with more project ideas that are practically workable, that are being able to help a lot more people outside.
Yeah. New motions on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm not sure if everyone of us have heard the quotation that there is no use in watering the leaves of a plant, but there's only use if you water the roots of a plant. So the main reason why hunger exists in our country is because people are not able to afford the food. So maybe we have to try more, not on preserving food wastage, but encouraging people to earn more. Rural development, balanced regional development is the solution to our problems. And government can mainly help us in this, in policy making, in any rule making, or providing more opportunities to the rural people, which they don't have currently. And their minimum wage is decreasing day by day because of this. So providing opportunities is I feel, the main cause or the main solution to our problem of world hunger.
How do you think that HY will help the people out there regarding the opportunities?
One person's voice may not be as loud, but together I think we can set up policies or set up any kind of method to encourage employment or to provide employment to people.
Since you're talking about providing opportunities to people, could you please specify what these opportunities are that you're talking about? But also when you're talking about providing employment, is there a specific project idea that you would like to propose?
Employment can be provided through entrepreneurship. So I feel a lot of us have been indulging in startups, etc. So employment can be provided through these startups. New entrepreneurs can take up new projects and thus provide employment on a large scale, especially in a booming country like India.
So you mean to say that startup in hunger, based on hunger, right? Startup culture based on hunger.
Yes.
Okay. Any points of contradiction? Mem in the center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I don't believe that people in rural areas have enough knowledge to work in a company in an urban area. So rather, I believe that a more sustainable way is to foster partnerships. That is just because we have HYA has the connections or more of knowledge or technology of the resources like NGOs, private sectors, or government policies that we are aware. So we would be the bridge between these rural people. I believe investing in the small-scale farmers is really important because half of them don't even have the skill set to work in an MNC or a corporate. So my point is to foster partnerships to the rural people. Thank you.
Okay. Any new motions on the floor? Member towards my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to keep it simple and basic that there are many marriages happening now and then. So there has been like wastage of food a lot than we expect. Every person who makes a marriage successful, they want their guests to have a good food. So I basically think that it should be good. Like I think that it would be good if the wastage of money cannot be like wasted and just contributed to the poor people.
Points of contradiction? Dikshit.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chair. As Nidhi mentioned, our alumni, see, HYA is about quality. So can you mention how it can be a sustainable project?
Like to answer?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. See, marriages are what like eventually happens. Like everyone has to get married now or then. So I think that money wastes, not money, like food wastes so much than we expect, right? So we think that would be a sustainable development.
No, see.
More points of contradiction.
Yeah. Thank you for acknowledgement, folks. Sorry, Chair. See, it's not about sustainable.
Dikshit, you may please sit.
Okay.
Nidhi.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to ask my co-delegate, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she has mentioned of telling those people to contribute or to give it to the poor people, right? How is that possible? Why would they listen to you? What would you go and tell them? Ki don't waste money, please contribute to the poor. That is what HYA people do.
The house is open for debate between Lasya and Nidhi.
Like I won't basically tell them to contribute more than they invested. Like food has to wait somewhere or other, right? Like it has to go somewhere, not in the dustbins. Then people can eat it at least.
Do you think people are not aware about it?
I think people are aware about it, but they're not implementing it properly.
So do you think people will listen to you if you go to them?
Maybe not all, but maybe one or two.
Did you try doing that in your family?
Like I didn't attend any marriage till now, but still, if I
Come
do it,
on.
I'm definitely gonna do it.
Or your friend's wedding? Nobody? You never attended a wedding till now?
Not like closest ones. So I cannot go to my friends'
Exactly. If you can't go to your friends' relatives, how do you expect people you don't know to understand you? And firstly, this is HYA for a reason. We do permanent sustainable projects for a reason. We can't go tell people what to do and what not to do because
Yeah.
people are sensible enough.
I never participated in anything. So this is my first time. So if I'm attending any marriage from now, I'll definitely do it. I'll come forward to do anything for a good cause now.
Thank you, delegates. You may sit.
Thank you.
Before we move further, I am repeating it again. Please look into the practical ideology where you have to implement the projects. We are sitting here in the assembly to implement the project in the next coming 3 months. So whatever you raise here, it has to be practically implementable. So please keep that in mind and please raise the motions accordingly. Any new motions on the floor? Member in the center.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I would like to raise a motion for setting up food bank centers. So actually government has like a few food bank centers, but the thing is, they are not in the correct conditions or no food is available. So we can build some food centers where people can come voluntarily and store food, rations or cooked food, near orphanages or public places.
Got it. Points of support? Points of support, anyone? Contradiction? Pritam.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. So my primary concern is it's like really good idea having food banks. But my question is, who is going to maintain it?
Would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. Like as HYA, we think of permanent goals, like permanent sustainability goals. We can like make a team or implement a team to them and keep checking on them. Like orphanages, they can keep checking if food is available near the food bank storages or anything.
How do we ensure it with consistency?
Like
with regular flow every day?
We can keep checking every 2 weeks or every 15 days, twice a month.
Points of contradiction? Pritam.
So you will be the member for next 4 to 5 months. So when you will be the member, you can check. But after that, who is going to check?
You both can sit. Before we move further, I would like to invite Ramya, the former chairperson and current CEO of Street Cause India, to chair with us. Any more questions on the floor? Member towards my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion on this is zero hunger is not a just easy word. It is a big task to everyone. We can see that especially uneducated peoples compared to uneducated peoples, educated peoples are wasting more food. And we should aware, I support to all of the points which are talking here, that everyone should aware and have food banks, and we have to collaborate with restaurants and that. But more than that, what is, we should, it is not an easy task. Each and every person who are living on this earth have to realize from themselves.
Is it a point of support or an emotion?
Point of support only. Why? Because
I asked for the motion, any new motion. You may sit, please.
Okay, thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Members in center, extreme last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. We can buy grains from the farmers who are facing loss for a reasonable price, and we can distribute all those grains for household members to perform an organic farm, and we can collect all the products, and we can sell in the common places, those who are in need.
I'll do it. Yeah. Any points of support?
Is the motion clear firstly?
Yeah. Can you please summarize in a line?
So we can buy grains from the farmers, and we'll give for all those grains for household members. We'll take the product from them and we'll distribute for the people who are in need.
Good. Thank you. Points of support? Karthik.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Actually, I support her.
My new motion is to have direct contact with the farmers.
Excuse me, Karthik. This is, do you have any points to support her? Do you
Yeah,
want to
I
add
support her.
anything? Yeah, this is not for a new motion. If you have any points to add to her motion, please do.
Okay, I'm adding point to her. By taking grains from the farmers, we can get quality of food. That is the sustainable development.
Thank you. Listen. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, taking grains from a farmer and selling it, it's not a permanent sustainable development project. So, we can't do that every time. We will be working for only next 4 months. And again, with the goals will be changed and we have to work on the new projects. This is not a project which is permanent. We should do the projects, implement the projects which is permanent, and they can get used for the at least a decade maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. You may please sit down. So members, I would like to highlight one thing, that all the motions that you're raising, those projects are not execution friendly. Being HYA members, you can't handle that project more than 1 month or 2 months. But in HYA, we're looking for projects which can last for 5 years, 10 years down the lane. So once you set up something, once you initiate a project, you don't have to look back. So you have to create an ecosystem where the project executes in itself. So please come up with projects of that sort where it actually supports the workforce and the budget at the same time, the time frame to execute and its impact and how many years it will last for. Yeah. Any new motions on the floor? Members, can you please hold your placards like this? Priyanka.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion that I want to pass is, as NGO, we can partner up with food brands like Zomato or Swiggy, and we can reach to the people. Like, we'll have internet access where we know where needy people are there for food. We can directly locate them online. And reach to them.
Thank you, Priyanka. This is one of a project which last year Street Cause Gold has been executing, and which has brought us a lot of impact, and a lot of orphanages and old age homes were impacted. But any points of support? Member to the extreme last. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I'd like to mention one point in specific. So to adding to her, I'll say this, we have to partner up with restaurants. So by the end of the night, okay, once the food is getting wasted, we can just take the food and then we can, organize the transportation system and provide to the beggars in specific I'm speaking here. So, and this can be sustainable because we need not be there for all the time. Here in this motion, I'll say that since we are partnering up, the restaurants will be directly interacting with the transportation, and the transportation will do the needful. So that is how we can do that, and I believe that this is sustainable and this can go on for a long time.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Dhruva Kumar.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My point is how you can say that, how we know that you are tied up with a restaurant for more than 4 months. You'll work only for 4 months, right?
Member, would you like to answer?
Thank you, Chair. Adding to your whatever you said, so I'll tell you this. So this is how it works. We go to a restaurant or like multiple restaurant. We tie up with them with the name of HYA. Since we are an NGO, they'll be like very much interested to tie up with us, and that's how we just take a contract or something like that, where they'll be providing for a particular time or for a particular period, and that is how we engage. And this need not be just for like 4 months, and this can be like continued for a long time. And again, we don't have to get involved in this. This is a very low budget thing we can just come up with.
Thank you. Dhruva, do you have anything to question?
So my question again is, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
Yeah.
So how you can say that, like example, if I'm the owner of Prost, so you came from an NGO and you said you just directly can't speak with the head of the Prost, right? You need to go once with the manager, then you can go for the head. So the manager says that, sir, we have been done a lot of stuff so far. So what my question is, if we say yes for you, what is the idea you're gonna get? Like, yes, it's going there within my absence also. Like, no one is taking part in that. Like, how do we know, like, yes, it's reaching? When you go once in a blue moon and ask, yes, it's going there, they'll say, yes, sir, I'm going every day, every night, like in that way.
Here's the thank you, Chair. I'd like to just...
the House is now open for debate.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'll just clearly explain the plan. First, we go to a restaurant or like multiple restaurants. We speak to them, we partner up with them in a very legal manner, and where we just take a legal contract that, yes, if they are willing and they are interested to, provide for the poor, in the contract clearly mentions that this is certain period, 1 year, 2 years, few months, whatever it is. So once the contract is made, then we go to a transporter, we just, interact with the transporter, and yeah, again, coming to the transporter's point, I would like to say, again, with the transporter, since this is an NGO work, we will be taking the contract since we can't be involved all the time. And that is how, this thing has to work.
Thank you, Chair, acknowledging me. So basically, you're saying that we'll tie up a project, giving a paper for 1 year or 2 years. My question again is like, I'll accept it. I'll sign for it. My question is, how are you going to take care of it? Like, how are you going to every day?
Okay. So here's the thing. There are like board members, there are permanent people working for HYA. They'll be like maintaining, the members of HYA, everybody. And the cause that why we are here is to just maintain and bring some development to the goals that are, given by the UN. And coming to this, once, we come up with something permanent of this sort, it is important that, the next phase members, whoever will be involving, has to at least the permanent people or people should be involved where they're just, going and checking on it. And this need not be, since this is going to be a legal contract, there's no need for us to get worried.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to conclude with one thing. It's not going to work for sure. It's going to work for less 4 months. That's it.
Delegates, you may please sit down. Okay, after a heated argument, any new motions on the floor? Who has a good motion, like a sustainable motion?
Unique one, probably.
Okay. C. Tanush.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I would like to pass a motion that, see, there are permanent members in the HYA, right? The core members. So, I would make a team with them, and so that they distribute some seeds to farmers. Now, many farmers, due to inflation and all, can lease the land but don't have enough money to purchase seeds and all. Now, my idea is, on every produce, 10% or some percentage of the seeds will be taken and given to new farmers. In this way, agricultural produce will be increasing and it's a sustainable project.
Any points of contradiction? member straight to me. Could you please tell your name and then go ahead with your motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I am Siri from St. Anne's. So I believe that HYA here is just to create an ecosystem, and we are not promised, or we are not in a contract wherein we promise to work continuously even after 4 months. So I believe that everybody here is talking that we'll create a team, HYA will, join people. No, we're going to just create an ecosystem and leave. And the legacy should go on forever. So I believe people should think in that way. That is it. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Can you please hold your placard this way? Sushmant.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My point is simple. According to the United Nations Sustainable Development, under the first goal, zero target, there is a third point, increasing the agriculture productivity, right? In my project, I am targeting only the farmers. We setting up a storage plan, cold storage plants, or else regarding storage plants, just like the project Sunshine did, underprivileged, we are going.
You can talk in any language that you're comfortable with.
Okay. My project is simple, to find out the remote villages which are, we are only, I can explain Telugu.
Yeah.
అంటే జస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ సన్షైన్లో ఏం చేశారంటే దేర్ ఆర్ ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ లేని వాళ్ళకి మనం ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసినాం. ఇన్ మై ప్రాజెక్ట్ నేనేం చేస్తానంటే జస్ట్ లైక్ దట్ ఫ్లడ్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు కానీ రెయిన్ వచ్చినప్పుడు కానీ వీఆర్ జస్ట్ లైక్ రెయిన్స్ అవన్నీ వేస్ట్ అవుతున్నాయి, అవి అంటే డ్రైన్ అయిపోయి దే కుడ్ నాట్ గెటింగ్ ద బెస్ట్ ప్రొడక్టివిటీ. In my project, we find out things just like the remote village. We are going to set up a storage plan regarding that. It will be sustainable. And in my plan of action, I want to tell we going to survey that villages. If in case the street cause having that, and this will be sustainable, we will talk to the people of the who was the leading of the villages. They will maintain it continuously. It will be supporting to the farmers, and it will be the increase the agricultural productivity.
Okay, thank you. So the motion of the member is to set up a cold storage plant in any nearby villages. I have a question to you. Do you have any budget in mind to execute this project?
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. Not only the cold storage, it will be expensive. I want to tell, just like a storage platform in a particular area, talking with the villages people, they will help, definitely they will help, because it will be useful to the farmers, to the local areas. I currently does not have awareness among it, but cold storage will be the expensive, the storage plant, it will be worked, it will be executed, and it will be sustainable. That's what the only HYA works.
Understood. So do you don't have any, adi enta avutundo proper estimation ni daggara unda?
And if you give 5 to 10 minutes to me, I can.
Sure. Good. Thank you. Please sit down. Any points of support? Member, can you please hold your placard this way? Yeah. Pavan Kumar, is it?
Hello. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I just want to support this motion. So actually, there's a storing. Can I speak in Telugu?
Yes. And to all the members, right? Telugu, Hindi, English, you can speak in any of these 3 languages, whichever you're comfortable in. So please feel free.
So
Continue.
it's a kind of pit. Its name is silo, which can be store like 5,000 tons to 10,000 tons, and its cost 1,60,000 our Indian rupees currency. This equipment can help farmers in storing goods for a longer period of time. If this is done in a large scale, more farmers can store the grains in a large quantity, collectively and subsequently. There will be enough supply in the market, keeping the price low. By this, many people can easily purchase this kind of storing.
Okay, thank you. Can you please let us know where did you get this budget from? Where did you get this quotation of 1.1 lakh? Through what research have you?
Actually, in Africa, it's implemented. So I
Okay.
just go.
Okay, thank you. Also, please sit down. Also, members, if you have any motions, right, you can pass it on to us. And if it's a really good motion, then we will definitely acknowledge. Any points of support to setting up a cold storage plant in villages? Praveen.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Setting up a silo, as I researched once, it does contain 5,000 liters to 10,000 liters almost, and we can set up in any rural area. So silo is the best way, better than cold storage. It is an expensive thing. Silo could be installed in any rural areas. So I support this point with the silo. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Rahul.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The very first thing, the storage plant will only ensure the productivity and storage. We are here to find the solution for hunger. So how is it going to help setting up a storage? FCI already, Food Corporation of India has already so many storage plants and it procures so much of food. So what about the plan of action that will ensure that the grains reaches the people who are in need of food? So I don't think the storage plant will be a solution.
Okay, thank you, Rahul. Any more points of contradiction? Rama Devi.
How we can implement this in rural areas?
Rama Devi, you didn't acknowledge this.
Thank
Chair.
you
You
for
may
that.
please sit down. Any more points of contradiction? Srijana.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like the delegates have said that they will store the food. I would just like to ask, how will you ensure the maintenance of the food so that the quality doesn't go down?
Is it a question
To the delegates.
to?
I don't know.
Sushmit is the one who raised the.
Yes, to the one
Okay.
who raised
Sushmit, would you like to answer?
First of all, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. What was the question? Perfect.
How would you make sure that the maintenance, it will be maintained?
See, we are supporting the rural village, right? Remote village who doesn't have the money, economically weak. We are supporting them to store the food. The village one who are leading it, they will definitely, just like the project sanction did, they will definitely support us to the maintain. There will the 1%. Just like in the rural villages, there will the Gram Panchayat. We will talk to the Gram Panchayat people or the personal secretary or the Sarpanch. They will definitely support.
Are you satisfied with the answer?
Yeah.
Please sit down. Okay. So, members, Ritesh and Sanya, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share with you. And all the members, I'm really happy to see you all here. There's a great turn up today. While you have most of you have your semester exams, that shows your commitment and dedication towards HYA. And I request all of you, I feel some of you are still sleeping. I hope breakfast has given you good energy, so please show that energy. If you're not satisfied with the breakfast, let us know. But this is not we expect from you. We want members to be more active. We're looking forward to more good motions, more contradictions, more points of support. We want this session to be as interactive as possible. And members who are introverted and who doesn't want to speak up, then just please send your motion to us, so we'll forward that motion on your behalf. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day. Have a great assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramya.
We will now request Mr. Bernard Valentine and Mrs. Aparna Valentine to come join us on the chair table to receive a token of appreciation from our end.
Before we proceed further, I'm observing a lot of people are using their mobile phones. So it is strictly instructed that no mobile phones can be used in between the assembly sessions. If they are, they will be suspended for the assembly for 15 minutes. So please ensure not to use the phones. Please put it on silence and make the attentive presence here in the assembly. Any new motions on the floor? Sri Lakshmi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. There is more than enough food produced in the world to feed everyone on the planet, yet as many as 8 to 8 million people still so on hungry. My motion is helping the farmers to direct connect to the market people, and they can get fresh food and vegetables without any mediators between farmers and the market people. So they can get more food, the more money from the market, and they can recultivate with that money. So that's the mind.
Do you have a plan of action for that?
Yeah, we can go to market people and tell that you can contact the farmers and you can get the fresh food, and they can give you the money less than you think they can pay.
Your motion was to avoid the middlemen between farmers and the marketplace, right?
Yeah.
So your plan of action is to go talk to the people in the market and connect them to the farmers. Okay, can you give a detailed plan of action for that?
We can go to a village and tell them you can go to this market, a particular market, and you can directly give your cultivation or what they cultivate, and they can get some more money.
Right. Thank you, Delegate. Any points of support? Member on my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support that because here the small farmers who are growing the grain, grains will get benefited by the funds when they directly sell the grains to the market people without the middleman. So I would like to support that.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Member in the second row there. Actually, third row.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. How it's gonna help for our main goal, zero hunger? Thank you.
The delegate that has proposed the motion, would you like to answer that?
People can get some more cheaper, as we can see more food. Recently, the food are expensive. Poor people cannot afford it, and if the farmers connect to the market people, they get fresh food and lesser than they buy before. Thank you.
The delegate that has raised a point of contradiction, do you have any more questions to the previous delegate?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. How do you think it's gonna work?
The House is now open for debate. Debate can only happen between the member that proposed the motion and the one that's contradicting it.
Can you come up again? I think it's a sustainable method, and we can inform that, and the process between the markets and the farmers, they can go directly if you inform them.
How it's gonna get for needy people who is really need for food? How it's gonna help for them?
My point of view is...
All right, thank you, delegates. Any new motions on the floor? Delegate on the extreme left, top.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As Chair, as they say that do not provide fish for the fishermen, but teach them how to fish. So my proposal is to teach my target point is mainly farmers and rural uneducated men, to provide formal education like vocational courses for them. And if we're talking about farmers, teaching them proper organic practices like crop rotation, organic farming, and vocational courses like carpentry. If they're interested in it, we can propose the motion, Chair. And as it's really, I believe that it's sustainable, because not only we can, like, knowledge is permanent, right? So if we even stop in these 4 months, we'll be able to make it sustainable is what I think. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegate. I hear a lot of points of contradiction. I hear a lot of people contradicting it. Any points of contradiction? Shavika.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think most of the farmers are aware of organic farming and all the past practices, but they are not putting them into effort nowadays. So but this is like the motion proposed by my co-delegate is like an awareness session. Even though if we try putting in all our efforts and make them aware, are you sure that they are going to go implement that? My question to the co-delegate.
The delegate that has proposed the motion, would you like to answer that?
So as you've said, many farmers know already the practices of organic farming, but like many people have also lost yields due to not proper education about it. And like if we educate people on that, maybe like they can protect their crop better from the natural calamities, and maybe they can, it may be effective because we are educating people, so it's permanent, I feel so.
We have...
the House is not open for debate. You may sit. Thank you.
Sorry,
Any
Chair.
more points of contradiction? The member on the extreme left top.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair.
I would like to ask the co-delegate that is she going to educate the farmer about farming?
Delegate that has proposed the motion, would you like to answer to that?
Yes, we can't educate a farmer about farming, but we can educate him even in an effective way. Because like we have developed a lot in life sciences, there's like a lot of development in agriculture, and so we can educate them in a better way. Because yield is better after Green Revolution, right? So after Green Revolution, there's a better yield. So that's why educating is not the point there. Educating effectively is the point that I would like to raise.
The House is now open for debate.
You just said that you will
You did not
educate.
acknowledge the chair, you miss it. Any new motions on the floor? The member on the fourth table at my left.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. So I would like to add my emotion before my co-delegate has mentioned. We can provide employment. I would like to propose an idea. So there are many jobless people, especially housewives. So we can invest and provide some salary and implement a terrace garden, especially like terrace garden. So we can there we can grow vegetables, fruits, and from then we can donate them to needy ones. So thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any points of support? Again, any points of support? Any points of contradiction? The delegate on the fifth table to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the co-delegate, what they propose is not about zero hunger. It's about employment. So we can't give this project for zero hunger. It's about employing the people, housewives. So that's my point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Medha.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the new motion that I want to raise is like since the modern days, it's the standard of living and the cost of living is hiking, and the industries, food industries, or even agriculture industries are taking a role of increasing in the terms of the sciences, the technology, or whatever they call. But the cost and everything are really increasing, and even the content of the food is losing because of the pollution or maybe the genetic manipulations. I do really recommend, and sometimes we can also do the awareness sessions or talk to the people who are into the agriculture sector or those who are not into the proper income families, like average income families or low income families, to stick to the ancient practices of cultivating the food or trying to stick to the routine staple food that they have been taking. Because though the food is minimal, they have maximum content of calories, proteins, of whatever the requirements they need for the bodies. The modern technology, modern food, or modern lifestyle that is being prescribed by the dietitians or whoever it is like, that is going towards the modern lifestyle, but they are not looking toward the ancient styles of what the health is towards. And we can see the vicious cycle, like what comes first will also come to the last. So we should stick to the basics and also look at the contents, what are really required for the nutrition. And I think this would end the zero hunger properly. Thank you.
Medha, could you summarize your motion in one sentence, please?
Okay, I would like to summarize in a way that the awareness sessions should be put among the lower and the average income families to stuck to the staple food where it has maximum content of calorie food. And we can also encourage government to provide the food with the maximum things like sticking to the millets or sticking to the fresh foods which have good calories or the nutrients.
Okay, so your motion is to conduct awareness sessions to lower and middle income groups to resort to staple food products, right?
Yes, Chair.
All right. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to support this point. So
I asked for points of contradiction. I said thank you. Any points of contradiction? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I want to just ask something like, even government is providing lot of campaigns and everything for protection and vacation programs. So how it gonna helpful for that?
The delegate that has proposed the motion, would you like to answer that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Though the government or the awareness programs are being spread about it, they are not talking about the ancient ways of eating or sticking to the staple diets. They are trying to promote more about going on the broader terms. Instead, we can educate people on trying to the ancient ways of eating.
Can you explain what is the ancient ways of eating?
We can, maybe it is according to the regional way of lifestyle or the food things. Like if we go to the South India, we have the wholesome food of sambar. Sambar has the maximum calories, maximum vegetables and lots of proteins in it. When we go to the North Indian styles, where we have dal and lots of sabzi. So I think we do have more required nutrients in it, or instead of going for the fast food or going with the modified ways of wheat or any other varieties.
Would you like to answer back?
So you mean to say like if you sambar have a lot of malnutrition, so to eat daily sambar?
No, I'm not really recommending to eat it every day, but at least have that in a diet in a regular style.
Okay. All right, thank you, delegates. You may please stay seated. Any new motions on the floor? Shruti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We have been talking about distributing the leftover food, but is that how we tackle the solution sustainably is my question to the Assembly. I would like to bring the Assembly's attention towards the statistics, which are 33 lakh children in India are malnourished. So the project idea I bring on table is to add nutritive value to the food curriculum, Anganwadis and government school to begin with. To further contribute to the same, instead of giving out leftover food, the team can conduct a genuine survey, many genuine surveys, and distribute micronutrient products. Now again, this is a challenging task because not everybody is aware of the micronutrient products that provides proper nourishment or increases the nutritive value in your diet. So this requires a lot of background check. This requires proper surveys and it requires proper awareness that you will have to begin with and then work on this project. Thank you.
All right, so is your project idea to introduce food with micronutrients in government schools and Anganwadis?
Yes, Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Shruti. Any points of support? The delegate on my extreme left at the top, or extreme right at the top.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think that's a pretty practical plan, and that can be executed, yeah.
Points of contradiction? Member towards my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Let's first ensure food to all. Later we can speak about the micronutrients or all the nutrients they are talking about. So this is what I think we are here to ensure food. First, if the food is unable to reach the people, what will they do about nutrients, micronutrients?
Okay, I heard a lot of contradictions. Can someone please raise your placard and Shruti?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. just because we are empty stomach doesn't mean we go on eating anything. Just because we can't afford it doesn't mean we go on eating anything. And that is not we bring on table today in the Hyderabad Youth Assembly, where you say that because you are empty stomach, because you do not have enough food, you eat anything.
Would you like to answer back? Go on. In the meantime, I request all the members to send the messages regarding these projects, ideas that you have. We'll wrap it up in the next 5 minutes.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It's not about eating anything. First, we should make sure that food reaches the people. What would they be doing with micronutrients? Again, the same question.
Understood. Any motion on the floor? I need something which is unique, which has not been discussed in the assembly since morning. Member towards my right, extreme last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As HYA seems to tend more to continue the legacy and not being completely involved, as our period ends very quickly, I would like to propose that we collaborate with multinational companies because they have a quota called CSR, where they have to contribute to the social responsibility every year or every period. So if we collaborate with these multinational companies, initially, yes, we have to help them with food policies, etc. But then they continue it forward. We don't have to be a part of it every year or every continuing period. We just make them aware about the food policies, encourage them only to contribute in food drives, etc. And initially, yes, we have to take responsibility to make them aware of it. Then they continue it forward. We don't have to be completely involved in it all the time.
Yeah, thanks for initiative, but I would like to mention your street cause doesn't really collaborate with any other NGOs or companies. So please come up with any other alternative if you have. One last unique motion for the goal. Anyone? Tarun.
For the needy, the food should be go to everyone. That is the main goal for the zero hunger, right? So usually we see food trucks. Anybody know any idea of food trucks? To take the food, the food which who are in needy will be given to them by roaming in the food trucks, which will be helpful to the needy people in by expanding from 1 to 2 to 3 food trucks to help the needy to end up zero hungry.
Could you please summarize in a line, please?
To give the food by giving to give the food for the needy by distributing in the food trucks.
So setting up food trucks for
food truck and the chef who cook the food and the person who serves it.
How do you think it's a permanent impact? It creates a permanent impact?
Yeah, but because see, if anybody going who are in need for the food, they will know that this truck gonna come on a particular place on a particular day in a particular state on particular some place. Then the people will be who are in need. They will got to know that they are gonna get some food on the particular day.
Thank you. Understood. Any points of contradiction? Member towards my center, extreme last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So we'll be paying the salary for the food trucks for a month or two, but after that, who's going to pay for that?
Would you like to answer back?
Thank you for acknowledgement. So as you told that after 4 months, who gonna take care of that? See, we are buying a truck and keeping people. Uh, it's a permanent solution, right? We are expanding from 1 to 2. The people will be dead who take over.
The house is debate for open.
Open for debate. We are paying salaries, right? So if we are expanding from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, then obviously it gonna make sure that we gonna make sure that it will be there, because we are paying salary. They will be taking care of it, right?
So you're telling that we have to buy a truck. So just we have 4 goals for each term, right? So for each 4 goals, we have to do like 2 or 3 projects. So just buying a truck makes like the fundraising you have done, just cost of that truck will be equal to the fundraising amount. So how do you think you'll be able to do other projects right now?
I'm not taking a new car or something. We can rent a car. We can take a second-hand car, which is very very low. And compared to, if you are collecting a 2 lakhs, we can get a car. We can get a truck which is very lesser to 80,000, 80 to 50,000, right? If you're taking another one, we can, right? We're not taking a new one, right?
So how do you gonna give salaries to that truck drivers or chefs, something like that? The truck investment is once, but you have to give salary every month to them, right? So how are you gonna do that?
See, then we are helping, so we might ask anybody to raise funds, like the people who are very like some good people, like rich people who are doing it.
Thank you, delegates. You may stay seated now. We're still looking forward for one really unique, strong motion. And raise your placards only if you think you have that one motion that will definitely turn into a great project for phase 2. Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, Zero Hunger mainly focuses on nutrition given food and to the people who are lacking on adequate food. So, here there are 2 challenges being faced. One is good diet, second is lack of diet. Now, I think that could be made accessible if we could make something like we did in the previous HYA, which was something like paper plate factory. Maybe we could generate an employment in regard with Zero Hunger, wherein we would set up a factory with the idea suggested by a co-delegate in the assembly. We would hire people who would run the truck, and the truck would carry a good diet based on the nutrition values, and this truck would be going to respective districts depending on the respective allotments and giving food to the people who are in need. Not a proper plan of action, but definitely can be worked on.
I still believe we need a proper plan of action to make that happen. So, any points of support? Points of contradiction? Yes, the delegate in the middle there.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. We can ensure the truck for the period, but how can you ensure the food in it?
The delegate that has proposed the motion, would you like to answer to that? Sure, please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I am not going to make sure that the food is there in the truck because you're setting up a factory. The factory is supposed to look after it. We will just set up the factory. We will look it for like a period of 3 months. And after that, the factory will be run on its by own. And the coming up HYA seasons will ensure that the permanent project is being done properly. Like for the previous paper plate factory which we had multiple seasons go visit it and made sure that the factory is running and employment is being generated. So that is what we'll do for this also. If a factory is set up, once we'll do the survey for 2 months. If it's going properly, done. And for the next season again, the members will go and check if the factory is still working or is there a problem. That is what.
All right. Any more points of contradiction to that? Medha.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. To my co-delegate who has spoke about the same project that other co-delegate has said, okay, setting up a factory, you want to collect funds, and so if you're going to set up a factory, you would make sure that it run for a couple of years. So what's the use if it's not going on for longer term? What's the use of taking the funds and not making it happen?
Thank you. Let's go with the voting and yes, and end this session and this goal. There are a few instructions that we would like all the delegates to remember. As I read the motion, you could raise your placard in support of the motion or just not raise to not support the motion. If we find more placards raised in support of the motion is passed. If not, the motion is rejected. First motion, providing food at different prices to different classes of the society. Those in support of the motion? Those against the motion? Motion not passed. Second, awareness drive on conserving food. Delegates in support of the motion? Those against the motion? Motion not passed. Small-scale farming facilities for people in the underprivileged areas. Delegates in support of the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Donate money to poor instead of spending an extremely high amount of food in marriages. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Setting up food bank centers. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Buy grains from farmers and sell for better prices in the market. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Partner with restaurants and food delivery apps. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed.
We're not done yet, half of it, right? So the next motion is setting up a cold storage in backward areas. With the motion. Against the motion. With the motion. Motion passed. Donating self-life nutritious food items to malnourished children in government hospitals and pregnant women. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Avoid middlemen and contact farmers to market directly. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Provide training to farmers on organic farming. With the motion. Against the motion. Not passed. Implement terrace gardening. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Awareness session to lower and middle class groups to restore staple food products. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Introduce food with micronutrients in government schools and Anganwadis. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Starting a food truck. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Setting up a food factory. With the motion. Motion not passed. We have few more motions from delegates. from Ramadevi, providing food storage in temples with the motion. Providing food storage in temples. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Awareness session organizing tour to an organic farm or a farm or a market to school students with the motion. Let me repeat it again. Awareness session organizing a trip or a tour to an organic farm to school students with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Giving seeds to the farmers, and after getting their farms, there will be division of seeds with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Taking the products directly from the middleman. We discussed this already, right? Setting up food booths like to donate extra or leftover food to expire soon. Ration bread like something with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Providing healthy and sustainable diet to government school students with the motion. Against the motion. Voice out. With the motion, say aye. Against the motion, say nay. With the motion. Against the motion. With the motion. With the motion. Motion passed. Working with local farmers by providing them with necessary supplies and proper knowledge and awareness program on agriculture with the motion. Motion not passed. Placing a food bank at an orphanage or shelter homes with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Done.
We have received a few chats. Rainwater harvesting in an underprivileged village. This does not even come under this motion. This goal. Developing a food for all program that provides subsidized food for all those in need. Those with the motion. Developing a food for all program that provides subsidized food for all those in need. Those with the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed.
Now we'll move on to the second motion.
Second goal. Second goal for today, good health and well-being, to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. The house is open for speeches. Any speeches on the floor? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, well, I feel like health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely absence of disease or infinity. So, what we need to lead a good health and well-being: a proper diet, a proper sleep, and exercise daily, be social active, find and practice a new hobbies. So, when you learn a new hobbies and when you learn a new hobbies, when you go with a new friend or something, you know something good about anything. Like, if I have a friend who I just met right now, so I can say, I can get to know something like what he can do. If I don't do a meditation and he say like, bro, I do everyday meditation in the morning at 5 o'clock. So I can learn something better from him. Thank you.
Any more speeches on the floor? The member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Gautam Buddha once said, "To keep the body in good health is a duty. Otherwise, we shall not be able to keep our mind strong and clear." One of the key components of happiness that a person requires in life is good health. Fitness and healthy diet, including all vitamins, minerals, fats, carbohydrates, and proteins in our food in an appropriate amount, are essentials for overall well-being. If we prioritize material wealth and social position over our health, what's the point of living? Health is wealth and leads to a happy and healthy life. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. New motions on the floor? Shravika.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My new motion on this goal is setting up medical camps in poor villages in order to know the symptoms of diseases at the early stage and recommending them a proper hospital according to the symptoms or a proper treatment procedure.
Thank you, Delegate. Any points of support? Member at the end of the second row. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. As one of the co-delegate proposed a point that setting up medical camps, we can set up a body of particular medical institution and we can do something like providing certification for working in that medical camp. So that, just like how we get certification for working at HY, if we can set up a body at a particular medical institution which provides certification for working at a particular medical camp at different units and sectors of the city of rural development, this will encourage the students to go and work for the rural community. And they are also from a medical institution, they are certified as doctors. This will be helpful for both the rural people and also the ones who are working for it, as they get a certification for working for a good cause. This will help them to work further.
Is that a point of support or a new motion entirely?
No, the thing is, the co-delegate has told that we'll set up a medical camp at a particular area. So this can be governed by a medical institute, because we can't keep governing it permanently. We can bring into picture a college, a medical college or an institute, for instance, and we can organize it at the first investment. We can provide certification for those who are working at the medical camp. We can provide investment for the first medical camp so that it will be made known in the surrounding areas too. And further it will be continued by that medical organization, because their students get to work for someone, they'll get experience too.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? The member on my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to ask her, even many of the medical colleges in Hyderabad will...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is an instruction to everyone. Please refer to your co-delegates as co-delegate and not with her, him, any of that.
Sorry, Chair. So I would like to ask my co-delegate that even many of the medical colleges in Hyderabad will set up the medical camp, and they'll get the survey report, like what are the symptoms for a certain disease, and all the medical students and the doctors will work on the proper treatment. So can I know any alternative method or anything other than the medical camp? Like what is a plan of action you would like to?
The member that has proposed the motion, would you like to answer to that? The member that has the motion, would you, only you, like to answer to that? Yes, please go ahead. Mehta, could you please pass the mic on to her? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think we as members of HY, in order to achieve this particular goal, are going to establish this medical camp in some poorer villages. If we take colleges, medical colleges who are establishing medical camps, they reach out to the places in Hyderabad or somewhere and take the reports. But I wanted to take this medical camp to be established in a village where people are not aware of the diseases they are having or they are suffering from, and we ensure that we provide proper report or further treatment to be taken. Like we tell them on how what are the next steps if they are suffering from any disease.
Thank you. You may stay seated. Thank you, Delegate. Any new motions on the floor? Member in the center there.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, according to statistics, in 2016, there were estimated 793,000 suicide deaths worldwide, representing an annual global age sanitized suicide rate of 10.5% per 1 lakh population. So, in regard to this, I would like to present a motion that is bringing awareness on mental health, especially in rural areas, wherein the young children don't even have like any idea of what they're going through. They don't know any helpline numbers. They don't know what it is like to feel suffocated. They don't even know their own feelings. So I believe that bringing awareness about their own mental health and their own personal development is very important, especially in a rural area where they don't have any exposure to the lifeline numbers or the helpline numbers out there. So this is my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any points of support? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to support my co-delegate that, yes, we can set up mental health programs. Yeah, I have been working with mental health programs since 2 years, as I lost my friend in 2020 due to COVID. Two people
people in India in last 5 years than COVID-19. And yeah, people like dogs. Even I am a dog lover. And yes, we do feed street dogs. And by mistake, even if they lick us or we have any sort of interaction with the dog, there might be chances of getting rabies. And rabies is actually an incurable disease. And I feel it is this vaccine drive is also executable and is also helpful for the people, because actually we have also seen recent that of a 4-year-old boy who was actually beaten, who was actually killed by street dogs. So yeah, I would like to start a vaccine drive for rabies. That's it.
Yeah. I would like to add a point here, members. Yeah. We have a special unit called Street Cause PAW, which is especially work for animal welfare. right? So they're already doing rigorously from past 3-4 years regarding vaccination drives and all in and around in Hyderabad completely, right? So they're already doing it, but we'll definitely take it into consideration. Any points of support? Member towards my extreme left.
Yes, I do agree with my co-delegate here on rabies vaccination drive, because rabies is a disease that has a very high mortality rate and it's incurable and it's very easily susceptible to people who are vulnerable to stray dogs in their streets. So I guess a vaccination drive, if we conducted, it would be really helpful and it would save a lot of lives. As my co-delegate has said that it has killed more people than COVID-19. So I guess the vaccination drive will be very helpful in preventing rabies and providing a whole sense of health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Dua.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as well, I want to add some few points with my co-delegates that since 2019, the government of India have been set up a thing like if a baby born after 3 years, they'll have till you reach 5 years, from the starting first year to the 5 years, you'll have total 17 vaccines. In that, even rabies are included, hepatitis B, hepatitis A, HIV, means there is no cure vaccination for HIV, but we can prevent with few injections and everything. And moreover, I want to add a point with my delegate Krishna that if a dog lick or if you have interaction with a dog, we won't get any rabies. If a dog bite and when the person is bleeding with the bite, then the rabies will be occur. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Go on.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And I would like to ask a question to my delegate friend that have you been vaccinated for rabies?
Would you like to answer that, Dhruv?
Well, as a medical student, yes, I have been vaccinated almost 12 vaccinations, including hepatitis B, A, and C.
Yeah. So you're privileged to be you're privileged for it, but most of them, including me, have not been vaccinated for rabies. And yeah, like you have told that because of casual interactions like licking, but actually even if a dog licks you, there are high chances of you getting rabies. Because I had a pet dog, and I do have sufficient knowledge to talk about it. So yeah, licking, biting, scratching can also lead to rabies if the dog is infected. So yeah, you cannot see the dog and tell if the dog is infected or not, because most of us don't have the sufficient knowledge. So it's better to get vaccinated. That's the only point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Member before Mihra.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. According to WHO, per every 1,000 people, there should be one doctor. But in India, for every 10,996 people, there is one doctor. But we can't go in every village and set up a doctor, but we can help with the equipment, right? So, like providing kits, which has like minimal things like diabetes check, BP check, thermometer, like that. And for every village, it costs minimal, and we can go through different villages and provide it.
You mean medical camps again?
No, kit.
Medical kit.
Yep.
Okay. Any points of support? Lasya.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to support the motion because there are many villages where they don't have proper facilities for BP checks and sugar testing checks. So these kits will be a little helpful for them.
Who will ensure the maintenance?
There will be some person, right, who have a little knowledge on all these things, or we can assign a person from the village. We can tell them, we can teach them how to use all these things, and they can go to that person whenever they need it. And I can ask that person, I have this problem, can I have that kind of check with him? So he can help them. That one person will help all the village members in treating those people.
Got it. Points of contradiction? Member towards my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The co-delegate mentioned that there are not enough doctors in the first place to actually treat the people. What will the villagers do with the equipment when it can't be used? I think it will be a waste of money, but whereas we can, okay, I do not have a solution for that, but my point is the equipment wouldn't be able to, we cannot use it, and it might as well be even misused by the villagers if we build some good equipment. So that will do more harm than good. That's it. Sir.
Fine. Any more points of contradiction? Aditya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said, she wants to provide kits for doctors in rural areas. Yes, some machines like the BP machine, and they could be permanent, but sugar testing kits and other materials, they might not be permanent, so I don't see how it's sustainable. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Nikhil.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I want to pass a motion that nutrition program. So malnutrition is a significant problem in many parts of our world, particularly in developing countries like India. So here the motion, like, will be providing, like, educating the people about the importance of the balanced diet and providing access to the nutritious food. Thank you.
We already discussed in the previous goal the same idea. Any other alternative? Thank you. Any new motion on the floor? Member towards my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, my chair. So we are talking about the projects which are for long term and impact a huge scale right now. So the motion I would like to propose is that there are a lot of places in our localities where there is a problem of stagnant water, and many people around that areas are suffering from waterborne diseases such as typhoid and etc. So I would raise a motion to install a sewage treatment plant which would be cost effective and and useful for a longer period of time. Yeah, that is what I can suggest.
Do you have a plan of action on that?
Yes, I do. As far as I can say, we can focus on an area where there is a problem of stagnant water, and a lot of people over there are suffering from diseases like typhoid and like that, many diseases. So we focus on that area and then install a sewage treatment plant over that area.
Budget?
So the budget I searched upon is like around 2.5 to 2 lakhs, and the time which it will be provided is for 3 years, 3 years minimum.
Thank you. Any points of support? Support? Contradiction? Member towards my extreme last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my point is that this can be like done in the sanitation goal, but not for good health and well-being. This is what I believe in.
Sanitation is also considered as well-being itself.
But since we are talking about, this is about like water and cleaning, right, Chair? So I believe that providing some good to the person, that would be of a like difference.
Understood. Any more contradictions? Member towards my extreme last.
So thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So as my co-delegate mentioned, it's a thing to treat the sewage like water, but stagnant water means it's stagnant, right? So how can we channel them through to the sewage treatment plant? So that's also a problem, right?
Understood. Any new motion on the floor? Member to Yashwant? Yeah, go on.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is like organizing a fitness challenge in communities, encouraging individuals and to set and achieve fitness goals and provide support and resources.
You mean open gyms?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Any points of support? Member in the center, next team last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to add a point. We can set up a body and spread over the areas which trains physical activities in various ways like yoga, dance, and give them awareness of being hygiene and nutrition and taking nutritious food. We can give certificates from street cores, those who are working in this body.
Are you really supporting the open gyms? That's
No.
that's the motion that have been raised before.
Yeah.
Any more points of support? Member towards my left.
About the open gyms, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. About the open gyms, there was something running in Sainikpuri about 4 years ago. It was conducted on every Sunday. It was I don't remember the name of the event, but it was conducted on every Sunday where people from all the colonies near would come on the road, they would play and they would enjoy Zumba. There were very many activities which would promote fitness and health and well-being. So we can conduct any events like that, like Sundays or when time is being friendly.
Organizing games and sports on weekends.
Yeah. Zumba is a fitness
Okay,
sport.
you mean conducting a Zumba session on weekends?
Yeah, for free.
Okay, we'll take it as a new motion. Any points of support to the point what has been raised by the delegate just now? Member towards my extreme last.
Yes, I think he is right. Obviously, exercising is very important, and sports is one of that kind. Where conducting the sports meets at the weekends will definitely help lots of members. Yeah, it can be between the colleges or anything. Yes, I agree with him. My God.
Thank you. Points of contradiction? Member towards my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair. My only question is, how is it a permanent solution? Because we can only do it for a period of 4 months. After that, either the next seasons have to take care of it, but I believe that they're going to have other plans of action, so it cannot be a permanent solution.
Understood. Any more points of contradiction? Member extreme center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. And how can every individual is ensuring that he's well-being with that all equipments, and how can we ensure that everyone is been participating in that?
Any new motions on the floor? Member towards my right.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. I would like to add a part, and it's like a similar motion which was proposed earlier, but it's an extension. The thing is about the kids, some of them contradicted the point that how will they know how to use it? But coming to practicality, there are many health centers in many rural areas without doctors in it. There are many people working in the health centers, basically 1 or 2, but the problem is the doctors appointed there are not even working there. So as of coming to the rich communities, they have some kits placed right in their home. When they can make use of it, why can't we give a kit to a healthcare center which is in a rural area with the absence of doctors and without people who can treat them? If we are educating, be it even a compounder or be it some women working there, at least one or two people might be working there. So we can place a kit at such a place and make them aware that it is being placed in their nearby healthcare center, and we can teach the 1 or 2 persons who are there in that healthcare center how to use the kit. So since they are already posted there and already working there in their own jobs, this can be sustainable because someone will be keeping posted there. So there will be someone to take care of it. And the second point is that since the kit is not like a one-time use kit, I'm not completely aware of it. We can contact medical students or someone like that.
Is this a new motion or an extension support to the previous medical kit motion?
Medical kit was about giving it to the people. This is a new motion about introducing it to healthcare centers which are lacking doctors. And in this, we can provide them with a healthcare center. And since the person will be educated, the person working there will be educated about it, the rural people there can be having access to that equipment placed there.
Understood. Any points of support? Member in the center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to support her motion, the co-delegate motion, as it gives preliminary information about their health. It is a good idea.
Points of contradiction? Siri.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask my co-delegate, how many people would you continue to educate and how many kits will you provide continuously, month after month? Because we are here in just for 4 months. How is it sustainable? How can you guarantee that the compounder has learnt enough of knowledge or enough of, he had enough of information so that he can treat all the rural people in there?
Would you like to answer that back?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As I told you, a healthcare center which already has employees but lacking doctors. Because the thing is, since the person is already posted there, you don't need to ensure payment methods for him or anything because he's already in that position. And the thing is, it is not a kit which is like a COVID test kit that is one-time use. Because a kit, something which can be reused for years, that's called equipment for like just a hospital equipment. At least if they don't know how to treat it, just checking the disease is not something that requires so much knowledge. And they won't be so negligent that already they're in a government job or some job. I don't think any person would be so negligent after being in a position to help people.
Thank you. You may sit. Any motions on the floor? Member towards my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My proposed motion is to set up a affordable pharmacy where the basic medication that every person requires will be at a very lower cost.
How will you ensure the regular maintenance and run of the whatever you're planning?
Any local member of the village.
Okay. Points of support? Contradiction? Mehak.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Providing affordable medicines in a pharmacy is what government is actually already doing it for free. Government is already providing medicines for free. So I don't think that makes any sense. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Praveen.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The medicines which are like you told, the co-delegate has told, it is already provided in free, but in really less areas. But you can't make it in a sustainable development goal. That's what my contradiction is. Thank you.
Okay. Any new motions on the floor? Something really unique? Anand Lakshmi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my idea is, I like to concentrate on menstrual hygiene. There are people girls and women in villages who doesn't even know about sanitary pads, and they are just using cloths. Because of those, there are like menstrual infections like hepatitis B. It causes hepatitis B and thrush. So I like to suggest this, like we have to go to a village where we can introduce sanitary pads which are at ₹1, which came under Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Janushadi Pariyojana. So if we introduce them, it is just one time we will introduce them so that they'll know about this. They'll think this is a cheap one, so they can afford it next time. There are people who really don't know about this ₹1 sanitary pads. So if we introduce them, I think that would be helpful for them to buy it next time by their own. So because of this, we will stop this infections like hepatitis B and thrush. Thank you.
Points of support? Safia.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I do support my co-delegate because the people who are illiterate, they doesn't have the knowledge of menstrual cycle or the things they have to use. The girls or women who are using cloth for menstrual cycle, they do affect by diseases, and they are not aware of it, what they are going through. They might have they might be stressed, or they might not feel good. They might be feeling ill, not able to eat anything. So it's necessary to provide pads and awareness on it. Thank you.
Any more points of support? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to improvise. I don't think we can trust what the government is providing because ₹1 cannot ensure the safety, and because they are using it first time. Maybe we can go to menstrual cup later, but we could start with providing them with biodegradable sanitary pads, which come around ₹12. So I think HY already executed a point like that, a project like that. So maybe we could improvise it by providing biodegradable sanitary pads. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member in the center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask my co-delegates just a question. It's a great initiative that we are making people aware of sanitary pads and providing them. But my only question is, do you know that these sanitary pads that retail for ₹1 or ₹12 that you have just mentioned are not available in the market? The problem is they're not available in the market. Can you just go to a supermarket and get it? And the only thing is, how will you continue to deliver these ₹1 pads to the women in rural areas? That is my question.
Would you like to answer back?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. While saying my motion, I clearly mentioned that we are going to introduce this thing so that they can buy. This is an affordable price, so they can buy next time. I clearly mentioned 2 to 3 times, like this is an introduction to the people so that they'll know about this. There are people who really don't know about these things. Like an implementation, she made like ₹12. I did not think about that. That was a really good idea. So even if we consider ₹12 sanitary pads, if we will just introduce them so that they'll continue for the next time. Thank you.
Any motions on the floor? Preetham.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. One of the most devastating diseases is cancer that's affecting millions of people every year, whereas early detection and treatment can greatly increase the chances of survival and recovery. So I would like to propose a zero budget motion that is awareness drive about how can cancer get detected and get cured by promoting healthy lifestyle.
Thank you. Any points of support? Member towards my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
I would like to support my co-delegate statement. Actually, we can have a hair donation drive for the cancer patients, as well as we can have a blood donation drive for the people who are in need of the blood, like for heart disease or...
Is it a supporting statement or a new motion?
It's a supporting statement, like it's alternative to that.
Okay, so how will you reach out for people if they're willing to donate the hair or something for cancer patients out there?
Yeah, as he told that we'll conduct a drive where, we can just get awareness regarding it, the drive and all. So the people who...
Have you donated your hair before for cancer patients?
Yeah, in our college.
Good. Any points of support? Member towards my right.
Yes, I would like to add something to that point. Just instead of making them aware of symptoms of the cancer, we can also make them aware of the bad effects of smoking, etc., which has been the major cause of the cancer. And also, my great-grandfather died due to cancer. And at that time, there was no awareness of what are the symptoms and all. So it is really a great idea to make them aware of the minimum symptoms, so that they may get active and they will go to some nearby hospital with their symptoms and they will find out the cancer very soon, so that it can be cured instead of making it too late.
Thank you. Any points of support more? Tarun.
I would like to add a point to my co-delegate. So, as report says that it's really important to bring the awareness regarding in the control of tobacco. The report says that at the age of 11, the small kids are smoking by assuming it as a style and something, and they are.
If you're not comfortable in English, you can go with your native language.
Okay, thank you. పిల్లలు 11 నుంచి ఇంకా 18 ఉన్న మధ్య పిల్లలు ఏంటంటే ఆ స్టైల్ అనుకొని తాగడం, దాన్ని ఇంకా వాళ్ళ ఆరోగ్యాలు పాడు చేసుకుంటున్నారు. మళ్ళీ అసలు వాళ్ళకి షాప్స్లో తీసుకోవడం కూడా ఎనీబడీ నాట్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఫర్ ద ఏజ్, మీ ఏజ్ ఏంటి ఏంటంటే.
So what do you think that HY member can do here?
Really bring awareness regarding the people who are into this smoking.
There are a lot of TV commercials happening. There are a lot of things happening in our around. But what specially that HY going to take up?
సో ఎవరైతే ఆల్రెడీ ఎఫెక్ట్ అయి ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళని ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్గా చూపించడం. వాళ్ళు తాగద్దని చెప్తున్నారు కానీ ఇలా అవుతుందని మాత్రం ఎవరు చెప్పట్లేదు.
Points of contradiction? People who didn't speak since morning? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to contradict that. Like, for every movie since childhood, we have been seeing. We know that ad when they press the sponge and show the effects of the cancer or how the lungs are getting destroyed. So I don't think more awareness drives can impact in a positive way, because since childhood we all know the effects of the cancer, the effects of smoking. Even then that is also happening. So I don't think it will bring a major change, and it's not sustainable also.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? New motions which are unique, not. Yeah, go on after.
I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Pravalika Kothra, the first ever Chief Financial Officer of Street Cost India.
Yeah, new motions, please. Nainika.
I would like to thank the chair for acknowledging me. So the motion that I want to propose is to provide embrace warmers for premature babies. So out of 1,000 live births, 27 die, and that main reason being prematurity. So this is obviously the biggest concern right now. So embrace warmers are simply the best alternative to the incubator. It's simply a blanket, and it provides the necessary warmth between a mother and a child. And compared to an incubator, which is priced at 1 lakh, the embrace warmer is just 25K. So obviously the target audience would be small rural government hospitals, because they do not have the necessary high-tech facilities to treat people like these. So that's the motion for now.
Nainika, could you please summarize in a single line?
The motion is to provide embrace warmers for premature babies.
Come again.
Embrace warmers for premature babies.
Points of support? Contradiction? Have you understood about the motion that she discussed about? Nainika, would you like to elaborate about the motion?
So I think not a lot of you are aware about what an embrace warmer is. Embrace warmer is specifically for infant babies that come out, and a lot of them die because of hypothermia. It's a condition because the BP drops immediately because of the lack of warmth. And that's why the incubators are used in the first place. So embrace warmer is a much advanced technology and a cheaper alternative compared to an incubator. An incubator, like I mentioned, costs about 1 lakh. And that's a huge amount for hospitals, especially in rural areas. So the best alternative would be the embrace warmers itself. So it's a much advanced technology. It's been there for a couple of years, and it's saved millions of lives of children. And I hope we can take up and use that technology and spread it in India.
Thank you for that. Now, points of support? Shri Yashaswini.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. So, yeah, I do support the motion, because in rural areas, the mothers are not actually aware of all these equipments, and they're scared to leave their babies in an incubator somewhere in between the lights. They're scared to keep their baby away from them. So these embrace warmers are something which are like effective and which can be carried along with the mother. So it's a very good option. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Any more points of support? See Tanush.
So mostly in rural areas, the birth might not be in hospitals too. There are many cases. So even they don't have enough equipment. By embrace formers, I think that even if the babies or the mother take the babies to hospitals, it might help a lot.
Got it. Points of contradiction? Anandalakshmi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So this is not like a contradiction, but I have a doubt. So you said about this, what's embracing blanket? Warmer. Okay, fine. So you're planning to provide this in a hospital or to some people somewhere in homes, and I want to just know about the action of plan. Thank you.
I haven't asked for the debate. Yeah, Nainika, please proceed.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Yes, ideally this entire thing would be to the hospitals, because it needs a doctor to be handled, at least for the safety. It can be done, taken care by the mothers itself, but obviously you're dealing with a person's birth, and it's no joke, right? So yeah, I would suggest it to go for the hospitals. And I think in that way it's well taken care of, and they don't misuse it, right? So that's what it is.
Any more points of contradiction? Towards my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This is not a point of contradiction. I have a query. Like, what are these embrace warmers are made up of?
Could you please be louder?
What are this, the material, what are this made up of? Like, which material is used to make these embrace warmers?
Would you like to answer that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Well, it's a simple blanket for just for their imagination. It's a simple blanket that's obviously it has thermal properties that can obviously provide heat, and it's obviously done through technology and the electricity that's been given to that. It's obviously safe, but tried and tested, and the material, like you were questioning, is simple cotton. And yeah, I hope that answers.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Someone who haven't raised before? Not even a single motion since the morning? Member towards my right extreme back.
Thank you for allowing me, Chair. So I want to keep awareness camp on AIDS, as it is the major role of in India. It's going on in each and every state and each and every city. So in India, it has been estimated 41.97 thousand people are being affected by it, as it is an uncurable disease, as it's being not being curable. So I want to keep awareness camp where the people can be easily understand, not by the biological terms, by our normal things. So it's being very unpredictable that how it's affected the lives.
Awareness campus on what?
Awareness camp on AIDS. AIDS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any points of support? Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So there's something called HPV vaccine, especially for the students or basically for adults. So actually, the price of the HPV vaccine is expensive, so it cannot be done through HYA. But I feel we should do the awareness in the colleges we're part of first, and then slowly improve it to talk about it publicly through social media, because HPV vaccine can avoid major cancers, and not many students are aware about it. And you know how students or adults, they get to do what they want to do, right? So they have to be aware of what they have to do and how to ensure their safety and how it is very important for their health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any support? Points of support? Contradiction? Akash?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I have a doubt. Where do you want to implement this? Like,
would you like to answer that? Go on.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So can you please repeat what you want in a clarity way?
He's asking a target audience.
Okay, like wherever it is very necessary, like where the more cases are being raised, and who are the people not able to understand what the main problem of it and why it is so dangerous and why it is not curable. So we can give awareness of that, and we can reduce the thing what is going on. And it is the third goal of SDG. So these are the same precautions they're following, like how to avoid awareness. Where
The question was about the target audience age group, probably. What age group you want to focus on?
Yeah, mainly in the adolescent age, where the people are being misguided.
in
Sure,
textbooks-
I didn't ask you for a respond back. Any more contradictions? Member towards my right.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. But I have one question regarding this. I want to know what is new and innovative regarding this campaign, because haven't we ever seen any such campaigns regarding AIDS? It has been going through about awareness, but no practicality in this. So I think that we better prefer on practical solutions rather than awareness programs regarding this.
Any new motions on the floor?
Something
Please hold your
different from
placard like
awareness
this.
session, because we've received too many awareness campaign motions this goal.
Apart from awareness programs, anything that you have in your mind which can be implemented? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to say we can start a meditation campus. Like lot of people right now from different countries. I guess everyone aware of Adi Yogi, the one who has started up like Shivaratri. He's gonna do a lot of stuff. So basically, a lot of people are coming from different countries and participating in meditations, and they're getting certificate courses and everything. And in Hyderabad also, we have a lot of people who are working through that. We can get at least 2 or 3 members from them, and we can implement in different cities, like in different parks, in open parks, so it will be useful for everyone to meditate. Thank you.
How do you ensure that people coming forward to do meditation, then they maintain a consistency throughout?
So thank you, Chair, again. So we would like to say that when we just take a drive, so we can say them like if you complete within 3 months, you'll get a chance to be again a trainer there itself. So it is very privileged to some person to being a student as a trainer in the same spot, right? I feel in that way. Thank you.
You are trying to say about setting up a meditation workshop, like something? Center. Okay. Any points of support? Contradiction? People who didn't raise the placard since the morning. Remember towards my left.
Thank you, Church, for acknowledging me. Actually, this is already implemented by other philosophers and other committee. Like you all know, you all aware of Heartful Communication. It is the largest, world's largest meditation center, where it is implemented near my house only. Actually, they are wearing all over the world. It is separate from Hyderabad Youth Assembly. We have to do something unique, which affect to the society. It's not about medication or meditation. Already it is implemented.
Is it a point of support?
No, sir, contradict.
I asked for support. Yeah. Points of support, any further? Contradiction? Member towards my right.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. Firstly, meditation is not something that needs some equipment. It can be done right at our homes. So why would someone want to go to some other place or some other workshop to do such a same thing? I want to just, it's pretty simple. If someone wants to do it, they can even find videos on YouTube on how to do it and how to exercise it. So the thing is, why would we want to go to some other place and waste more time traveling for doing the same thing?
Understood. Any more points of contradiction? Any new motions? Nidhi, we're expecting some unique idea, Nidhi, looking forward.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So when we talk about well-being, why don't we consider the LGBTQ community? Because mostly those people are ignored, and we also have homophobics who make their life living a little hell. So we could contribute health kit. So there's a community called HYDERABAD community. They have different homes. So because of their low financial income, which is not stable, we could provide BP machine and thermometer and basic health necessities to them that can be used, and also conduct a health campaign for exclusively for them, because when you do it for everybody, those people are ignored. So yeah, this is my point.
Could you conclude your motion in a sentence, please?
My motion is to provide them with basic health necessities like BP machine, thermometer, basic medicines that don't need doctor prescription, and a health campaign for them. Yeah, thank you.
Points of support? Member in the center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think it is a good idea. As it is for only a particular group, it will help for them for preliminary checkups and all. Thank you.
Points of support? Contradiction? Srijana.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my contradiction is that we will help people who have come out, but what if they haven't come out yet? What will it's like it's already said that we have ignored. So I just want to know what if they didn't come out.
Would you like to answer that, Bhagnati? Go on.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to address you by saying that when you mentioned ignored, when you put an open platform for everybody, there are people who are homophobic and who make them feel uncomfortable. So yeah, and when you make it exclusively for them, they're not that feared because they know that their people are going to be there and strongly allies who support them are going to be there. That was the question, right? Yeah, thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Motions? Member towards my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to raise a motion to donate menstrual cups in rural areas because it's a one-time investment. It's around 300 rupees and it will last for 10 years, up to 8 to 10 years. It will help eradicate many menstrual hygiene problems.
Points of contradiction? Member towards my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As you told, menstrual cups in rural areas. So, according to me, I have heard that few people don't know how to use actually we are talking about the sanitary pads. People don't know how to use the sanitary pads. And the alternative we want to take that is biodegradable sanitary pads, as co-delegates have talked before. So, menstrual cup is not that safe to use for like, as you told, it will be long lasting for 7 to 8 years. It may cause many fungal infections. So,
Fine, thank you. Any more points of contradiction to that point what the delegate raised? Kirtana.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to contradict my co-delegate's point, saying that menstrual cups are not safe. They would, cause a lot of fungal infections. It's the same for menstrual pads as well. Even if they are biodegradable, if they do not know how to use it, if they use it for a longer period of time, it still causes a lot of fungal infections. As well as, even if you're talking about biodegradable waste, or saying that people are still not aware about menstrual pads, it is the same when you give awareness about menstrual pads or menstrual cups, because you're still giving an awareness. And if you're talking about fungal infections which are caused during due to menstrual cups, if while giving awareness, if you're properly giving an awareness about how you're supposed to dispose it or how you're supposed to clean it, you will easily go against the fungal infections. You will not have any fungal infections. At this point, I would also raise that Street Cause INR has actually taken up this project, and there are 4 divisions which are working on menstrual cups, and we are causing a lot of awareness regarding menstrual cups. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of support regarding menstrual cups? Sushman.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The program has been initiated through Street Cause. It is appreciable. And in the city of Siddipet, there is a drive has been started from the Panchayat Secretary woman who is leading this project since last 1 year. The project has been successfully running. Throughout the Siddipet, it has been awarenated. I want to raise a motion regarding this. If the Street Cause is doing HYA can also run a large campaign regarding this, which create a huge impact towards the people who are not aware about menstrual cups. I want to raise a point regarding using sanitary pads. Using sanitary pads which are not some of these days they are increasing the case of blood cancer regarding the using of sanitary pads which are not in a good quality. That's the only reason the menstrual cup has been replaced and it has been initiating.
Would like to contradict that, Nidhi?
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to mention that anything too much or anything not care is anyways harmful for health. For example, you take a lot of water, there are chances of dying. So whatever you use, you have to use it in a right way. And I think many people have been saying that they say usage of pads cause diseases. I totally agree, but there's a way to use a pad, and the same way there's a way to use menstrual cup. So yeah, and when it comes to awareness about this, I don't think firstly here when we spoke about introducing menstrual cups to rural areas, I don't think people here in HY, everybody, the girls here or the women here, everybody started using menstrual cups. So we should go slow, take step by step and spread awareness about menstrual hygiene and simultaneously do projects of distributing biodegradable sanitary pads and menstrual cups to people who already know how to use a sanitary pad. Yeah, thank you. I would like to conclude by saying this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi. Any new motions on the floor? Something not regarding awareness or medical, menstrual? Second row last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to, explain one thing before I just begin my motion. So we are all focusing on one thing that is like providing health kits, that and this. But we're just forgetting the fact that mental health is the most important thing. And I believe that most of the people sitting here also are aware of the fact that many of us are like going through so much of like mental trauma and all these things on daily basis. Now imagine the situation of somebody who's in like rural areas. So they'll be like, traumatized by their like daily habits or livelihood or whatever it is. So my motion is basically like we'll be like either taking interns or like psychiatrists and we'll be like initiating with them. And then we'll be like using their time and then we'll pay to them. We'll take them to the rural areas and they will be like, listening to the problems of the people and then giving, understanding their patterns of like how they are functioning as a human. And then, trying to change their daily patterns or like behavioral patterns, because this is the root cause of normal human. Now that we all are like aware of the violence that goes in the households on daily basis by the husbands or whatever it is. So now imagine not understanding the root cause of like why is he behaving like that. So I believe that mental health is the main thing. And again, this is like a budget-friendly motion, I would say, since it's a very
Fine.
like...
Understood.
Yeah.
So it is a mental awareness program using professionals' help, right? I think we already discussed about it, but I think we have heard a lot of contradictions. Contradictions, please. Nidhi.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me, Chair. So I'm actually a counseling psychology student, and I totally agree by your point saying mental health matters and mental health is very important and we should, recognize it. But when we take a psychiatrist to a rural area, firstly, psychiatrists are not free and psychiatrists are very expensive. When you said budget-friendly point, this is my reply to that. Psychiatrists don't come for free. Maybe if somebody comes, yeah. But also, if we take them for a session, one session is not going to help them. And like you told about trauma, trauma is something not easy. And a person can share about trauma once they are comfortable to it. So that is why we have therapists who take 6 to 7 sessions. And there are few cases who don't come out even after 6 to 7 sessions. So one session is not helping anybody. So as a HYA delegate or a member, I don't know how this project is feasible to do in a rural area with just one session and with a zero budget project. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi. We'll go ahead with reading the motions that we've received in chats. First, setting up an emergency clinic or hospital, approaching the government for employing some doctors in those hospitals. Would you like to give a plan of action for this, Anand Lakshmi? Because setting up an emergency clinic or hospital is a very, very, very expensive deal. Anand Lakshmi, yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, setting up, mostly villages are without hospital, especially emergency things. They can't even, they have to go, in kilometers to reach an hospital. So, I thought of, small clinic or emergency hospital in which they can come up for, it is like an emergency kit, probably, but instead of a kit, it's an hospital with doctors. We can approach the government for this, employing doctors in those hospitals. So, if any emergency, they can come for first aid there. And then if something serious, if they have to take there to big hospitals, they can just go.
How could we request government to appoint doctors in the hospitals?
Government usually employs hospital. I think it's government's responsibility to make sure everyone is having
So
good.
there is no initiative of HYM member here. It is a government initiative.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next, donating blood to government hospitals for delivery women to reduce maternal mortality rate. Haripriya, would you like to propose a plan of action because this is a very doable project that HYA can definitely take up? Haripriya, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah. Donating blood is very important to pregnant ladies during delivery time.
I'm sorry to be interrupting you. We're running short of time. I'm just asking for a plan of action. We understand how necessary it is.
Yeah.
I'm just asking for a straight plan of action of how we could execute this project.
Members from our HYA can donate blood, I think so.
All right, thank you so much. We'll move ahead with announcing the motions and voting.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mohammad Suhail, Governance Committee member of Street Cause Hyderabad, Chairman of HYA Season 8, and the Head for Project Quality and Operations 2017 to 2018. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Afra. Welcome, Sohail Anna. Yes, so we will close this goal with going ahead with voting for the motions, and then we can move ahead with lunch. First motion, setting up medical camps. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Mental health awareness sessions in rural areas. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Vaccine drive for rabies. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Providing medical kits in villages. Those with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Setting up nutritious programs. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion rejected. Set up open gyms in rural areas. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Treating the sewage treatment plants with the motion? Against the motion? Motion rejected. Start yoga
I request
classes.
all the members to be part in the voting process, please.
We see very few members participating in the voting process. Next, starting yoga classes in rural areas and places that do not have much awareness about it. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Awareness on menstrual health. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Awareness on detecting cancer in early stages. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Awareness sessions on smoking in schools and colleges. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Provide embrace warmers for premature babies. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Awareness campaign on AIDS. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion rejected. Establish meditation centers. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion rejected. Provide the LGBTQ plus community with basic medical help. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Providing menstrual cups, biodegradable pads and menstrual cups. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Cleaning sessions in government schools, conducting competitions regarding cleanliness. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. We've already spoken about setting up yoga classes and that was not passed. We have a request. We've been getting a lot of motions in chits and a lot of these messages are too long for us to read every chit and and then announce the motion. We request you to keep your motion, the written part a little small so it becomes easy for us to close. Giving out ambulance in rural areas where there is no access of hospitals. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Donating blood to government hospitals. We did speak about this and it was passed. Starting a club in every school or college where students can discuss about their mental health issues. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Yes, that's all. Thank you so much everyone for participating so well in the second goal. We can now disperse for lunch. The lunch timings are 12:30 to 1:30. The lunch is served at the same place where the breakfast was and we request you to come back by 1:30. Thank you.
OC, could you please coordinate to...
One second. We've noticed a lot of dull environment around in the hall. Is there any specific reason for that? You had like really good breakfast that you're sleepy right now, or are you bored with whatever is going on, or what's going on?
It was
Let's
because of our timelines, Sanya. I mean, they might start at 5 in the morning, I guess.
Yeah, so we really want to know what the issue is, why everyone is so silent, and there are a lot of only awareness sessions that are coming up, awareness motions that are coming up. We understand with the phase 2 members, but what happened with the phase 1 members? Where are you all?
Phase 1 members, please raise your placards.
Yeah, see what happened to all of you. We don't get any motions from any of you. Don't you want to give strong competition to your phase 2 members? Do you not want? Okay, does anyone at least want to talk about it? Let's make this interactive. Let's have a little interactive session for the next 10 minutes. Krishna Teja, go ahead. You sent a chat regarding construction of washrooms in slums. You've been producing a lot of these survey reports in your phase 1 also. I really want to know what it is with construction of washrooms in slums that you keep bringing this idea every time.
Firstly, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, yeah, this report was brought by me in phase 1, and it got rejected with the reason that it's not sustainable because the people living in the slum are living there without a government's permission. But I got the survey for Boimpalli slum. Some of you might have an idea about it. It has an inhabitation of 1,500 people. 1,000 to 1,500 people, and when I brought the survey, they requested for 7 to 8 washrooms, like let's say 8 washrooms, 4 for men, 4 for women. Now they have only 1. These 1,500 people are using 1 washroom. Like there's like 3 acres of land, and within 3 acres of land, there are like 3 washrooms. So these 1,500 people are using 3 washrooms in total currently. So that is not a healthy thing for them too. So I brought the survey. So I've seen the people. The main issue is why I think it's a sustainable thing is that Boimpalli slum has been there for 60 to 80 years already. There are people living there from 3 generations. They have an active water supply. They have an active electricity supply. If it wasn't a sustainable thing, I wouldn't have given this motion first and foremost. On top of that, since they are living them for so long, I feel it is sustainable, and I think HYI can do this.
All right, that's a lot of survey that I see that you have done on this slum, Krishna. Great job with that. So if we take this motion up of constructing washrooms in slums, specifically of that Boimpalli slum, since you have a lot of research already on the specific place, how many would go with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Thank you so much, Krishna. All right, we can disperse now. For like 10 minutes, you could go around, use washrooms and all, and then you can move for lunch. Thank you so much. OC, please accompany the members. Please guide them with whatever they need. OC, make sure everybody is in. Hello. Yeah, it's hello. Yeah, this is good. This is the last reminder for OC. Please make sure all the members are in within the next 2 minutes and the OC too. OC, please move out and get everyone in. We're running late, please.
Folks, hurry up, please. OC, please find out there are missing members from the assembly here. They might be out. So please call them in. Good. Go with it.
I'll do third one. OC, could you please direct the alumni? Members, energized now? Or are you going to sleep because you had good lunch? Sure? I see you, Shravika. OC, could you please confirm if all the members are in, or is somebody still outside the hall? One of you please confirm. Roshni, could you please check outside? Alumni, please stay seated. OC, please direct the alumni.
OC, could you please confirm? OC, could you please confirm it? I see unfilled seats yet.
Afra, I'll have the OC sort that out. All right, let's start with the third goal. Clean water and sanitation. Ensure access to water and sanitation for all. New speeches on the floor. Safia.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As India grows and urbanizes, its water bodies are getting toxic, and it is estimated that around 70% of wastewater is transmitted into water bodies, through which water is contaminated, and many diseases such as cholera, diarrhea, typhoid are born and can be improved by sorry.
In 2015, nearly half of the Indian population, around 568 million people, suffered in indignity of defecting in fields, water bodies, and other public places due to lack of access to clean toilets. Inadequate water, sanitation, and hygiene services in India health facilitates and contributes to nearly about 24 deaths per 100 or 1,000 lives every year. Poor sanitation can also have ripple effect, which hinders national development because workers are suffering from illness and even shorter lives and producing less and earning less, which in return is affecting our economy. And also, because of less income, they're not able to send their children to schools and colleges. They're basically not able to afford the basic education. Thank you.
Thank you, Siri. Any new motions on the floor? Manateja.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is installation of water conservation pits in rural areas.
All right. Any points of support? Yes, the member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. In my community, they have installed this pit, rainwater harvesting pit. It is actually a good idea because the rainwater can be stored and we can redirect that water for our daily needs. So I completely support my co-colleague's idea and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to ask my co-delegate, what's the plan of action in order to, is there any particular contact or is there any particular plan of action which is ready so that you can implement this project? Because I think this requires a lot of funds so can you tell me what are the required funds or budget allocations required for the project?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
Manitija, I haven't acknowledged you yet. Would you like to answer your co-delegate?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, we have to find places where the basic necessity of the water is. If they don't have any water, they can't live. So we have to find places where there is not at all. ఎక్కడైతే వాటర్ లేదో ఆ ప్లేసెస్ వెతకాలి. And we have to do a plan of action and we have to implement that.
All right. I hear points of contradiction. Any points of contradiction on the floor? Yes, Akash.
Already there is a project initiated by our government ఇంకుడు గుంటలో ఆల్రెడీ ఉంది కదా లైక్ ఇంకెందుకు
The delegate that has proposed this motion, do you want to answer to that? All right, so no more points of contradiction. I'm asking again, no more points of contradiction? Yes, Nihal, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I think from what my co-delegate is mentioning, there's no proper plan of action for now. And okay, he's mentioning about the need of the village. What's the plan of action to set up? I mean, what if you have any particular contact to approach them, or you have any, prior experience that this will be helping them? What's the exact plan of action? That's what I expect from the co-delegate.
All right, thank you, Nihal. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, the member on the right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Since the projects are about clean water and sanitation, I would like to propose a motion which is like hit two birds with one stone. So the thing is, there are like many plants growing like roselia. Roselia is a plant which is a kind of leaflet which grows on the surface of water. It is also the habitat of mosquitoes basically. And if the water is clean, and there's a machine used to clean all this on the surface, and it will only cost us tens of thousands if it's a smaller area. That is, the surrounding area will be free of mosquitoes, the first thing, because there's no shelter for them. And if the problem is removed from the roots, the water will also be clean.
Could you summarize your idea in one sentence, please?
So the thing is, plants like roselia, which are surface leaflets, should be clean.
I don't want you to repeat the entire thing, just in one
Okay,
sentence.
because of that cleaning, the water will become clean and the problem of mosquitoes will also be eradicated along with that.
Okay. Any points of support? Yes, delegate, you may go ahead.
Not just cleaning the plants over there, but also the dust and all the water, the wastage materials which are getting thrown in the water bodies, they all must be cleaned. So I heard that some drug has been invented which will use it to clean the water bodies. Why don't we use that and go for some area where the water is completely polluted and try there?
All right, maybe if you could provide us a little more information on that drug, maybe we could take this ahead. We could discuss that ahead.
Sorry, actually I don't know much about the drug. I just heard it.
All right. Thank you, Delegate. Any points of contradiction? Yes, you may go ahead.
Basically, mosquitoes are not the ones causing the pollution or what. It's the waste thrown or some other things. So I would like to think it's a wastage of money to clean, but actually clean from deep inside, not just the surface of the water.
All right. Thank you, Delegate. Any more points of contradiction? Yes, you may go ahead.
I would like to say that the cleaning thing is already done by the government. Like they are already doing this, cleaning all the water surface plants and also cleaning the wastage of water waste, like whatever the waste is in the water bodies. This is already being done with the government. So what extra HYA has to do? Just want to ask.
The delegate that proposed this motion, would you like to answer to that? Sure, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This plan is only being executed at Hussain Sagar as of now because sailing activities do take place there. Professionally, as a sailor, I knew about this earlier, but what I want to propose here right now is that Hussain Sagar is being cleaned only for the purpose of sports. But this cleaning does not only eradicate the plants over the surface, but also the dust, which will further sink inside if it's not cleaned earlier. So that's the reason I proposed it, and the areas where people live surrounding such water bodies are not actually so financially strong to get this all done by themselves. So that's the reason I proposed this idea.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You may stay seated. Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Lasya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We know that there's a fluorine problem in drinking water. There's lots of places where fluorine is mixed. So I would like to identify such a place and set up a fluorine filter cleaning water, fluorine filters over there to clean the water and everything.
Have you identified the place?
Not yet. There are many places around Nalgonda and there are some dealers who can deal this with a little less cost also.
What could be the budget expectations?
Around 60,000, as if I know about me.
Any points of support? Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So regarding this project, how do you identify and all that could be a problem and a question many people would be having here. There's a meter for checking this. The percentage of minerals in the water can be checked, and the percentage of fluorine, as my co-delegate asked, can also be checked with that meter. So if you want me to know more information about it, I'll confirm with you, because one of my family member has a business of water purifiers. So they use such a meter to identify the mineral content of the water. So this idea, as of my knowledge, can be implemented if done the thorough research.
All right. Thank you so much, Delegate. Any points of contradiction? No points of contradiction? Once again, any points of contradiction? All right. We'll move ahead with the next motion. Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, new motion is that implementing a community water supply. So, developing a water tanks and in rural areas and villages, it may help the people for proper drinking water. So, there is a village called Chekirevu from Nirmal district, where the people are facing with drinking water supply. So, if we can develop a water tank over there, it will be helpful for the families over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The idea is quite good, but the thing is, what is Mission Bhagirath about? It's the same thing which is being done throughout the state already. So we'll be doing something which is already implemented. I think we can rather just contact, like we can put it in the district Tahsildar's office, a letter for this, and it will be extended just through that village too.
The delegate that has proposed this motion, would you want, before we move on to answering that, Afra, you can go ahead.
I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Srihita, Finance and Legal Head of Streetcars Hyderabad 21-22. Prashant Sai, Honorable Board Member of 2014 to 15. Rishika, Associate President, Digital Branding and Policy Head of 20 to 21 Streetcars Hyderabad. Yashaswani, current Alumni Association Core Team Member, Associate President for Alumni Relations Head, Streetcars Hyderabad 2020 to 2021. Adarsh, current Quality Analyst for Innovation and Research Unit, Vice President of Auditor General, Streetcars Hyderabad 2020 to 2021. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Nihal Krishna, Vice President of Streetcars Hyderabad, Policy Governance, Division Expansion, and HYA SPOC for Season 11. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Charit, Chairperson of HYA Season 11, HR of Streetcars Hyderabad 2018 to 19, and the Associate President, along with being the Vision 2030 mentor. I would also like to take the moment to acknowledge the presence of Harshit, the Vice President, Fundraising, Sponsorship and Operations Head, Streetcars Hyderabad 21-22.
Yes, the delegate that has proposed the motion, would you like to answer the one that has supported you? Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. Yeah, Mission Bhagirath is, as my co-delegate said, yeah, Mission Bhagirath has been implemented, but there are some villages still, it has to be implemented, but government is not taking actions over there. So there are less families over there, like 15 to 20. So government is not taking action. So that's why I propose this motion.
Okay. Any points of contradiction? Dhruva, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So when there is, as my co-delegate said, like when there is only 15 to 20 families, why do government would like to implement, which kids get around 1 to 2 lakhs cutting?
Yes, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. So it doesn't take 1 to 2 lakhs. It can be built in 30 to 50,000 also. It's just implementing a water tanks for people. That's it.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think we are running in circles because I've already told that since it's 15 to 20 families, just reporting the district collector or tahsildar would have done the job. So the same thing is being repeated twice and thrice, so we are just running in circles, I think, about this issue.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate. Any new motions on the floor? Are you all sleeping? How was the lunch? Are you not going to answer for this too? How was the lunch? That's all.
How's the lunch? Not the juice, I'm asking for lunch. So how's the lunch, by the way?
Do you all want like a sleeping break or something like PPs get in the school? Do you want that? We can all see you giggling and all of that, but please respond. How's the energy now?
How's the Josh? How's the Josh? How's the Josh?
Thank you so much. Now, any new motions on the floor? Yes, Sahiti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the motion that I would like to propose is have a lake cleaning drive with the students. so that we will be getting the job done to clean the lakes, and we also promote cleanliness to the students.
Thank you, Delegate. You may stay seated.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Pranav Sisla, current Alumni Association Team Lead for Street Cause India, Chairman of HYS Season 5 and Associate President of 2014 to 15 Street Cause Hyderabad.
I would like to take this moment to invite Pranav Sisla to chair with us on the table. Welcome, Anna. Yes, the previous delegate motion was to hold lake cleaning drives. Any points of support? Yes, delegate, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think the lake clearing is a very good idea, that it can invoke a sense of responsibility in students and youth, and it may also help the lake ecosystem to thrive and become less polluted. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Any other points of support? Any points of, what is any points of, and then you raise points of support? Go ahead.
Like ice bucket challenge, you may all know about it. దానిలాగా లేక్ క్లీనింగ్ ఛాలెంజ్ ఒకటి పెట్టాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు ఆర్ఎఫ్సికి మనం పుట్టబొమ్మ ఛాలెంజ్ ఎలా పెట్టాము, ఇలా ఒక ఛాలెంజ్ పెడితే దీస్ డేస్ మెనీ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్సెస్, ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్సెస్ ఆర్ దేర్, సో వాళ్ళు దాన్ని యూజ్ చేసుకుంటారు.
So you think Mehboob will come and clean lakes?
Maybe.
Got it. Yeah, so basically you want to drive it as a challenge. Cool. Any points of support? Yeah.
Yes, just by driving it in the students, if we make it like the social media, then it will impact more. I support that.
Got it. But is there an add-on to what they already said? So you just want to call media? Got it. Any points of contradiction? Looks like many, not any. Akshit?
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. So, HYA has been taking up these lake cleaning drives every year. We have hundreds of lakes, and if we clean it this month, again next month we should take up it. Instead of taking up lake cleaning drive, HYA should plan something where people will be aware of not polluting lakes. We are polluting and we are cleaning it again. First of all, if we stop polluting, there will be no necessity to clean it. How many lakes will HYA clean, and how many times each lake HYA will visit?
Correct. Got it.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to answer that? The lady who's, yeah. Sahiti, right?
OC, please pass the mic.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would definitely agree with the point that people should be aware of, they should have a sense of not polluting the lake on the first place. But since the lake is polluted right now, I think we should go one step at a time. And since we've been doing lake cleaning drives every year, I propose that we do it this year as well. And definitely an awareness session has to be initiated.
Any points of contradiction to what she says? So basically she says that we've been doing it every year, not just last year. And again, Akshit says that someone will again go to that lake and anyways polluted. So next year HY folks again, they'll again visit and then they'll again clean. We'll do it till 2030. Like it keeps repeating if we do this. So do you guys have one-stop solution on what else we can do on this rather than us getting pictures every year of going to one lake and cleaning it? Any solutions to that? If someone can think on those lines, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I was thinking that why don't we, kind of a policy. I know we are not a government, but we put fines that if you throw, trash there, you'll be fined. I know it is not easy, but if you, increase the price, if you throw, trash, you'll be fined 5,000. People will be scared because helmets, if you have seen earlier, people would.
Guys, I understand the emotion.
I know it is really.
Let her complete her point.
I know it is not easy. I know it just sounds like a fairy tale, but then just let me complete. When the policy was introduced that everyone should wear helmets, people were like, "Oh, we'll go," but then people are fined. And now if you see, most of the people are wearing helmets. Initially, of course, it's gonna be in hustle bustle, how you wanna penalize just like that. But then if you try, something can work. Something is better than nothing. So
just to give you an update, all of these lakes which are under GHMC or any government undertaken ones, they already have a policy of a penalty if someone pollutes it. It's just people not being there and then taking these fines or like being strict about it. But every lake that is there under GHMC registration already has a penalty system in place. So it's there already, unless we become government people and then collect it, because government is not proactive in maybe collecting the fines or being strict about it, but the policy is already there. Yeah. But the end point from this is like we'll still take it as a motion where she said we'll go ahead and then clean the lakes. Any new motions on the floor? Yeah, to my left. Apologies, I can't see your name.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I want to focus on drinking water. So people in Hyderabad or city places, like they used to have purifiers they can buy, they can afford, but there are also people who can't afford purifiers. For them, there is a purifier like IIT Madras. In 2013, they come up with an idea called Affordable Nanotechnology Based Water Purifier. This provides safe drinking water without any microbial and chemical impurities to fight the problem of arsenic contamination that leads to many health hazards. Some harmful hazards of this arsenic are like harmful to skin, eyes, liver, kidneys, etc. So this idea was also implemented in Bengal, where 4 lakh people have been benefited because of this, and they just get this water like 5 paise per liter. So Union Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitization has also recommended its use and reapplication in all states that have been affected due to arsenic containment. So I propose this motion for this clean water and sanitation.
So couple of questions is one, you want to install water purifiers.
Yeah.
What are the places where do you want to do it?
People in mostly villages are the ones who will be like, they are not affordable, but this is a affordable nanotechnology.
And what is the cost of this device?
So this device, I have to research about it, but from the research I did is like 5 paise per liter.
The cost of the device?
Yeah, I have to research about it.
But yeah, the motion being installation of water purifiers in villages, could be in GHMC schools, could be in Anganwadi places, could be in hospitals, but the summary of the motion being installation of water purifiers at whatever scale that we have. Any points of support? No support? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would just like to extend to the point. Instead of, I don't know the rate of the price of the filter, but then there are other filters called ultraviolet disinfection filters and membrane filters, which cost around 500 to 1500, which we can be installed in schools, especially in urban areas. Impacted people would be 2000, because approximately school can have a 1500 to 2000 people, and it would just cost the best pipe, that is this disinfection filter, costs 1500, the best one. So that is my idea. That's just an extension. I don't know the price of that filter, so yeah.
Got it. Any other points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, please. Ashmita Reddy.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, I have both a supportive point and an opposing point, because this is a little sensitive matter for that case, because in many domestic areas and commercial areas, such filters have been installed, and the price is around 7,000 to 8,000 of a minimum. So the thing is, the output of the filter is only around 15 to 20 liters, with like a minimum to maximum range, 15 to 20 liters, and the maximum is around 50 liters. But for such a project to be implemented, we require gallons and gallons of water. So it's not practical to spend so much money just for such a little output. But I have a question that the earlier discussed point, is there any other filter, any other kind of filter introduced by the government which costs a little less and which has more output? This is a question I would like to give to my co-delegates who have proposed the point. If it's cost effective and the output is more, it's surely a good project. But the thing is, the filter's prices, as I told you, is nearly, the starting range itself is 7 to 8,000 for each filter, and the output is literally 20 to 50 liters.
Got it. Any points of support on what you guys have told, or do you guys want to answer her? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like my co-delegate said, we can't get tons of water to get purifier. Obviously, there will be some ponds and wells near villages if we are planning to plant that in village. So like they can, it's a purifier obviously. We have to take water from somewhere else and we have to purify. And about the cost, this is IIT, I'm not sure, I have to research about it, and I'm not allowed to use my mobile right now, so I can't research about it.
Careful with that.
Yeah, so if, but I'm sure that it is affordable, because when I researched, that word came many times, it's affordable. And West Bengal, they use like the liter money, how much it's like 5 paise. And it's an IIT Madras, and students have been done that. So I'm pretty sure that it will not be like costing 7,000, or I'm sure it will be like around 4,000 to 5,000. Thank you, Chair.
So let me summarize this one motion, and I think data from either of the parties is a bit wrong, because this is something that we've done 2014. The filter ideally will cost you around 7,000-8,000, so that is right. But it will not filter 20 liters or 10 liters. Filters in our houses do better job. So if you're going for a filter that will, target a school, or if it can like do something for a school, it should be a lot more. And these filters are basically called ROUV water filters, reverse osmosis, UV filtration. They have a light over it. Secondly, we don't collect water from the pond, very tough. The government has already put in water pipelines. We take water directly from that, one pipeline that goes to the school. If you're targeting a school, then typically the filter will cost you 7,000-8,000. Another project that we've done was a filter to an entire village. That is a very huge filter, and that would cost you around 60,000. We installed that in a village called Redinayak Tanda, Nalgonda side, through HY itself. So in case you guys have budget, maybe go to that extent where you will put in 50,000-60,000, and then that will serve the purpose for the village for an year, not 15-20 liters. No, that is not happening. A village on a day takes a lot more of water, more than 15 liters. I think people sitting in this room will take at least 5 liters or more water to just have your bath. And you can't expect a school or a village to like take 15-20 liters out of this filtration. So even the filter that is there for 8,000, it filters 7,000-8,000 liters of water over a period, and then that is when you change the filter. So that's the summary of it. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the motion I'm going to talk about is to restore rainwater. So in order to fill ground level water, we have to dig deep into the grounds. But this project, we don't need to dig deep into the grounds. Just 2 meters is enough. So this is already implemented in our college. So the process is there is a plastic block structure. It's like a block. We have to arrange it in a blockwise, and the block have a sheet. That's a plastic sheet. It have pores in it, so it catch holds the water for a long time. And that whole block is fixed into the 2 meters into 2 meters dig-in thing into the ground, and the sponge is covered around it, and the grassland is placed over it. So what happens is, water will not run off from that, and it catches the water for a long time, and it also helps to restore the groundwater.
So the motion is more about installation of rainwater harvest pits, is what you're saying. That is what they call it.
Yes.
Done?
Yes, sir.
So I think that motion was already done. Okay. Any other new motions on the floor? Can I have delegates who didn't raise a single motion yet raise your placards? If you don't, I'll ask the people here. Anyone here in this room who didn't raise a single motion yet? So any points from your end? You have something?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. I wanted to talk about clean water and sanitization, where we can build a water filtration and purification systems which provide a clean water in all the underdeveloped communities by utilizing a lot of technologies like, for example, reverse osmosis process, where we can remove all the impurities from the water and serve the pure water to the underprivileged villages. Thank you, Chair.
Got it. But I think it's the same which we discussed a bit ago. ROUV is reverse osmosis itself. If you do it for a village, then it's a big plant. If you do it for a school, smaller one. Yeah. Any new motions on the floor? Sushant. Sushma.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion also similar to the filtration plant. This is biosand filtration. It purifies the water. It is a natural process by using the rocks. The kit consists of around 8,000, and it purifies the water in 1 hour 20 to 23 liters. It is a slow process, but it is an electricity-free one. It doesn't require any electricity. It requires only the kit and the water, which needs to be purified and affordable drinking water.
What is the kit called?
Biosand filter.
Got it. Any points of support? Installation of biosand filters in places maybe where there is no proper electricity throughout. But recently KCR said Telangana is 24 hours powered. But, so yeah. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Any emotions on the floor? Like,
I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Meghna Rao Mojada, Governor-in-Chief of Streetcars, President of 2016 to 17 Streetcars Hyderabad, and Chairperson of HYS Season 7. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any new motions on the floor? Something really unique, not really regarding awareness or anything else, please? Go on.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. The thing is, we have done cleaning lakes and all this in the past too. We can do something added to that. The thing is, if an area which is clean or a lake which is clean, if the shores of that area are beautified, then people don't like to throw waste into that. Or basically, even if we find that there are many parks nowadays beside lakes. If there is some lake which is not even protected from any direction, we can use this project by building, like, it's a minimal cost project. It'll cost us around 1 lakh, hopefully. So we can plant more trees around that place, grown trees, not just small little plants because they'll be anyways taken off. So a little grown trees which are show plants, which doesn't require much water, and they're succulent too and since they are beside the river, they can get water from it, even if they're not watered. If such plants are placed surrounding and if the area is beautified, people don't like to litter in that. So it will be, even if it's not completely stopped, at least the effect will be maximized. The project's effect will be maximized, and waste like littering in the lakes will be minimized for this project.
Okay, so you mean beautification of lake surroundings and all?
After cleaning it, yes, yes.
Okay, got it. Any points of support? Mihira, pass on the mic.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. What my delegate said is actually correct. We can make the lake premises very interesting by making the lake around the lake. We can make a cycling track or skating track or like a walking path or something, or a pergola on one side. It's very interesting, and the lake also be clean. Yeah, I support her.
Any points of support or any add-ons to what she's mentioned already? Something that can be added on to a beautification of lake. Yeah, Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to add on to that beautification point. I mean, that is a bit different, but we can, because lakes are something which are not visited by people, the ones which are being used especially. So we can construct nets which are high enough, and people will not be able to throw things into it actually. And also not allowing people to go near to the lake in approximate maybe 1 meter, so that they'll not be able to actually pollute it. So creating a barrier between the actual, touch between the population and the lake.
Any points of contradiction? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as of now, as Afran and my co-delegates have been said to beautification of the lakes and everything. So my point is, who gonna take care of the lake? So after, means lake is not every time visited, right? Not every day I can't go to lake and sit there. So once in a blue moon, I just go to a lake. So who gonna care if we keep the plants or anything? Who gonna care for that? If boundaries are there, who gonna take care of that? We can assume like suicides also may be done there. My perception is that. Thank you.
No, a lot of it did make sense, but what is with lake beautification and suicide?
What I mean, like no one will. So what I mean to say is like, if it is very calm and no one is coming in and around, so it will be something like in that way what I thought.
Still trying to process it, but it will take some time for me. I think that is one point that didn't, sound appealing. Any other points of contradiction? Yes, please. Sai.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I have a doubt actually, like, what's the plan of action?
You said you have point of contradiction, not doubts. Is it you have something against what they said, or do you have questions about it?
Like, how are we going to implant like the 1 meter gap, and how can we like apply the thing of like keeping the nets near the lakes? So with whom can we talk to imply that?
Got it. Those are questions more than contradiction. Any other points of contradiction which sound that you think this is not possible, Mehak?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to ask my co-delegate that beautification of a lake will minimize the pollution. Whereas today, all the lakes, like the nature part of our world is still being polluted, is still getting polluted, even though it is beautiful. The fact that we're just going to plant trees around the lakes or putting barriers will just tarnish our, if we go to nature for a mental peace or for like to get zoned out from this practical world of the reality. If there are barriers near a lake, first of all, I'd like to deal with the barrier thing. If we put like a barrier or nets or whatever it is, just for that people don't pollute it, it doesn't make sense, because making barriers and stuff, still there are certain barriers or something like that where all these things, the water, the lakes or the ponds, they are getting polluted. And the beautification part, like planting trees, planting plants and stuff in that, there are lakes and beaches, let me say, okay. They are very beautiful, but still they are polluted. How is the beautification going to minimize the pollution is what I'm asking.
Do you want to answer Mehak, the one who raised the motion? Beautification of lakes, yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, we might think it that way, but there are already projects that have been executed in large scale at large lakes, which surrounding areas are financially fit. And one such lake is, does anyone live nearby Balapur or Jilalguda? Okay. There is a lake over there that has been the most polluted lake I have seen till date. Beautification or barriers, as you said, we are putting barriers, but we like to enjoy the nature. It has barriers, and the barrier is a cycling walking track. And most of us know that in public, we fear doing things which would point out our prestige. So not just us, most of the people in the society would also be thinking like, "Arey, izzat ka sawal hai," bolke, they don't do it publicly. So obviously, no one would come at night and do some such thing as coming and polluting a lake. No one would be so patient to do it at night. And the thing is, if you're having a cycling track just beside the lake, how is it a barrier between you and the nature?
Mehak, do you want to answer? I think the house is open for debate.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I never mentioned about the cycling tracks or anything. I just gave answer to what Afra said about the net barriers. Cycling track, it makes sense. About the other thing that you said, can you
bringing into picture, just right after me, one of my co-delegate raised the point of cycling tracks. After that, you were the one who contradicted the point. So that's the reason
I answered the other contradiction, not to that contradiction.
This is a combined discussion.
No, but like, do you think I spoke about cycling track? And I never spoke about the cycling track, nor did I spoke about the night thing. I just answered her. And regarding the plants thing, can you please tell what you just told again?
There are some succulent plants, show plants, which do not require constant watering.
Yeah.
And since they are just beside the lake, their nature itself is succulent, so they can get water from the lake.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that doesn't require much maintenance if they're already a little bit grown. And as of what you told, you just contradicted Afra's point. The thing is, we've all been supporting the same point. There were points of support. So it is all the same thing. It is not like such point is being contradicted for this reason. It is like we can bring in all the ideas and take a better picture of this to execute a good project.
All right. About the prestige thing that you just said, do you know that when people spit on the road, all the public can see that, right? Where is the prestige then?
We're not speaking about...
No. If we're talking about prestige, I'm saying nobody cares. None of the public cares. Even if I'm doing something in the public, if it's not concerning the individual, they will not care. If it's concerning the nature, they will not care. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I totally understand that point of yours. But some goal which the government couldn't completely execute it, as we know we are a non-governmental organization. Each one of us knows that. When government can't destroy it, can't do that 100%, and we are able to do it at least to the maximum, why can't we put our effort in it? Something is better than nothing, as we know.
We are discussing some things only here. That is the thing. If they just ask me a contradiction, that's what I said. We are discussing.
Yeah, but I think that the contradiction should be valid to the project, not to a person.
Yeah, I think the house is closed for debate.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
But one thing that I would want to point out to your one of the points of Balanagar, Balapur, whichever lake, being the dirtiest, you didn't visit Nagol one. So that is even way more. But at the same time, I wanted to bring out Nagol's name because ideally I thought this was one motion that was done by the GHMC people. Because if you see the stretch of Musi River near Nagol, there was a stretch earlier where there was the similar case of wall littering and all happening there. But they did a beautification of that entire stretch right now. And now if you go there and see, I don't know how it attracted people around that area. Anyone from Nagol, Alkapuri, Ashtalakshmi colony and all. Now if you guys know this, if you go there and see the park in the morning near the Bagayat land and all, the littering and all of that has completely reduced. Again, I wouldn't say it would happen in every other place, but that was one project done by the government which was successful. The minute they started planting good plants and then creating some vibe over that place, a lot of this littering stopped. But will it work in every place? I don't know, but yeah, just wanted to share this. Yep. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, please.
Water pollution is mainly because of the industries, no. They are always pouring the water or the waste they are throwing it in the water. So why don't we do something like strike over there?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you haven't acknowledged the chair. You may stay seated till again.
Sorry.
Any new motions on the floor? Preetham.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of you know Banslalpet stepwell, right? So recently it was restored by the government of Telangana. So same like Banslalpet stepwell, we have many stepwells like that. So in the city, which belongs to Nizams, which are now used as garbage pits. So we can choose a stepwell and we can restore one of the stepwells so that the groundwater in the area will increase.
Good one, but the only fact that most of them don't know Banchlal area. But yeah, great point, I believe. Any points of support? Maybe more of an extension to the water harvest pit, which was done by Nizams back then. Why not restore it, is what he says. So any points of support? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Yeah, I support that the motion set by our co-delegate. If we clean that step well, the water can be used for other purposes like agriculture and other uses. The people who are staying near the step well. There is a step well in Lingampalli. As an architectural student, we went there and we saw that. We thought to clean it, and if we do that, it would be nice. Thank you.
Got it. Any other points of support? One is Lingampalli, the other one is what he said. In case you know one in your area, you can collect. Any points of contradiction? You were the one who raised the motion. No. Got it. Please, Lasya.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. Actually, Bansilal Pet restoration is a really wonderful thing. It's helpful. But the thing is, restoring a stepwell or a lake is not at all an easy task. Complete usage, even we restore the water, restore the whole stepwell, the water will not be purified at all. The complete restoration takes lakhs and lakhs of money. Even the same Linganpalli stepwell also, even I visited that place as an architecture student. Because I know the restoration process, as it's a really very complicated one.
Could you elaborate on how they do this process?
Actually, it's not like, not very, I even don't know very elaborately, but the thing is, they even dig the grounds and they purified all, they clean all the ground layers. Then they want to do some, as there are old kind of things, they want to do some renovations on all over the things. And they use some kind of materials where the water will be purified and then will be stored. So all this process will take lakhs of money for whole restoration thing. Even when we talk about the Bansilal pit, it costed nearly lakhs.
Yes, would you want to answer?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I'm not talking about Bansilalpet or Lingampalli. So there are many other stepwells which are like 1500 square feet or 2000 square feet. Like there is one in Guramguda and there is one in Chevella. I mean, that doesn't cost us so much, like it costs us less than 1 lakh. So I'm talking about these type of stepwells which we can do.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but because you said you know how to do this, what was the process involved and what is the cost?
So basically, as she told, there were lakhs of money spent on Bansilalpet stepwell. Bansilalpet stepwell is like one of the biggest stepwells in Hyderabad. So I am talking about smaller stepwells, like as I told you, there is one in Guramguda, there is one in Chevella. When I was the president of E-Force last year, we did a survey in this stepwell. So I mean, I don't tell I have a detailed knowledge on it, but I have a brief, I can give a brief explanation on it. So yeah, there are many other small stepwells as well, which we can restore them.
Got it. Great. Any new motions on the floor? If I don't see the placards, I'll start calling people's name and they have to come up with the ideas. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So before this all filters and all technology, there used to be an organic way to filter the water. So as per my knowledge, there used to be a substance which used to purify the water. So I guess introducing that would be a good idea.
Good, but what substance?
I have to research on that, but as per my knowledge, it's called ozone, I guess.
Ozone is above.
No, it is also called ozone.
Okay. The brand?
No,
the
it's
product?
just a substance. It's an organic substance. It's biodegradable. So it's called ozone.
Got it.
Thank you.
But I would love to hear more about it because this is very vague on not knowing what that is, but we'll put something in water and then...
It's just an organic substance which people used to do back then. I know people back then water was like good, not polluted, but still they used to take the measures. So that's what I'm telling. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks. One of his tulasi leaves by default, when you put it, it removes a lot of toxic thing into the leaf. So that was 2013 motion from my. Any new motions on the floor? Anyone else with some new motions on the floor? How many of you are like really sleepy? Raise your placard.
Be honest.
Be honest, super honest. Next time, Ritesh, let's put people on intermittent fasting during this assembly period.
Done. We'll do it.
Do you guys want an activity?
We love to.
Before we become all active and then start doing, let's do one thing, right? On the count of 3, I want all of you to stand, sit, stand, sit for 6 times. Okay? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Someone is missing them.
The one sitting here, you didn't do 11, 12. I was watching you. Let's do it again. Till the time everyone are doing this, we keep repeating this. On the count of 3, okay? 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want it in sync. 9, 10.
Perfect sync.
11, 11 and a half. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Want more activity or want more motions? Sit down. Feeling fresh? Feeling tired? See, that's the reason we say talking is easier. Let's come up with motions rather than sleeping here. Right? Any new motions on the floor? In this entire process, only again the one person. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. But it's not entirely a new motion. I just want to tell that the goal is about clean water and sanitation. We are all focusing on lakes and clean water itself. But there is a part of sanitation too. Sanitation and hygiene. It is not just about cleaning lakes and all. It's also about improving our hygiene quality. So I think we should focus a little bit on that too.
Sure, but what is the motion?
I just want to throw light on this aspect. And the thing is, a motion regarding this was already passed in the before session. It's a related motion. The thing is, in Boinpalli slum, we had to, one of my co-delegates has proposed to build toilets there because they have water supply and electricity supply. So we need to build more toilets for the people there because there are 1,500 people and only 3 washrooms available for them. So since it has been already executed, I think it should actually be considered under this project.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, any new motions on the floor? Something unique for sure. Please be confident on your goal, please. Or your motion, sorry. Member to the last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Coming to the sanitation, we have Monda Market in Sikandrabad. There is a pot market. They don't have well sanitation, like they don't have enough bathrooms. They only have Sulabh complex, which is not maintained well. We have a place there where we can construct bathrooms there. As we went for a survey, we came to know that they need bathrooms for themselves, who are selling, like who are sellers there.
Is it a slum?
It's not a slum, it's a old market.
Okay, construction of washrooms. Contradictions? Anyone? Pritam.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So she mentioned that area name, that's Monda Market. So Monda Market is totally of wholesale shops and wholesale, yeah, that thing, right? So when a wholesale dealer can't build his own washroom, why do you need to build washroom for him?
Would you want to answer? Yes, please.
Yeah, I said about pot market. they are not wholesale, like they are wholesale sellers, but they can't afford that much which they can build by themselves.
Yes, I think the house is open for debate.
Thank you, Chair. So, you mentioned the name Monda Market.
In
Everyone knows how much a single pot seller or a single, whatever it might be, a single fruit seller, how much he earns. So we don't even need to help them because they are earning on their own.
Yeah, but I went for a survey, so I came to know that they'll get only 5 rupees for a pot. They'll paint it, they'll make it, and they'll sell.
Okay,
only 5 rupees.
they'll get 5
can't
rupees for a
afford.
pot, but how many pots they'll sell? That you tell me.
But the amount they are receiving by themselves is different than the amount they are we are taking.
Okay,
from.
I have one more doubt. Where they are living? I mean, in the hut or something, or like in a proper pakka house?
You are asking about the shops?
No, the place where they live.
Okay, they'll have only the sales in a particular time, like Diwali times. So only few communities can sell there. Only potters can sell.
Let's
So they don't
talk
have-
about pottery itself. So in summer season they'll sell pots. In all the seasons they'll be selling the kiddie banks, and in Diwali season they'll be selling diyas. So in every season something or the other thing they'll be selling. So you can't tell we need to help a businessman or a businesswoman. So as they're earning themselves, you don't need to help them. You don't need to put your extra effort. Being a HYM member, you don't need to help them. So they're earning on their own, right? So I think that makes some point.
As far I know, they said me that they are not capable to build themselves as they are poor.
Even I'll be telling everything. I'll tell I just rented this suit. I don't have my own suit.
No, I think this is the way I see it at least. If you see Raitu Bazaar, that was started by Telugu Desam back then, where they said, let's cut the middleman and then just have farmers and then exclusive customers who are directly buying. Now a farmer in a village might have a lot more of property or whatever compared to a lot of us here. Or just take it a Pani Puri guy standing out there and selling Pani Puri. The other day there was a case study in my company where I was doing this with my CEO, where he said the revenue that we generate here out of each employee that we're paying whatever salary, when you compare it with a Pani Puri wala, is way less compared to what they are making versus what we make sitting in a company AC room. But that doesn't qualify us to say that a Pani Puri guy or a farmer is like having a great life and not us. On a rainy day you still have office, on a rainy day you still have shelter, but one failure in a crop or one failure in whatever things that happen, one lockdown for that matter, will ruin the entire business. And they live on a daily basis. Now for me, in my company, I might have 22 sick leaves, 12 casual leaves, some annual leaves or whatever fancy leaves. But for him, if he's gone on a leave, he is not getting salary, he's not getting paid. And any business for that matter will have rich and poor. It can't always be rich pottery makers or rich pani puri sellers or rich farmers. They might have stuff behind their back, but they are into that profession for a reason. And cannot generalize is what I'm saying, that everyone in Monda Market are like doing great and then it's time we also start a shop in Monda Market. That cannot be a solution, but at the same time, I think a lot more of research is needed on to whom we're targeting. But he also has a valid point where he says if you're constructing toilets for all the businessmen out there, they would not even rather use your toilet because they have proper systems in place. But another valid point on her end is that there are people, there are pottery makers or whoever in that market, because I live near Uppal and I know for the fact who comes and sells in Uppal. They might have acres of land in village, but something that is not liquidated in cash is never considered as a lifestyle changer. It's just there back in my name, but I do not have a living out of it. So that is how we see it. Yeah, thanks. Long speech. Yeah, any other points of contradiction or support? Contradiction? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned, there is a Sulap complex nearby, but they don't use it because it's not properly maintained. But even if we are going to construct washrooms there, who is going to maintain those washrooms? There is some authority required to maintain those washrooms as well. Even just like in our schools and colleges, there are some colleges and schools where you have plenty of washrooms, but none uses them because they are not neat. When we ourselves are not using it, how can we expect someone else to use a washroom which is not being maintained?
Yeah, got it. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. So my idea is introduction of bacteria previously isolated from natural water and soil environment into the bottom of sediments and water of polluted reservoir. So usually nowadays, like people are like the government and all are using chemical substances to purify lakes and reservoirs. So this is a if we use bacteria instead of this is already an idea, but it is not implemented everywhere. If we use bacteria to clean the reservoirs, the bacteria will decompose the organic pollutants in water and sediments at a very fast rate. They process them into carbon dioxide and biomass, which in the food chain is ultimately eaten by the fish. So this is developed by a scientist from Department of Ecology of Microorganism, which is like in University of Warsaw, with the company Ecolife. These selected specialized bacterial strains helps clean lakes and ponds under aerobic conditions, which is under usage of oxygen, and this is biologically safe method when compared to chemical substances, and it takes only less than 6 months, like 4 to 5 months.
But firstly, appreciate all your effort in trying to put in research. I think she deserves a round of applause, because not just this idea, but I've been following what you were saying. A lot of research did go into that, and that is exactly what we expect out of every member here. Specific to this one, I would love to understand, where do you want to do this and which place, and what is the cost, and what is the plan of action?
I have no idea about the cost because I did not do research about cost in both the motions. But we can implement in lakes, reservoirs in Hyderabad, and it depends on our cost, like fund which we select. If it is very cheap, we can do in villages or small areas, and if it's very big funding, we can use in cities and places where we can impact a lot in this.
Cool. The motion is about introduction of bacteria, organic bacteria into the purification of lake, whatever the process is. Yeah. Any points of support if someone has some clue on this, how to do it? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to explain it in a little more detail by taking an example. If you all are aware of smallpox, the thing is smallpox is a viral disease which is caused, and the antibiotic taken is the bacteria Penicillium notatum. Likewise, the idea is completely just co-parallel, the idea is co-parallel to the same experiment. That is, removing all the pollutants using a bacteria. This is a helpful bacteria. Most of us think that just bacteria, it would also cause some harm to the water, but this is a different case. So I'm explaining you all with an example that how smallpox is being eradicated by using an antibiotic of a bacteria of Penicillium notatum. Likewise, this plan also can be implemented, and since it's a biological thing, it would cost us much lesser than using other chemicals.
Got it. Great. Any points of contradiction? Why contradict when we don't know about it? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. There is actually a similar product, but it uses chemicals instead of bacteria. It's produced by P&G. It's called water purification packets. It's currently not available, but I feel like it would be a much cheaper alternative, and it's more safely tested.
Got it. Thanks.
Thanks, Pranav.
Thank you, Pranav, for joining the chair table with us.
Thank you so much, Pranav.
I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Alok Jaiswal, Permanent Chair of Street Cause India, and the President of Gold from 2013 to 2020. We welcome you, sir.
Yes. Any new motions on the floor?
If you have anything which you have discussed here, please send it in a message chat. We'll also consider that.
You could think of new motions until then. Yes. Any new motions on the floor? Lasya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we know that we wash our clothes and clean our utensils and everything, we use soap for each and everything. Soap actually causes a lot of pollution to water. So there's a new product in the market. There's no particular name for that product. So that it's a machine where hydrogen, oxygen, all this combinedly will be converted into hydrogen peroxide and further will be converted into ozone, which is a cleansizing agent. So installing these machines to the household things like washing machines or everything will reduce the use of detergent, and subsequently it will reduce the pollution of the water. So I suggest that installing these kind of machines in the laundry areas where there will be lots and lots of detergent used, lots and lots of water will be used is a better thing. And when we talk about the cost of thing, for 2 to 3 machines, it will cost 15,000 or something. Like for 2 to 3 washing machines, it will cost around 12 to 15,000.
Last year, could you mention the name of this machine, please?
Yeah, there's no particular name for the machine actually, as far as I know, because I came to know about this machine from a POC when we were doing a project for quality education, water purifier project. So I just wanted to convey that product to you now.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and wind up this goal. First motion, installation of water harvesting pits. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Cleaning of roselia plants to stay safe from mosquitoes. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Setting up of fluorine removal plants with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Setting up of water tankers in rural areas. Those with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Lake cleaning drive with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Installation of water purifiers with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Installation of biosand filters with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Initiating steps to preserve lakes and beautify them with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Restoring step wells with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Washroom construction in Monda Market with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Introduction of organic bacteria into lakes with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. This is the end of goal 3. Let's move to goal 4. Goal 4, decent work and economic growth. By 2030, achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men, including for young people and persons with disabilities, and equal pay for work of equal value. New speeches on the floor? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, decent work and economical growth. It stands for the opportunity for everyone to get work that is productivity and delivers a fair income, security in the workspace, and social protection force for families, better prosperity for the personal development and social integration. Promote policies to support job creations and growth enterprises, improve resources efficiency in consumptions and production, full employment and decent work with equal pay. Promote youth employment, education and training, end modern salary trafficking and child labor, protect and promote safe working environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any new speeches on the floor? Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to add 4 pillars of the decent work and economic growth. Extending social protection, promoting social dialogue, promoting jobs, promoting enterprise, guaranteeing rights at the work, and giving fair salaries to everyone, and giving right to express at their workplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll be open for another 2 speeches. Any new speeches on the floor? Yes, Aditya, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. A society grows when old men plant trees in whose shade they shall never sit. Such economic growth will only be seen when we talk about the economic and political state of the world, and when we do grassroots movements and explain to workers their worker rights. Only then will we get to see a better tomorrow. Basically, the working classes thriving is key to a successful economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any new speeches on the floor? Yes, you may go ahead. OC, could you please help with the mic?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The Sustainable Development Goals have made it clear that the decent work and economic growth are closely related, which means it is very essential. Decent work is very essential for economic growth, and economic growth is essential for securing decent work opportunities. Decent work opportunities means with the work which is productive and brings income, security at workplaces. And also, work should be safe, opportunities to express their concerns and decisions, and it should have a lot of economic growth, more employment, and bettering jobs. United Nations is also focusing on creating job opportunities, protect worker rights, and ensures access to social protection and reduce inequalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Any motions on the floor? Yes, you may go ahead, Tarun.
My motion is regarding the physically disabled people. So, an amount of 1.3 billion people is hello? Can you speak?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm listening.
India has a population of 1.23 billion, which is, and in that physically disabled people are 2.1%. So 61% people are literate and remaining are not illiterate. So the people who are disabled, they can't walk and go to the offices, and the people who are literate, they can work from home. But ఎవరైతే చదువుకోలేని వాళ్ళు ఉంటారో వాళ్ళు బయటికి వెళ్ళి పని చేయలేరు.
Support? Is the motion clear for everyone? All right, so any points of support? Points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate is mentioning regarding vehicle support to disabled people, right? So as the chair also mentioned that, in Hyderabad Youth Assembly, we focus on something permanent projects. So vehicles, giving vehicles, we can't give, the level of impact scale is very, very less. You can hardly, because it's very, the expenditure will be very, very high. At the same time, you can't help maximum number of people. I think a 10 or maximum of 10 would be the level of impact scale, because vehicle expenditure, it will not be around, it will be easily around 1-2 lakhs easily, right? 1 lakh if you scale. Okay, at least 50,000. So I think this is not a very feasible project.
The delegate that has raised this motion, would you like to answer to that? Sure, you may go ahead.
So, impacting a 10 people person also might be a good thing, right? Because
Yes, I hear contradiction. So Nihal, you would like to contradict that? Yeah, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As you mentioned, impacting 10 people is also impact. But I think we are not here for just that 10 people. We are here for impacting large scale. And that's what Hyderabad Youth Assembly is meant for, right?
All right, any more points of contradiction? Okay, any new motions on the floor? Yes, Safia, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I don't know a particular place, but if we survey, we can select a place and we can construct a sewing machine center for both men and women. They can take cloths from tailors and sew handmade bags, like they are reusable, washable. That would be affordable for others also. They can sew the bags and they can sell by themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Safia. Any points of support? Yes, Krishna Teja.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, along with an addition to her point, I also have a separate idea based on this. So, during the survey reports, we similarly gave an idea about starting a sewing machine camp for women and men alike, where they can learn the art of sewing, and after that we will be giving these sewing machines to some low scale businesses that are upcoming right now, and we will be providing these to them. Along with these are the new people who just learn the art of sewing. They can be employed in these upcoming businesses, so we can create an employment at the same time while getting the development of upcoming business at the same time, like two birds at a single stone.
Yeah. State Cause is doing the same kind of event since past 5-6 years probably, but the results outcomes were not really good because it is being utilized for any other personal uses, and also it is not being fulfilled for the purpose that what we are actually meant for, right?
If I may.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah. That's what the whole point was. That was why our survey was rejected too. So we had a cross idea about it. As I mentioned earlier, we can provide employment too through this. We would be giving these sewing machines to upcoming businesses, tailor shops or any other kind of clothing stores which require these equipment, and at the same time create an employment by providing these people to this employers.
Yes, clear with your idea, Krishna Teja, but I think we really need more, better plan of action on how we implement this. So thank you so much for your idea. I'd like to take this moment to request Charit Reddy, our former chairperson, to join us on the chair table.
points of support for the previous motion?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like my co-delegate said, we can set up a small business, not only sewing or like pottery making, something like that. In one particular community, we can ask the women. I especially promote this for women, like because women are the one who think that they are not eligible for working in this in this society. So we can make one community people, one community women to come to a place like common place for them to work, and we can implement like giving sewing machines to them. For example, sewing is the business which we are planning for. We can give sewing machines to them, and we can make it as a business for them. Like overall community people will be working in that. So the women will also start working towards, like they'll come out and start working towards. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. Any points of contradiction? Yes, Lasya, you may go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the thing is, we give or will distribute the sewing machines or any kind of other machines, but these are being misused. This is the point have already been raised when the survey report has been submitted. And the thing is, we give them, they use for some kind of purpose for this time. And when we go and see after some time, the sewing machines will not be there and the purpose is completely spoiled. So if we need to execute this kind of project, a very proper plan of action is required and very proper follow-ups are need to be required. So that's the only concern from my side.
Okay, any new motions on the floor? Yes, member.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This motion is also regarding providing employment to women in rural areas by setting up a leaf plates manufacturing unit in a rural village so that it generates employment to them. They can sell those leaf plates which are made in that manufacturing unit. Thank you.
Okay, any points of support? No points of support? Points of contradiction? Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask my co-delegate that what is the estimated budget for setting up this factory or whatever? And where will you sell all of the output? Where will you sell? Where is the distribution? Where is the marketing? How would you go about it?
Member, would you like to answer it? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This was recently implemented in one of the villages of Telangana. My uncle was sarpanch to that village, so he handled that. This can be implemented in rural villages where women need certain employment, and we just like tell them or make them aware that how is the process going to be, and like we have different what we call every village has this a center to distribute, like a market yard to sell their goods, so they can be transported to that market yard by those women who are employed there, and they can sell them there to the wholesalers.
Any more points of contradiction, or do you have anything to say? Sure, the floor is open for debate.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. But wouldn't it be we would be in losses? Why would HYA invest in such a capital-intensive project and just help women? Because we're not here to just provide employment. We're not in government. We need results. We need to keep the cycle going. If it runs in losses, how will you pay them? How will this more women come into place? How will we go about it?
Actually, yeah. Actually, the employment is guaranteed because they are selling this
leaf-made plates, which are used by, like we see in our general stores today, this biodegradable leaf plates, where many of us are interested to purchase them. So they don't go into loss or something because they are being purchased by some other one. So this is what I'm.
But then who will sell to these people? Like, who will distribute? Who is going to take care? Are we going to take care?
Okay, I'll clear that doubt for you. Yeah, you as members should be also taking care of how you're going to sell whatever you're teaching them to do. For example, here are leaf plates. So when you're teaching them to make leaf plates, you're also solely responsible to tell them how you're going to sell them, right? So yeah, we'll all, if the motion passes, then we'll discuss about how much money is to be spent, and if at all, if the motion passes, then is the questions what you asked would be practical, not right now. So yeah, any new motions of the board, you can please sit down. Yeah, member in the between.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The main point is decent work. According to me, every work is decent which one is done with their own self-respect. So why don't we promote, like, now most of the people are like categorizing the works like this work is decent and this work is not. How you are categorizing it? I don't get it. So yeah, whoever doing the work, they are doing with their own self-respect. So they deserve the respect. So the work they are doing is decent.
Okay, we never discarded that, but then what's your motion?
We just awareness program were saying the people that every work is decent which can be done with their own, without relying on anyone. They are doing it themselves.
Okay, but we never discarded that this job is decent, this job is not. So on what basis are you saying that as a motion?
The goal says that the decent work.
What is your motion? Awareness of what?
Saying the people that every work is decent.
Okay, any points of support? Contradiction? Oh yeah, there you go. I'll probably give it to the members, yeah. The member right in the front.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The point he has pointed out is not decent work, it is actually dignity of labor. Dignity of labor by definition states that every occupation must be respected. So I like to say that's it.
Okay, but the point, what I'm trying to say is who denied that here? Whoever told that that is wrong in the assembly here there was no point which ever said that, ever, never ever in the assembly, right? Okay, any new motions on the floor? Yes, member.
First of all, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to say that I haven't chosen like any village or anything in particular, but we have to choose a village who are not aware of like entrepreneurship or anything, and we have to choose a community. It need not be just for women, men, or like young people, but this is going to be for everybody. And coming to the motion I would like to put out is the food processing and preservation. So we in Telangana are like very, interested in making pickles, jams, and all these things, like any of the traditional food. So we can encourage women in the rural areas to like prepare this food processing systems, and also the young people, whoever are like young, a little educated, but not able to get into a job, can get into digital marketing. We can educate them in the duration of the period we are working. We can educate them with digital marketing and the promotional systems. So we can do the educational
I would like to welcome and acknowledge the presence of Srimati Sumati Bandugura, IPS Officer, DIG and CID of Women Safety, Telangana, who believes in human face of policing. Empathy is embedded in law, balancing act, being sincere and simple. She was born and brought up in Telangana and has a lot of designations provided both central and state government. She believes in human face of policing. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you all for the welcome, and you created a lot of energy. And still at 4 o'clock, I think you have started in the morning. Everybody seems to be very energetic still. Yes, good. 7 in the morning. Okay, good.
I'm sorry, I lost you at food processing and preservation,
Yeah.
and then you jumped onto social media marketing somehow.
Okay, so
Can you just explain it quickly?
Okay, sure. I'll just repeat the whole process. I'll be quick. So first of all, coming to the young people, these people will be like into digital marketing where they'll be promoting the business, and we will be teaching them on how to, basically promote the business. And coming to the women, these women will be working on the processing of the food. So as I told, like pickles, jams, or any of the traditional foods. Okay, and coming to the men, these men will be involved in the deliveries of any business we have gotten them. And this is just one motion I would like to put out. And also in Telangana, we are rich in handicrafts and artifacts. So we can also take this into consideration where the artists of Telangana then come under one roof and create something artistic, and then we can again do the promotions in cities, like bigger cities.
Okay, I think you mixed like 4 motions
No, I
altogether.
mentioned 2 motions, Chair.
Oh, thank you so much for the knowledge. So the 2 motions are again food processing and preservation, and social media marketing and delivery.
Can I repeat it? I'm so sorry.
Can those 2 motions be in one line, please?
Okay, so basically digital marketing, what I was mentioning, is for the promotions. Okay. So yeah, this is just part of the business. So coming to it's a entrepreneurship for everybody, not just for women, but for men, young people, everybody. And the 2 motions I've put out is one, the preservation and food processing, and the other one is artifacts and handicrafts.
Okay, points of support? Yes, member.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. So I would like to add a point of what my co-delegate has said. So there are many unemployed men and women, especially housewives. So they know decorative items like pots, like bangles, etc. So but they don't know how to do marketing. So we create an awareness program where we can teach them how to do marketing, especially selling in online platforms.
I'm sorry, member, but then that is a completely different motion. We'll come back to that. But then any point of support for food processing and preservation, and also artifact marketing. Any points of support for that? Contradiction? Yes, Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, the motion of the handicrafts and marketing. Marketing is not a one-step process. It's a continuing process. It's not like you will do marketing for this phase and later on you will stop marketing, right? Because marketing is a continuing process. So we engage in so many projects. So marketing that products continuously might not be a feasible one, because right now we have other issues also to focus very much. So completely engaging everyone into marketing of handicrafts will not be feasible for other projects too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So actually, the marketing that I was speaking about is for the young people of the rural villages who are not employed. So it is not us who's going to be doing the marketing, but we'll be training them for the 1 month period, whenever, like wherever we are. So we'll be like training them, and then they'll be like taking up their job.
Okay, let me clarify her thing. She just mentioned marketing as a part of her whole plan of food processing and preservation, which is the actual motion and which we'll focus on, and not on social media marketing again. So yeah, it was food preservation and processing, right?
Yes.
And
Handicrafts and artifacts.
yeah, so basically you're asking them to do that and create business out of it, basically, right? Now, is there any point of contradiction for this particular point? Yes, member in the front.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This issue is about like homemade food stuff and all that, right? Are you all aware of Swagruha? Swagruha Foods and Dwakra groups. They're already in processing and the marketing range is wide too. And even Pochampalli Ikat, all this, whatever she has mentioned right now, they are world famous, not even state or country. So I don't think it's necessary to get over this again and again. Instead, we can focus on some people who are underprivileged and where action is more needed to be taken.
I'll move on. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to focus on job creation. So in order to achieve so, I want to suggest a program that can offer courses and workshops and on-demand skills, job search strategies, and resume building. This can provide placement services, job placement services. So after the completion of the program, I would like to deal with the students who have been trained in that program, that they will also be the trainers again. So this process continues, and by this,
okay, who exactly will be your students here?
Yeah?
Who will be you training? What's your focus group here?
Focus group is more on like people who cannot afford to like unemployed people.
Okay, so you're basically offering unemployed people a placement drive. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm just identifying the future skills and training those people.
See, it's not just me who has to understand. The whole assembly has to understand it.
Yeah.
So if you could just elaborate more on it.
Yeah,
Any points of support? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So ideally, what she meant was job creation for people who are not getting the reach. So recently, me, Yashashwini, we being from the same department of HR, we identified that unless you categorize the top 10 or 15 colleges in Hyderabad, forget top 15, top 5 might get job placements, but go to the 6th one, maybe 50% are placed. And from there, we were talking on what happens to the 100th college. Now that you guys know, there are like 150, 200 BTech colleges across Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, or way more than that. One thing that we've noticed is a technology gap between what is expected out of any company versus what is being taught in the college. Now, very difficult to go back and then change the curriculum of college. We tried raising this point in our colleges, but no one listens. I mean, that is something that should change across the system. But what we can do is maybe form a bridge between the 4th year, second semester people. And when I say that, it is not from colleges in Hyderabad. rather go deeper into Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, whatever the reach is, and then get into these colleges where companies are not going there. And I know a list of colleges where companies don't go, because those colleges keep approaching us if we can have a placement drive and all. And we tried doing that because we thought going to these colleges might be a little cheaper in terms of the overall cost for the company. But when we tried doing something in these colleges, there was no match between what the technology is right now in the market to what is being taught in the college. So we collaborated with one of a company called NextWave. If you guys know, it recently raised funds and all. But what happens with NextWave is that they charge a fee of 45,000, 50,000 or whatever the amount is to onboard these people, train them for 6 months and then deploy into the market. What NextWave is doing for money, or NextWave or ABC Technologies or Newton School, these all are training institutes which take fees after students pay college fee also and then train them to be job ready. What we can do is maybe find out those trainers, and they are there in the market, a lot of them. Contact a couple of companies where they're hiring freshers, try to understand what the specific technologies are that these companies are looking for. Next 3-4 months, identify those bunch of students from the deeper parts of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Create one workshop class, one workshop session. I don't call it a class because it takes good 3-4 months of time, or maybe 6 months. But we, being that bridge between the student, all we have to do is pay these tutors, is what I believe. And maybe in case it is happening in Hyderabad, then you can still say the students to like bear the expenses, which will cost around 3,000-4,000 a month. People are ready to do that, but to pay 45,000-50,000 fees for these training sessions is a bit costly. So maybe be that one platform where you onboard trainers, you onboard not random people, but the skilled ones from these colleges. At the same time, contact companies on what they are looking for, because recently I've done one of the drive where I just needed .NET people, and it took forever for me to just bring 5 people. We interviewed like 100, 150, and we didn't get them just because of the skill gap. And that is there across. So maybe just onboard these bunch of folks, onboard a couple of companies. Alok also might know a bunch on what he requires. And there are a list of companies that need people, but we don't have the skill in the market. So create that balance between companies and the student. Create one proper workshop and then just train them, deploy them into the companies. So this was my thought on job creation.
Any more points of support? Points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Yes, Nidhi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So when we talk about employment, why is everybody saying women, men? So do you not realize there are other genders also? So my motion is about providing sewing machine equipment for transgender women. So there are many of transgender women who want to work, but they are not getting a perfect platform or financial stability because, yeah. So maybe through HYA we could, provide them with sewing machine equipment. Thank you.
Points of support? Yes, member.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to improvise that proposal. We can extend it to sex workers as well, and it would be a great initiative. I mean, those people are the people who need it actually. We can bring a change.
I have another extension if allowed. You can also include the victims of sexual abuse.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
And when it comes to trans people, as it is proposed that you can give sewing machines, whether they actually require it or they have to be oriented to know what actually they require. Because in trans people, there is a There are about not less than about 50 to 55,000 organized and semi-organized trans people of various categories of LGBTQ+. The only safe part of making them employable is we should not allow them to get into a role which they look into a person, where they get attached to a person and they become the sex workers. We should ensure that they are not attached to the people through whom they get into the sex work. That is one major thing where we have to organize them to identify anything other than becoming a sex worker. They want to become, but they want to get trained, but it is difficult to actually organize them to identify their needs. For that, I think there are few organizations and few mentors within them whom you have to make part of your assembly, who can actually provide you inputs of what is required to them. I think it is really a good move. And that boy who spoke about requirement of going into the rural areas and the semi-urban areas of Telangana to identify students who can actually link to the skilling requirement, isn't it? I think there are, you can go to the alumnus of IIMs or something where you can identify few people who can actually mentor you to directly tell what are the skills required. So your workshop will become more focused. That also I think you can explore is what I feel.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Also, thank you so much, Sharad, for joining us on the chair table. Now, I invite Alok Jaiswal, our permanent chair, to join us on the chair table.
Any new motions on the floor? Anybody who hasn't spoken yet, any new motions on the floor? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. So I would like to again repeat my point. So there are many unemployed men, women, and trans, and etc. So who are illiterate or someone who doesn't know about modern technology. So they can do many things like pot making, decoration, bangles, etc. But they don't know how to do marketing. So what we do is we create an awareness program. So where we can teach them how to sell their products on online platforms like Amazon and etc. Thank you.
All right, we'll quickly move on from this point because we've been discussing marketing for a while now. Unless there is support or a contradiction, one last point, please. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. So I would like to contradict the point. As mentioned, marketing is a skill where it is not gained in one night or 1 week or 2 months, right? Because the marketing is a skill, you require so much of training, skill, patience, and it's a very, very long process. So you are going there, and we are still students. So okay, if you hire someone also, it is a continuous process where you need to continuously follow up how the marketing skill is taking place. So in this situation, okay, that's a very good initiative, but in practical terms, it might not be feasible enough.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as all of us are college students, we must be aware of startups, right? We can establish a resource and development center which connects all the startup companies in the city. because a single startup is something risky. And if each of us requires some resources, we have to go to some other company, some big company. But startups come from different sectors. Each startup is not the same. So one startup's requirement can be fulfilled by another startup. Since they are all startups and established by students, they would have more trust and they would be more interested to engage in with each other. We can establish a resource and development incubation center where all the startups can be connected with each other. Likewise, if there is a downfall of any startup, the others will be aware of it. And then they can help each other simultaneously. And this will support the goal of sustainable development, as they are of different sectors, like their needs cannot be fulfilled by a single startup. Since there are a group of startups involved in the same cause, so they can get help from each of the startups. Likewise for every other startup. So I think this would be a good idea to connect them.
Sure. Can you elaborate by taking an example of what exactly these resources could be?
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me once again. So the thing is, for taking an example, some company might be just a startup and it might require promotions. So for this purpose, they might require pamphlets or something else like that. And some other startup might be a printing press or something. So they can give it at a lower price for the startup at the starting, and they can be connected meanwhile. By this, even they can expand their business, and meanwhile, the other startup can reduce the cost of promotion.
All right, thank you. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? To my extreme right, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to say that Telangana is already having something like that, that is T-Hub. It is a group of startups. They support each other. So I don't think we have to specially create one more hub, because Telangana is already doing it. And it is started 2.0 as well. So it is successfully running.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, Pranav.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Like 2 points. One is that T-Hub, what it is doing right now, you just have to have a good idea with some plan of action. You walk into the T-Hub and you come out with something in your hand. So that is how equipped it is right now. Secondly, startups, supporting startups is, I don't know how much it works, because 2 startups or 3 startups in the same line of business ideally becomes competitors, not friends who help each other. So ideally, you cannot have same startups trying to support each other. Rather, it is a cutthroat competition, because the survival rate of a startup is like 2%. I mean, 98% of them fail over the period of first 3 years. So rather, us maybe, again, I don't know, you can't educate someone on T-Hub, because if that person is really into entrepreneurship and all of that, T-Hub is the fundamental thing that he would already know. So I think we cannot step into creating an incubation center, that too in a short span of 3 months, and then see how it goes. Rather, maybe create one platform where in case someone has something, they just can approach us for consulting, and then we having that level of alumni here maybe can help, but us starting an incubation center is like, it's not a doable thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Any new points of motions on the floor?
I think all of you are aware that they have started a next level, one called as Y-Hub, where all the youth, they can flow into their ideas into that. I think you as Hyderabad Youth Assembly, you can go ahead in complementing them, giving your own ideas into that particular Y-Hub. You can get in touch with them. I think now they want flow of fresh ideas actually. Incubation is next level, but
Thank you so much. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My motion is that we should have awareness sessions on unionization, especially in rural colleges.
Can you elaborate further?
Unionization has been the backbone of Indian economics since the 60s, and some people might think it's a bit on the socialist side of planning. Unions were actually proposed by the Republican Party in 1980s in America, and they helped a lot in their economic growth. So I feel like our youth should have more knowledge about them in general.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think the idea should be made a little more clear because unionization is what is like forming into teams students form. We have so many student unions, student councils, students associations, likewise in colleges. So I want you to be more clear about what kind of unionization are you talking about. That's the reason I guess most of the members in the assembly are doubtful about.
The delegate who raised a point, could you please explain?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So what unions are, basically they're collective workforce, and they could be in any sector, not just student unions or anything. They could be in tech firms, they could be in the railways, anywhere. And what they basically are, they are structures through which you can bargain the managers or the managerial part of the company or the industry. Thank you.
All right. Any more points of contradiction? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for acknowledging me. The thing is, I understand, I really appreciate your idea, but at this point, I really believe that Hyderabad Youth Assembly is capable of pulling just awareness sessions. And I would just like to ask you, what is the impact that would be having because of that awareness session on unionization? And especially you have talked about the Republic Party of America, and we are in India, and we differ in economic systems like capitalist and all those stuff. And how would that economic policy or system could help our economy, or how would it impact an individual or society on a whole?
Yes, I think if you could just explain the benefits, the delegate who raised a point.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, in general, the benefits of a union are you can bargain with the managerial class. The part about Republican Party in America and how it will work for Indian economics is that people think that unions are mostly left-leaning, they're more social democratic, but Republican Party, which is mostly conservative, they were the ones who proposed in organizing more unions in the 80s in America, which just goes to say that unions are not right-leaning or left-leaning. They just give more power back to the working class.
All right, we'll conclude the motion here and then probably take a voting later. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I like to focus on the people, disabled people, because they are the one who needs the employment importantly. Obviously, everyone requires, but they are the one who needs the help of us. So there are many. I like to. It's like an awareness program, but not exactly. We can say about we can give an awareness about many physical disabled people. There are government programs incentives and government programs for people with disabilities who are looking to start their own business. And there are also corporation companies like IBM, International Business Mission, which is an American technology and consulting. They're also providing many employment opportunities for disabled people. We can also give awareness about starting a business for people with disabilities, like business ideas, government, and the more I want to focus about this business idea is franchise, a method of distributing products or services involving franchisor. This franchise opportunities for people with disabilities. These are franchise business which people with disabilities can run from the franchisor or some form of real estate financing for building out the establishment to fit the specifications of the parent company. So the advantages of this business idea is, on the other end of the spectrum, many people with disabilities are choosing to launch franchise which can be run from home, which greatly reduces startup costs for them especially, and franchise opportunities for people with disabilities that only require disabled people that only require a mobile and an internet connection. Thank you.
I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Lalit Aditya, Honorary Chairperson for HYA Season 10, President of Street Cause Hyderabad 2018 and 19, City Mentor of Street Cause Chennai, and I would like to take this moment again to acknowledge that Chennai has done its own Chennai Youth Assembly this year. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Kushal Agarwal, Vision 2030 panel member, Associate President, Project Quality Head of Street Cause Hyderabad 2018 to 19. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of Vijay Kongala, Vice President of Street Cause Hyderabad 2018 to 19, Head Media Relations and Online Operations. We welcome you all.
I'd like to take this moment to thank Alok Anna for joining us on the chair table. Thank you so much for being here, Anna. And I'd like to invite Lalit Aditya to join us on the chair table.
That's right.
Yes, so any new motions on the floor?
I would like to take a moment and acknowledge the presence of D. Vijayalakshmi Samiksha, President of Street Cause Hyderabad 2019 to 2020, Chairperson of Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 2020 to 2021. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. Any new motions on the floor? Yeah, yes, the member on my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. But just now I gave my motion. Should I repeat it again? Before the acknowledgements, I just gave my motion. Should I have to repeat it?
Sure, you can do that again.
Okay. So I like to focus on the disabled people who really need the jobs. So it's mostly like an awareness program. So we can just say about them like business ideas which are like starting a business for people with disabilities, government incentives for people with disabilities, startups, and I mainly like to say about this franchise program, which is like franchise opportunities for people with disabilities. These are franchise business with which people with disabilities can run from the franchisor or some
form of real estate financing for building out the establishment to fit the specifications of the parent company. This advantage of this franchise business is like on the many people with disabilities are choosing to launch franchise which can be run from home, which greatly reduces startup costs, which are like really needed for the disabled people. And the franchise opportunities for people with disabilities that only require a mobile phone and an internet. So I like to give this as an awareness session for the people who are disabled, and selecting a particular area, and we can like there are many disabled people who are like instead of doing job, they are like, we'll see them as like
member. Firstly, very good afternoon, everybody. Can you conclude your entire point in one sentence?
Awareness,
short and sweet.
Yeah, awareness for disabled people about the startups.
Thank you so much. Any points of support? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. And I just want to add on to my co-delegate point that we can choose the skills. Each and every disabled person will have a particular skill. We can use that skill and create a franchise or B2B startup idea, I mean like a business. And they can also recruit few people where there'll be like employment for the others too.
Thank you so much. Any other points of support? Come on, why is everybody so dull? Are you listening to what's happening? Okay, fine. Can you please lower your placard? 1 second. Okay, I want somebody to tell me what the first initial motion was. What the member actually asked. Okay, come on, raise up your placards. It's okay even if you go wrong. Just raise it up. Try to speak in the assembly. You're here to speak today, please. Come on, raise up your placards. Okay, Shravika. Have you spoken till now? Yes. Yeah? Okay, somebody who hasn't spoken till now. Mariam. Please go ahead, Mariam.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Awareness program for disabled person.
Thank you so much, Mariam. I hope the delegate is okay. All right, cool. So, fine. Thank you so much, Mariam. Any points of support, please? Not for Mariam's, yeah, even Mariam's point, but like the other members. Any points of support? Please go ahead. Quick, short and sweet, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the acknowledgement. I would like really want Hyderabad Youth Assembly to take up tasks or like projects for disabled people, and I would also like to get back to like what the chair on the few people have said that like disabled people are like just individualistic, but the thing is like they're really a very huge part of a community, like they are really integral part of society, and there has to be a need and an urge to take up projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any points of contradiction, please? Yeah, wonderful. Have you spoken till now? Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned, B2B setting up of startups or some sort of businesses for the disabled people. Great idea, but one, the cost of setting up those kind of businesses quite expensive. And HYA and streetcars, they mainly focus on taking up projects that make more impact. This is just impact for like one person or one family. So this is something the government themselves can take up or any other organization can take up, but HYA can take up projects that can create more impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the previous motion is going to be the last motion for this goal. Okay, fine. Maybe I sense some sort of excitement for another motion. Last quick motion in like under 2 minutes. Let's close it.
Something unique, please, not a very regular one. Thank you for giving me that village. So apparently what happened, this guy, just like how everyone got internet connectivity and Oppo smartphone made sure everyone is having a smartphone right now in the hands, he started off with a YouTube channel where he started doing some gadget reviews, some random reviews and all of that. And eventually, you know how YouTube works, once you cross 4,000 hours of viewership, it gets monetized. You can monetize your account, and then every other video that you post, once it reaches a certain number of views, you keep getting money out of it. So this guy comes from a ZPHS school, Telugu medium, no clue on how internet works or whatever, but he could still go to YouTube, learn a video on how YouTube works, then learn how to post videos. So right now I met this guy in one of the interviews the other day where he was making around 1.5 lakh in the last 3-4 months. And I was shocked for this because after graduates putting in a lot of money in college, I don't know how much each one of you put, but a lot of money, even then you join as a fresher where you make 25,000-30,000 a month. But this guy with no skills of any of these things, coming from a Telugu medium background, started off a YouTube channel and then eventually could build it into a place where he could monetize it. So he was maybe the inspiration where I told my company folks, why don't we start a media house? If this guy is doing it at our scale, why can't we? But the idea being, I don't know how we can do it, and it sounds very crazy to teach people how to make use of YouTube, but if you see right now, a lot of audience that are giving viewership to any of these short films or any of the web series, and they started using it, putting in content on Instagram and all. So basically what I'm trying to say is there is energy in these rural places where people have access to a smartphone and then they have access to internet. So one thought was, I don't know if people know how to monetize this. All they know is waste time on this by putting in effort in watching these channels. So maybe a couple of workshops, again, it might work, it might not work, people might just pass on, but in case, even if you can target a couple of villages, maybe create a workshop for that specific age groups, or anyone for that matter, where you teach them how this YouTube thing works, how to start a channel, and then maybe show a couple of examples on how you can monetize it. A lot of channels can start off is what I believe, just after by watching this guy Saishwar, where he with no knowledge could pull off to an extent where he started generating revenue out of it. Maybe a lot of them could do it because people do have a lot of free time, and all it takes is some effort, some knowledge on how to put in content instead of someone making a random reel or for dance or whatever. Why not create some quality content, maybe of their village, of their art, of their craft, something, and then eventually make it into a place where people start generating revenue out of it. A lot of people in US, if you see the research, fundamentally people who are earning a lot are specifically YouTubers right now, because the digital age is in such a way that it is just booming. And in India, people got the access maybe to internet a couple of years ago. It is in the very beginning stages of what it is. But if we can maybe channelize that energy into creating a platform for YouTubers from these rural places, nothing like it. Again, like I said, don't know if we can do it, but this is one crazy thought that I had. Yep, thanks.
It's a beautiful thought, but I request you to summarize it, please.
Yeah, so the whole point being, starting off a workshop for people in rural areas, again, need not be rural, it could be in colleges also. A workshop that would drive people towards, rather than watching and spending time on YouTube, maybe creating their own channels. If you can like maybe create 10-15 channels, that's like lakhs of revenue to us, to the government, to a lot of people. So yeah, that's one point.
Thank you so much. Any points of support, please?
I would go ahead with this point. Many young people, I think, Gen Z are doing these things even in India. Tapping it in the rural area will be a big thing for the country also as an economy. For that, I think if we can basically do some sentiment analysis of what is being viewed in their particular area so that they can tap it quickly and they can do what is required in those areas. For that, one part is whatever selecting a particular area, doing as a pilot will actually make us understand whether it will work well with a rural area. Selecting youth in a particular mandal, then understanding what they actually like on internet, through which we can actually earn, and then going ahead. It's a very simple idea, and it will make lots of money, and it will boost others if we can do a pilot. Yes, it's really a wonderful idea.
After that very huge point of support, do you also have any points of support? Point of contradiction? It's very interesting, actually. Wow, I'm actually really happy. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Yeah, please go ahead. Quick, let's make it quick.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Why only YouTube? Why can't all social media apps, as you said?
Remember, I'd like to answer you. It's okay, like social media overall is the idea. Cool?
Yes.
Yeah, just earn on internet overall. It's not just YouTube, it can be anything else.
Okay, thank you.
Any other points of contradiction, please? Yeah, at the back, yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned that they have to create some videos on YouTube, but on what content they'll do so that it can reach out the people and it can impact.
Thank you so much, member. So I'd like to take this opportunity to tell everybody to pay more attention, because Madam spoke exactly about trying to see what content is consumed according to the pockets, according to the mandals, according to the locality. So, good point. But if you paid attention, you would have known that, that was already part of the discussion. But thank you. Any other point of contradiction? I like it. Just keep contradicting. You want to contradict your own point. You want to contradict them? No. We want to contradict your motion, please. Any points of contradiction to the motion? Yeah, you do.
Delegate on the second row, the top.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for acknowledgement. That is not just a crazy idea, like that could be a revolutionary idea. But my point is like YouTube, like can we really assure that like YouTube is a sustaining career? Like I mean, like at one point of time, like you could run off content and like I don't think like it could what do you say, like produce revenue like at all times. Like it cannot be beneficial or useful economic like at all times. Like it is not a sustainable thing.
Got it. I can smell a fight, and I'm loving it. So, would you like to contradict the contradiction?
Yeah, thank you for again giving me a chance. Firstly, to talk about sustainability right now, Chair, if you've seen the recent last 1 year or 6 months, and if you've seen the job market, there is a wave of recession that is happening in US right now, yet to hit India, but still I think companies have started playing safe on that. So someone who was having a salary of like 20-30 lakh 3-4 months ago is right now jobless. Now to talk about sustainability of revenue is a big question mark in our own lives, because today you have a job but tomorrow there is no guarantee on anything. And secondly, what are the chances of YouTube taking off? Again, like I said, it's just an experiment, one tap on. Instead of you spending time on it, why not create something on it? In a workshop of maybe 100 people, I do not say that all 99 people will become creators and then start generating lakhs of revenue. Even if 10 of them start doing it, it becomes one initiative. Any digital marketing company CEO that you see started off as a YouTuber initially. Or he had that idea of having bunch of YouTubers doing something on it. Big media houses, Infinitum or Tamada, if you guys know these, all of them, Chai Biscuit, they all started off with very tiny YouTube channels, which right now took off to an extent where they are...
1 second, Pranav.
Yeah.
1 second, really. So, do you have anything to say to that?
I have something to say. You are targeting somebody who has zero skill and zero economic backup and zero knowledge of anything and zero employment. So it works. It can or it need not, but you are just giving a chance for them to create an employment, because internet is providing for an employment without any investment, isn't it?
Yeah. True. And it's just not that even if you don't generate revenue, but if you think that is one skill that someone is having it, many jobs are open for these specific YouTubers, or it's not about them being the face of their channel or anything, but just having the skill of monetizing YouTube is a particular art that companies love to take into. Secondly, someone said that on what would be the content. Now, YouTube is a global platform. We do not target that area and then see what works there, but we in general target what is trending on YouTube, what is trending in the market, what is trending in particular niche. All of these are very specific on what is trending, but that is where we tap in as HYA, trying to understand what are the things that are trending and what is that we have to imbibe in them where they can start creating content on. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pranav. Okay. One last contradiction, 10 seconds only. Maximum 10 words, one sentence. Go for it. 10 seconds, your time starts now.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Firstly, we are all looking at the present situation right now, but we are not thinking of the consequences. Here we are speaking about the physically disabled people. Right now, taking for example our own assembly here, some people, not targeting anyone, some people are not confident to speak even here after so much social exposure. So even if we motivate them for doing so much in the future, being physically disabled, at further stage, social media is not so kind as all of us. There might be negative comments which might impact their mental health too. And it might in turn become...
Okay. 1 second, remember. So I think there's going to be a riot here. 5 seconds, close, full stop.
Okay, for this question, for this contradiction of mine, what would that negativity do to their mental health? If it impacts their health and if it causes them to depression or something else, what would be the response for that?
Negative impact of being a YouTuber, right?
Yeah, we have to think of both sides right now.
Okay, I think there's a lot of people. Okay, I just want to see the people. Hey, wait 1 second.
Okay, I'm not giving, don't worry.
I just want to see how many people have something to say against what the member just said. Oh man, I think at this point you're just raising up your placard either way, right? Good. Okay. Last, close, final. Please go for it.
When I joined BTech back then, day one I was ragged like crazy in my college. But that doesn't stop me from going to college the second day. I still have to like step in and then go to college. Similarly, negativity, negative comments, be it whatever is there right in this assembly as well. Every second person sitting here has faced it. That doesn't stop us from living another day. And to be brutally honest, people in these areas are way more stronger than us compared to in terms of just mental strength. People here are like very...
I don't think there is a need for an emotional talk. You can as well train them that the ill effects of what it can be if they choose to.
Yeah, as simple as that.
This definitely was the most interesting part of the entire assembly. This energy that we wanted to see since the morning, we found it now. Thank you so much for everyone for being a part of this entire discussion. And yes, finally, thank you so much, Sumati ma'am, for joining us. We'd like to hear a few words from you now.
I would like to congratulate and say that I'm very proud to be among the assembly which consists of all the young people who are really inspiring and empowering. And yes, you are empowered. I see through your talk, the way you're expressing and the way you are together here to take up certain things for the entire population. That itself shows that we are in safe hands and we are in the energetic hands for the future. And I'm happy that I'm part of all of you today. I thought I would also propose something for your assembly today. You all know that I'm presently Deputy Inspector General of Police for Women Safety Wing of Telangana. Women goes with children. Okay. So we do take care of safety and security of women and children in the state of Telangana. I have an idea which I thought I can place it before you, which the Youth Assembly can think of or can write and also discuss further. Formation of a gender and a policy club within will actually go a long way, I feel, to see that we increase the number of other gender, whether it is women or anybody else, to get into the employment, to become the earning part of the community and the economy, to see that our GDP is the highest in the country in the next 5 years. So for that, I feel formation of a gender and policy club within you. And I do have an idea how it can run also. Generally, why women don't go, they don't go to a particular place, they don't like a particular person, they don't show their abilities to the extent they have, is something which is a matter of high interest to each one of us, isn't it? You all know when your mothers could make you the kings, they are the kingmakers, isn't it? So definitely they are more knowledgeable and definitely they understand things more in a 360 degree perspective. So why can't we make each woman, not only woman, why I am specifically saying women is, we are 50% of the population, and now unless we become productive, unless the society makes us more productive, we cannot race with the countries which are economically on the top, isn't it? So this is not an idea with which I am moving emotionally, but I feel this idea which I am placing with will actually throw up ideas to the entire Telangana where women can be made more productive by forming this particular club. So how can they be made more productive is understanding where they are not able to be more productive and the reasons why women are not able to be more productive. I can't say it is because they are seen as a second gender, because they are seen as if they can't do things. As I told, when they can create a successful leader, they themselves can be successful. So there is a small inertia of motion which we have to prick into every woman to become more productive. Probably this club can do it. Simple things I would say. While I was studying intermediate, I studied in Vijayawada. We used to get into a bus and then go. There were 2 other girls along with me. One girl was sexually harassed while we were traveling. For just one act of purported sexual harassment where she was touched somewhere where she thought every time I have to travel from my place to Vijayawada by bus. And I am surrounded only by such people, so I'll not study. She stopped studying. And every person who is sitting here around us, all young people, you can say, you can quote umpteen number of such examples, isn't it? Where the productivity is going at loss because of menial reasons, isn't it? So such menial reasons can actually be worked out through series of workshops, number one, by getting across to various sections of this particular population, by creating whatever it is on the internet or on your social media groups. For example, if I have to go to a public place, whether it is for work, to shop, to X, Y, Z, whatever it is, what are the things which are making me insecure? I think if we know, or already there are a lot of studies with which probably government has come up, we have come up with an idea called she teams, thinking that women can't reach out to the police stations because they have a very negative image of policing. So yet there should be somebody outside police stations who should respond when a woman is in distress. Likewise, I think if you form such a club, you can throw up ideas to government, non-government, to other governments, to other societies, and to our own society, is what I feel. That's one thing, public spaces. Next, at the place of work, I go on a maternity leave. Very common issues. For the loss of time, which is due and right of a woman and which is a natural act of a woman, I am made or thought to be less productive once I join back. Just because of loss of time. How smartly it can be covered to make the same woman productive, because by projecting certain qualities of the women, isn't it? While she was something before she went into the maternity leave. Why can't those qualities be reprojected to see that she becomes a team lead without losing on that particular time? These are very small things which I am saying. There are bigger things also. Like I would like to say, sexual harassment, when I said so, it is such a widely spoken subject, but we all should know the serious sexual harassment of any woman or a child starts from home. It's not from outside. It's not in the public space. In 100 cases, 82 get reported only by the known person. So where are we taking the productivity of a child or a woman to? Because they're afraid of saying. They're afraid of speaking out. They're afraid of, or they're ignorant of what will happen if I speak. Probably they don't know an SOP, how it works. For example, I have some issue, I go to a government office, I apply for a certain Aadhaar, say. I go take, when it will come, who will take care of it, what is the process? Do you think anybody knows it? No. Even to apply a ration card, many people don't know what is the process. Likewise, you think of a gender who don't know how to respond to, because say in a school, now we know that in all urban areas, especially take Hyderabad or the GHMC area, in many schools, there are third gender kids who are not accepted within the family itself by the teachers, though they know that they are different, isn't it? How can we actually make them into us? And they are equally productive when you see economically. Why not? We are regressing them with attributing certain conditions, isn't it? I think this gender and policy club, if you can form on 3 or 4 parameters and work out through surveys and then workshops and coming out with certain conclusions with an objective of how to make more women more productive, at least on certain spheres, which are very common. Like there is no light when I travel in a particular area. I don't intend to travel. My family says don't travel. I will not travel. At least I will stop everything to travel. And I get married. I will definitely listen to my husband if he is also working. I will adjust myself to see that he earns. And then I will think of my own earning. This is very common. Very, very common. And there is a need for shift of thinking, isn't it? Shift of thinking and balance of thinking, which I think not through deliberations, through a very understanding and a meaningful action, if we go forward through very smart ideas, I think we will be the first in the nation to improve the productivity among the women, is what I feel. I think Chennai has started one such club where all the bureaucrats from all the departments have come forward to do that particular kind of surveys. I think if you do on a small scale and approach the government, it will be a beautiful project for you to come forward, and we will take it up, definitely. You can be our helping hand because there are so many youngsters over here and cutting across various sections of the educational system also, and as well as regions also within Telangana. And now coming to this particular day's few words which I would like to share with all of you as a part of Hyderabad Youth Assembly. And the way you are open, the way you are maintaining your decorum when you speak, and the way democracy is seen when everybody is allowed to speak and taking their own time and opportunity to put forward their ideas itself is very welcoming, I should say. One big sector, as you see, right up to 2078, we will be the youngest nation in the country, in the world, isn't it? So nobody can beat us. We need not take inertia of motion. People will push us. And we are being pushed so hard, isn't it? That's why we want more and more ideas to become more and more productive and economically richer and richer, isn't it? So you are at that particular threshold of India where you are going to, each one of you is going to be a leader for the future. Take it. And so you should just pump the ideas and pump the ideas, keep on thinking, which is not anything normal. You have to always think how a particular idea works. When that boy said that we can use internet on the rural people, yes, it is an idea without putting even a penny, isn't it? So think of an idea where we need not even put a penny, but yet we can earn. That's a simple funda, isn't it? But to do all these things, as per the World Survey of the gender parity in this particular country, it is clear that it will take another 200 years if we go with this pace to bring gender equality in this particular part of the world. So that is one of the biggest responsibilities on each one of you, I should say, where it should start with each of you as a leader, both men and women. Unless you ensure yourself that you're free at thinking, you're free at action, and you have some kind of acceptance in the society without any aberrations, I think each youngster will come out with lots and lots of ideas. Yesterday when we were discussing on a particular idea, one young girl came forward and we were thinking how we have to bring into the society this particular change in the mindset of adolescents and youth, which is not on par with the generation of their mothers, fathers, especially post-COVID, where you have broken the norms of 4 to 5 generations in 2 years, and you are so fast, isn't it? And the generation which is before 90s or before 2000 also is not able to match with the present generation. And you all know that what your parents would say, that we had a better value system. Number one, they say we were more disciplined. Number two. Number three, they will say that we respected elders. We are not like you. And number four, we got up very early, you get up late. Isn't it? And they also say that many little things which actually I feel, coming from a generation of 90s, I can definitely say that you are much farther and much better a generation than us. In many terms, in many, many terms. What that youngster said is, she was telling a bureaucrat, not me, but of course in that group, you are always trying to make a particular group of elders tell us what we have to be. But no, ma'am, it's not like that. What she said is, you have to create podcasts where you have to make an elder sit with an adolescent or with a youngster, and the adolescent should ask a question, and the elder should answer to that particular question, and I should say what you should have actually done and what you are actually doing. So indirectly, it will be an answer. Number two, it will be an awareness to a generation of 90s that we are much farther and much ahead of what you are. And it is you who have to accustom to us because we are this. We cannot change for you. It is you who have to bloody change for our sake. And if you don't want to change also, you try to understand what we are. Is it right or not? It made sense. It does make sense. So what is that we have to understand in you is something which I keep on thinking as a bureaucrat who has put up about 22 years of service. I think we have to understand that less amount of talking about a history that is we to you what we were will actually make you better. So there's nothing what I can say about myself which will make you better and how it was, because the conditions are different. The way you're working is different. The way you're thinking is different. Your action is different. Your associations are different. And your mindset entirely is different. And I can only say, sitting here, how much we appreciate you and what are the good things which we have observed in you and what you can actually improve upon on the same things is something which I can actually place it on record today. Number one is, I feel the youth of today are very transparent. You call spade a spade and it is good. When I say you call spade a spade, you should not enter into a system where you can make politics a business. I say politics a business because no politician is concerned about caste. They are concerned about caste for the sake of votes. That's all. They are internally, inherently not concerned about caste. But they are using this card only to get the votes, whether it is caste, whether it's religion, whether it is X, Y, Zs. So when I say your generation, you call spade a spade. You are calling spade a spade at your personal level. You have not come or taken this particular aspect of calling spade a spade at a societal level. That is a growth which I expect has to be there with the youngsters. To see an India of tomorrow, to see an India which is, I can't say baseless, casteless. There can be a caste, but it should not play a major role in deciding what you are. That's all. As simple as it is. For that, if I feel I'm good is not enough. I have to speak in a very meaningful way and act in a meaningful way when it is actually required. Isn't it? I belong to a scheduled caste. I belong to a forward caste. I should not say I belong to a forward caste. I have married or befriended a scheduled caste guy or a girl. It is immaterial, isn't it? If you see somebody talking like that, I think you should vehemently speak against it, and that should be your religion. No, that's one thing. When I say you're transparent, your transparency has to transcend various things. Not just at a personal level is what is my first point. And second thing is, the generation of today have dreams of their own. And these dreams have nothing to do or nothing connected directly with the larger society. Am I right? See, when I come from a generation where I became a civil servant, only thinking that because I have seen haves and have-nots and a deep gap. Even today, the gap is much deeper. Dear youngsters, please try to know. The entire economy of the society is with 2% of the population. That is the negative aspect of it. But there is a huge rise in the middle classes who actually are the people who should decide how the economy should go, isn't it? That chunk of population are most of you who are sitting here. So when I say that, when you are deciding, for example, you earn $1 million or $1 million rupees, you should also have an understanding how you are impacting the society with your $1 million. In the West, you see, even right from the schooling age, if I have $1, I understand life is that I have to share at least a part of it with somebody so that they grow. That is a habit in my life that I share what I earn with somebody. So volunteerism is something which is taught as a part of life in the West, whereas in our country, it is taught in a way that let me earn 10 million, then I will think of giving $1 million. This is not something which you give because you have. You should give because you have to give. You have to share because you have the capability and will to share. That capability probably you will earn. Every youngster will earn. But that will to share is something which you have to spread through an organization like yours. Once you spread that will to share your time, your knowledge, your money, your things, I think everybody will grow and we will be one among them. And that growth is an unparalleled growth which you can't even think of. Now we are trying to quantify the growth. That growth will be something which you cannot quantify and it will become a habit for this particular nation. Only when we can imagine and connect ourselves in a 360 degrees way, how my growth is actually impacting the society. And it should impact the society in terms of generosity, in terms of kindness is what I feel. That you are from diverse backgrounds, sitting at one particular place, thinking of various subjects through which you can go forward. This is one thing which has to be at the back of whatever we think and whatever we propose and do. This is the second thing I think I should say today. So thinking ourselves, our growth and connecting how it is going to impact the society around us. You have to quantify also and you have to qualify also. That particular growth of yours, how it will be impacting the society around you. And third thing is, maybe I come from a generation which has no comparison with yours. I can say, maybe I can be connected to millennials and most of you might be, but Gen Z, I don't think I am anyway connected to them. But one thing, what we can give a message is this civilization is about 5,000 to 6,000 years old, isn't it? It was never a civilization which never existed with a known boundary, but still there is an unknown boundary in terms of certain things. Even we can equate ourselves with a Pakistani, we can equate ourselves with a Nepali, even a Mongolian, even a part of China, the Middle East, to some extent up to Afghanistan, the Indian subcontinent. Why? What made us be one, though we were never under one single rule at any point of time except British? What united us at the core is the family. And it is not, the family has driven the culture, the family has driven the economy, the family has driven the togetherness, the family has shown the strength that we can be together. So, one last, I should say it is my experience and I should say it is my appeal to all of you that what may an individual's growth is much less when it is compared to a growth by thinking that we have a good support system around us in the form of a family. All issues like mental health, all issues like various other health and well-being will be addressed if you are a family woman or a family man. And it is worth it to be in a family. And family is the basic tenet of a society which can actually make us progress in a very systematic and a progressive way. I don't know. It is up to discussion. Maybe some of you may not agree to it. Some may say, some youngsters also tell me family never comes by blood, it should come by the relation. These are all something internet faded ideas and then sentences and phrases which I see, which are talked about. But at the end of the day, we should have people who align with ourselves, in our growth, in our thinking, in our mental capacities, and various kind of capacities what an individual will have by birth, and which they will improve over a period of time in their lifespan. So I want you to think how you in relation to your family can actually forever be bonded to a family which will help you and recognize you also as you grow. This is 3. And the 4th thing, and the most important thing which I would like to say all the youngsters is, we are in an age where we are not super conscious about our health. We are super conscious about easy food, easy going, easy talk, easy way of living. I can grab a coffee, I can grab a pizza, and I'll call it a lunch, isn't it? But we all should know that every penny what we are spending is on a pesticidal food or on a food which is ridden with all sorts of chemicals. The lifespan what my parents had and what we have, probably you are going to have 25% of or 75% of what we had. So it is a bottom line. You should all know that your lifespan is less than your previous generations. The fact that your lifespan is less because of environmental reasons, you should have a constant idea and practice about your health is what I feel is the most. If you're not healthy, everything else is of no use, isn't it? So how you can make it is a part of your industry, your things, your economy, your well-being, what all goals, SDG goals, whatever are put up, or you will work with in your youth assembly, the health of every youngster. So there shall be a session on health every time when you talk. And that doesn't mean only, health doesn't mean only physical health. All kinds of health. It should include physiological, mental, and everything. So that kind of sessions within you, probably you might be having, but it should be very meaningful. These are the 4 things I think I propose. And you should not be very conventional when you speak to somebody, when you express your ideas. Like an older generation person will say, see, the security of this area will improve if you post a policeman. This is a very damn stupid idea, isn't it? Why will security of an area will improve if you post a policeman when there is such a technology, isn't it? It's not required. So those are the simple thoughts when we talk, because many of you have floated your ideas on various things. You had been discussing on these particular ideas. You have to question yourself how conventional I am when I am placing this particular idea. And am I copying this particular idea? No copying of any ideas. You have to, even if it is one, it is fine, but it should be original. That originality will actually help us grow far better and far more and far higher than the other societies is what I feel. And you all, as I said again, you all are the leaders for this future. And I see in each one of you a leader sitting here, choosing to be part of such an assembly and conducting it in a very democratic way, coming up with ideas, putting it in practice, and calling people like me to see you, to witness and understand and also share few of our thoughts. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much for all that you just shared with us, ma'am. And about the formation of a gender and a policy club, I take this moment, I'm honored to be informing you about the POSH committee that we have at Streetcars, which is prevention of sexual harassment. We have a committee that looks after any kind of sexual harassment that could go on in the organization, and it is a non-negotiable of the organization where we do not tolerate any kind of abuse within our boundaries. And coming to the gender club, we also have Streetcars Pride, which is a national unit that is present in all the 6 cities of wherever we work. And this Streetcars Pride works on all the genders of the society. So these are the 2 we already have and are working on. And it's an honor to have someone like you who shares the same visions like us. Thank you so much for being a part, ma'am. I'd like to invite Shruti Chandra to give away the invitation for RFC 9. I request Alokana to give away the memento to the chief guest. We extend our sincere gratitude. Ma'am, 1 second. We extend our sincere gratitude to Sumati ma'am. Thank you very much for your gracing your presence to this assembly and for your inspirational words. Ma'am, you are really an inspiration to us. We have RFC, Streetcars' major fundraiser, coming up on 8th of April 2023 in LB Stadium, where Arman Malik and Band Capriccio are the lead performers. We would like to extend our humble invitation and invite you as the chief guest for RFC 9. And here with me is the 6,051st pass of RFC. This is the first ever VVIP pass of RFC 9.0. We wish to see you at RFC 9, ma'am.
So we'll go with the last motion voting process. Yeah, so the first motion is provision of electric bikes to physically disabled people. With the motion. Against the motion. With the motion. Motion not passed. Constructing a sewing machine center. With the motion. Against the motion. With the motion. Motion not passed.
Wait 1 second. Have you heard the motion properly, everybody? Construction of a sewing machine. What? Yeah, of a sewing machine center. Okay, we'll go for a voice vote. What do you say? People look a little dumb. You don't vote, you ask them to vote.
Okay, you ask them. Okay. So if you with the motion, please say aye. And against the motion, say nay. Right? With the motion. Aye. Against the motion. Nay. With the motion. Aye. Against the motion. Nay. Aditya, could you please decide?
Okay, we'll have one final one proper final. I don't want one person to be extra loud. I want many people to be consistent. Okay? So those in favor of the motion, that is setting up of a sewing machine center, right? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor. Okay, one last time, all right. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say nay.
Decide.
I think just add it onto your list. Then later, whichever team gets it, they can decide.
Thanks for the advice.
Yeah.
Food processing and marketing artifacts to generate employment. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed.
You guys want to do any motions or not for this goal? Like, you don't want to work at all, is it, for this goal? Okay, jokes apart, members, see, I understand that at this point, some of you might be getting a little drowsy, a little sleepy, your lunch is like being digested, right? So, all the blood's going down to your stomach and your brain's not working. But I request all of you to remember that you don't have an HY every day, right? Today is a special day because there's HY, and all of you are, suited up, booted up. So make sure that you're contributing as much as possible, because you're not just contributing to the team, but you're also making a lifetime memory for yourself, right? I remember my HY and I love it. So make sure you're talking and being interactive, all right? Yeah, go on.
So again, let's go over the previous motion. Food processing and marketing artifacts to generate employment. With the motion. I request everyone to please take part in the voting. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Build a bridge between students from deeper parts of the state and tutors that work on upskilling. With the motion. Motion passed. Bridge. Build a bridge between students from deeper parts of the state to tutors. Interlinking ways. Providing sewing machines for transgenders. Against the motion. Motion passed.
Wait. So, everybody loves the idea of giving sewing machines to transgender people, but not setting up a sewing machine center. You do realize, right? Like, people from the trans community can be part of the center too. You're essentially setting up a center, but no, I understand. So yeah, please refrain from speaking. I can do this. You can't. Yeah. So I'm sorry. But yeah, I understand that you want to empower a community. So
Motion passed. Establishing incubation center through HY with the motion. Motion not passed. Organize a workshop for people from rural areas to educate them on how they could earn through internet with the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. That's it, folks. So we have wrapped up the 4 sessions, and thank you, Aditya, for joining us here. So Aditya, I would ask you to do some task here. Is it fine? So please announce this top 25 performance for the last 1 week. So I request all the people to please stand up once the name is called out. So you are being the top performers, and you are directly eligible to be part of the vice chair elections.
okay, so with your permission, Chair, both of you, I'd like to adjourn the session for a while. We can be a little informal. Is that okay?
Completely fine.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you guys can shout. Even now, only if we tell you you should speak, but you can laugh, chill out. Okay, so firstly, these numbers are mind-blowing because I remember in HYA season 7, which was my first HYA, these numbers, like the bottom of this list, of this 25 list, was part of our top list, right? So it's amazing to see that streetcars and Hyderabad Youth Assembly just keeps growing. I was part of season 7. That was in 2017.
Long back.
Yeah. 17, that's like long ago, I guess. So, yeah. So top 25 list of people who've raised funds. Let's start from the back. Okay. So we have instructions from the CEO of Streetcars, Ramya, who's making the announcement only top 15. So 10 people, I'm really sorry, man. Your name could have been spoken out, but oops. Yeah, so at the 15th position is Anand Lakshmi. Great job. Do we announce the? Yeah, cool. Otherwise, it's like an exam, right? So then we have Srinija. Srijana. It's written here Srijana. You're saying Srinija. Okay. Do we have Srijana, please? Yeah, thank you. I'm really sorry. I could see it as Srijana. He said Srinija. Okay. Good job. Then we have Rahul.
Folks, please stand up. Everyone. People who have been called out. Okay.
And then we have Sadaf Fatima. Can we have Harshita CH? Harshita CH? No? Okay. Mohit Reddy. Siddharth. Do we have Siddharth here? Sidhu. Siddhartha Prabhu. Is it the same guy? Yeah, is it you? How do you know it's you? Okay, okay. Can we have Pooja? Are you the Pooja? Pakka? You should write full names, no. There can be so many Poojas. T Harshit. Are you T Harshit? T Harshit. You're not Coffee Harshit. Dad joke, sorry. Can we have Varsha, please? Do we have Melchizedek? What a name, man. Lovely name, dude. What language is the name like from, if I may ask? Sorry? English. Lovely. I thought it's like Poland or something. It's good stuff. Can we have Nikita, please? Nikita. Who wrote this?
OC member.
Who? Which one? You?
Right here.
Dhruva Kumar. ఇక్కడ చూడండి ఏముందో తగలబెట్టండి వాట్ DHURVA అని ఉంది ధృవానా సో generally you shouldn't speak in Telugu in the assembly, but right now we adjourn the session, right? So oh wow, really? I thought it was only English, but
3 languages.
అయితే తప్పులేదు చూడండి ఇక్కడ ఏముందో నిరంజన్ గారు. Okay, can we have Lasya, please? Congratulations. Oh, by the way, sorry. These guys are top 3. Dhruva is number 3. You're number 2. Congrats. Nikita was number 4. Nikita, yeah, number 4. And you, Melchizedek. You're number 5. Great. Number 1 name. Number 5 on this list, though. How do people scold you, man, in college? Like your teachers, like, what's your nickname? Headache. Oh, man. All right, cool. So we have number 1, Aftab, King Kong. Where are you? Where is this King Kong? Man. Great job. So great job, all of you. I'll read the other 10 names also. Come on, man. Just fast, ka. With your permission. I'll just read the names out. Is that okay? The top 25. Mein. Yeah, okay, cool. Fast.
Before we begin, we missed the name there. So, Priyanka.
Hey, congrats. Okay, now we're going, I'm going to read like, these are the 25, top 25, 25 to 10, 25 to 15. These are the names. I'm just going to read out the names fast. Just stand up. All right. Safia Tabassum. Anand Lakshmi, already done. Okay. K. Vaishnavi. Amit Kumar. Krishna. Gayatri. Srihita. Okay. Which Gayatri? చూడండి ఇక్కడ ఏముందో గాయత్రి అనే ఉంది.
Gayatri.
Do we have a just Gayatri here? Hey, what's happening?
Okay, could you please disclose your fundraising amount?
To the...
How much is it?
No, man. I don't think so.
No, what about how much you raised?
That's you. You sit, please. Please. Tarvata vastadi పేరు. Yeah. Okay. Then we have Gayatri. Then we have Srihita. Then Jasper. Okay. Srinivas Rao. Gayatri Rao. Other Gayatri. Then Priyanka. Are we done with Priyanka? Yeah. Cool. Good job.
Thank you, Aditya. Thanks for that. So, what are the 15 names been announced initially were being directly selected, eligible to be part of the vice chair and chair project elections directly. So, we'll go with the instructions firstly, and then we'll move on to the break.
I think they can sit, no?
Yeah.
Punishment, you raise funds, so doesn't mean you have to stand.
Yeah, again we'll call you back here, right? So the instructions, so firstly you will be campaigning with all the members here. So all the members will be part of the voting process, right? So we have 5 designations, which is 4 vice chairs and 1 chair projects, right? I think phase 1 people might have aware about the elections before, but you also need to be part of the elections, right? So there are 5 people who can contest for the elections and 4 for vice chair and 1 for chair project. So people who contested for chair projects can't be part of the vice chair elections. Same thing applies for the chair projects also, right? So you'll be giving 15 minutes timeline for the tea break, and we'll be doing that later, right? Where you'll bring 15 minutes of time and you have to campaign with your members regarding what you can be doing when you can be taking that position or something, right? So you need to campaign about yourself regarding, especially this top 15 people. So you need to campaign about yourself, you need to socialize with people, build networking in the next coming 15 minutes in the tea break, so that after the session, we'll have another exciting element coming up.
1 second. Do we have a Sanjana here? Good job. You're in the top 15. Great. Sit down, please. Thank you so much. Carry on.
Yeah, so I think you're clear with the campaigning process. So please utilize this 15 minutes effectively and engage with each and every individual here. Each and every vote is important, and it will change the fate of the position here, right? And okay, so you need to be prepared for the speech also, and the speech has to be for sure, it has to be for 30 seconds. It should not be more than that. If it is exceeding more than 30 seconds, we'll cut down then and there itself. So please prepare your speech. You have to address the members after coming here and address the people, right? Please prepare your 30-second speech in the next break, and also please campaign with all the members out there, network with the people out there. Each and every individual vote is equally important, right?
The OC is going to pass your voting cards to you. You can vote for yourself. No, you can't vote for yourself, but you're supposed to vote for the others. And once you put one vote for a vice chair, you can't give that to the same one as the chair projects.
Regarding the voting instructions, we'll clearly give it after the break because there would be a lot of confusion. So we'll ensure the instructions have been clearly delivered through the OC or through us directly. So we'll ensure after the campaigning part, we'll give the instructions clearly on voting process. Yeah, so it's just about campaigning. So please engage with people out there, introduce yourself, tell what you can do when you or he or she can be part of vice chair or chair projects. Put your abilities, that what you can do, what you can pull off. Give your strengths, personal strengths, and convince people out there because they need to cast vote for you, right? So it is very important. You need to clearly communicate regarding your present strengths. Okay, so for the top 15 people who raised, who been default into the election process, in this top 15 people, if anyone doesn't want to contest in the elections, they can drop, but they have to come to the chair table and give the names for the reasons for not being contesting for anything. But for people who are interested, they can be part of the first 15 people only are eligible to do that. Apart from the people who are not really interested in the top 15, they have to come and report to the chair table that you're not interested for the elections. Clear?
So accept the people from the top 15 list, right? Sanya is going to read. Everybody else can go for lunch. Sorry, tea.
The house is adjourned for high tea.
Yeah.
Yes, but the top 15, please stay back. Which is Aftab, Lasya, Dhruva Kumar, Nikita, Melchizedek, Varsha, Harshit, Pooja, Siddharth, Mohit Reddy, Harshita CH, Sada Fatima, Rahul, Srijana, and Safia Tabassum.
So except these people, everybody else can go for tea.
Priyanka too.
Priyanka can go or stay?
Priyanka has to stay.
Okay.
Preetham. हेलो
ट्रिपल आईटी हैदराबाद
बच्चे बोलेगा
ట్రిపుల్ ఐటీ హైదరాబాద్ లేదు సార్ అవుతుంది ఎక్కడుంది అది ఒక నిమిషం ఆగరా ఒక నిమిషం రిషిక ఎక్కడుంది స్థైర్య
ఇప్పుడే నేను చూసుకోవడం
హలో చెప్పు
ఎన్ని రాసినవరా ఐ రోట్ 1 2 3 4 5 6th one I'm writing. I started way after you. Sujit, jaldi please. Rana, వస్తున్నా. అరే ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ సోలో. నా సోలో తర్వాత నీ సోలో అయిపోతుంది. తర్వాత విల్ టేక్. ఇంకా ప్రతి ఫోటోలో యూ హ్యావ్ టు ట్యాగ్ సుజిత్, ఓకే?
OC, please follow with your members. I could see the seats. Folks, please ensure all the members come into the assembly. OC, please ensure no one is left outside.
Almost half of the hall is empty. Please make sure everybody is in. OC, why do I find almost half the hall empty? Where are the rest? Where are the other members? It's okay even if OC is not here. Please go out, pull everybody in. Hemant, please stay back.
OC at the
Where are
top,
the rest
top
of the
left, please
members?
ensure that no one is there outside. Hemant, could you please go check?
Members, if you have your friends missing from here, please call them and ask them to come back quick because even the OC is not able to find where they are. Or did someone actually leave from the venue, assuming it's done? Please let us know if we have such cases. Exactly, members, where were you?
Karthik, please check if there's anyone outside.
Only once everybody is here, we can start off with the voting part. Because everybody is supposed to vote. Praveen, are there more members outside? OC, could you make one final check of people that are outside, if there is anyone outside? Lakshmi, Akshit and Karthik, please check outside. Okay, then maybe we could start off with the voting part. Did everybody clearly understand the procedure, or do we have any doubts from someone? We'll read out the names again, the first 15 top performers' names again. If we've missed out someone previously, we're sorry for that. We'll make sure we read the correct list right now, and if you think we're missing out someone, please let us know.
Done. So folks, I'll read out 15 names exactly. So this 15 people, please you stand up and you stay at your place until we call you back here to the stage. Right? Lasya, Dhruvakumar, Nikita, Melchizedek, Varsha, Harshit, Pooja, Siddharth, Mohit, Priyanka, Fatima, Safia, Rahul, and Sanjana. Fine. Anantalakshmi, Srijana. So these are the top 15 people who are going to contest for the vice chair elections. If you still have any problem to contest in the elections, you could report it right with your OC. OC will come back to you with your name, so they'll report if you're dropping out anywhere. If anyone want to drop from the elections, please raise your placard. Your name? Siddharth. Done. Rahul?
Rahul, would you like to contest in the elections? The next top performer? Rahul, would you like to
contest?
I was searching for you. All right, so you want to contest for the elections? Cool, okay. So, folks, anybody, any doubts with the way of voting or campaign speech or anything? Your campaign speech is supposed to be only for 30 seconds. Anybody, any doubts? The OC is passing the voting chits. Please write your, votes carefully.
So firstly, yeah, I think only 2 are dropped from the top 15, I guess. Apart from that, everyone is contesting. Could
everyone just take your placards and come make a line here? And then you can give your speeches. Everybody make a line behind us. Yeah, sure. If you have your speech written somewhere, it's only supposed to be 30 seconds. If you have your speech written somewhere, get the papers, come with your placards. Quick. Yes. Behind us. Stand behind us. Quick, please. Quick, please. Done. So, the
Folks,
people
pay
who are
attention.
contesting for chair projects, could you raise your placards? Chair projects. All right, we could start off with the speeches. Melchizedek, you can go first. Yes, you can start only for 30 seconds. Everyone, please be attentive.
Any other?
Yes, announce the role that you're contesting for, your name, and then go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. This is Melchizedek, and I'm contesting here for chair projects. And I've been serving for United States Student Organization for more than like 3 years for now. And then I can assure you guys that I can be a good team and I can encourage you everyone. And I'm really sure that I'm a really down-to-guy person. I appeal to you guys so that you can consider me as that. And
Yeah, your
please
time is
vote
up.
for me. Thank you.
Dhruva Kumar. 30 seconds, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Dhruv and I'm pursuing my medicine third year in Apollo. So I would like to conduct as a chairperson, and if you elect me as a chairperson, I'll be on my words and I can assure you what all you are saying, like your thoughts and my thoughts can be equal and can work together. Thank you.
The third person.
Please mention the role you're contesting for.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My dear members, I'm Lasya. We grow with experience. This assembly is an example. I'm sure the whole HY journey gonna be adventurous. I sure you gonna have a best team member, not a leader, cause there's no high and there's no low. Cause we're gonna work together and learn together and create memories while doing it. And also, who are we? The best. I humbly request your vote. Thank you.
Yes, next. It's all for chair projects, nobody else? All right, vice chair's next.
Okay, OC, please ensure you pass on the voting cards to the members. Go on.
Hello. Hello, this is Mohit Reddy. I'm from IARE. So I like to be participate for the vice chair. So I'll be free and transparent with the fellow mates. So I like to conclude my speech by saying we're nothing but the best. Thank you.
Next contestant, please.
Hello guys, myself Harshit. I'm from MIC. I'm contesting for the vice president. I would like to participate for the economic, for cleaning of water and sanitization. And I can really assure that I will be a very good friend of yours. I'll try my best to give you the best. Thank you.
Next one, please.
Hi everyone, I am Rahul from IARE College. I am representing as vice chair. డైరెక్ట్ పాయింట్కి వచ్చేస్తా. నేను ఆర్గనైజేషన్కి నా బెస్ట్ ఇస్తాను అండ్ అందరితో నా ఫెలో టీమ్మేట్స్తో చాలా ఫ్రెండ్లీగా అండ్ ఈవెన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ విషయాల్లో ఎక్కడ కాంప్రమైజ్ అవ్వను. నెవర్ గివ్ అప్ పాలసీతో అంటాను.
Done. Next candidate, please.
Hey guys, this is me, Pooja Magar, and at first I was unable to collect the funds, but at last here I am with the 15 top most collected. So through this I've learned that we should never give up, and never give up is the attitude that one must have to success a project. So if you guys select me as a vice president, I'll make sure that we make it success in every project we do. Thank you so much.
It's Vice Chair. Next one, please.
Hello everyone, Priyanka here. I'm contesting for Vice Chair. I'm from St. Joseph, and I would just keep it very short that I'll give my best and I'll make sure my team, gets the best experience and we'll have fun together. Thank you.
Next one, please.
Hi folks, I'm Srijana and I'm contesting for Vice Chair position, and I promise to create a friendly environment in the team where everyone will can reach out to me, and I'll ensure that we will work as a team, and I promise that I will complete these projects on time. Thank you.
Next one, please.
So hello everyone, my name is Sanjana. I'll be contesting for Vice Chair. First of all, I'm a friendly person and I'm a very empathetic person, so I feel like I'll give my best for the organization and get the best in everyone else. Thank you.
Next one, please.
Hi guys, I'm Sada Fatima, currently going for Vice Chair. I joined the fundraising on Friday night, and on Saturday night I raised 15,200, within 24 hours, which clearly showcase I have commitment qualities, I have leadership qualities. Looking forward for your all votes. Thank you so much.
Next one, please.
Hi guys, I'm Varsha. I'm from ICFI. I'm actually a smart worker and hard worker, and it will be fun working with me. And whenever people need me, I'll assure that I'll be always there with them. And assigning projects will be fun, and working with me, it looks fun. So thank you.
Next one.
Good evening, everyone. This is Ananda Lakshmi. So I'm from St. Anne's College. I'm standing for Vice Chair. So today morning, my amount was 9,300, and now during assembly, I raised it to 14,300. Even though it was on the day of assembly, I did my best till the last end. And I'm an extrovert and a creative mind person, so I have coordination more in my team. I can bring more coordination in my team. So please vote for me for the Vice Chair. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Safia Tabassum from St. Anne's College. Dedication is the most important thing. As I want to say in brief, today is my dad's reception, but still I was so dedicated to HYA. I came so far, I said, my dad, I can't lose it, I want to be here. So I am here. As Aditya sir said on the induction program, that we should be dedicated whatever we are doing. Thank you if you vote me. Thank you everyone.
Next one, please.
Hey folks, this is Nikita, pursuing my undergraduate in St. Francis, and reason to vote me for a Vice Chair is just having two reasons. I belong to St. Francis, where the most of the street cause leaders come from, and I'll keep things simple, honest, and try to make my work easier and your work easier. Let's work together and make it simple, and I'll not allot you work, but let's just work together and get things done. Thank you, Nikita. नाम तो सुना ही होगा.
Done. Time up.
Good to know that. Next one.
Next one, please.
All done? Please go back to your places and please stand.
The ones contesting, please remember you can't vote for yourselves.